Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans, Tourism Investments, and I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis of Kala Genesis Radio and the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And yes, family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism with a vision towards nationhood. And we're here to hit you with another dynamic topic from College Genesis. Yes, my brother. So, family, Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. That is our vision, mission, and looking to connect with more people who want to join the real world of that movement. So, College Genesis, you want to review tonight's topic?
Yeah, tonight's topic is going to be very poignant. And I'd like to start by referencing what I'm talking about with this the situation with the six women that died in the Gambia and and the ongoing threats that's going on the Sabo community and other communities, your community over there and stuff like that. And there's always a thing, you can get what you want, but you only can keep what you can hold. Okay? And that's the time and true tested throughout civilization, everything. If you cannot hold what you hold by force, what's yours, then you might as well not have it at all. Okay? Anytime you make a deal with somebody and you put your life and your blood and your sweat and your tears into something, right? If you're not willing to defend that to the death, right? Kill, do whatever the hell you have to do, that you are not worthy on this earth. Don't listen to people that think that this world is a fair place and everything. Right now, we have a migrant crisis where millions of people are displaced across the globe. They're trying to get to America from the Congo, from Pakistan, everything. Why? Because the world, unfortunately, is unjust. It's imbalanced. It's always going to favor the powerful. It's always going to crush the weak. Okay? It's always going to intimidate the meek, the humble, the submissive, right? You're going to go down in the mud of history if you don't make a stand and stand for yourself and stand your ground. Okay? So when we start talking about Pan-Africanism, unfortunately, over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of people that come from the Sambo class of Black America creators and everything on YouTube, right? Who jumped into this Pan-African space, have hijacked the movement, right? And it's turning Pan-African warriors into friggin' Sambos and buck dancing fools, right? When we talk about approaching Africa and everything. Now it's time for us, right? Since we don't have the support among the YouTube streets and all stuff like this, people don't really know what we're talking about. People think this is a game. They think this is just another thing that you could buck dance and shuck and jive with and play around with. But you got to understand something. People are putting their lives on the line. When they go to the continent, that's a real decision. That's probably the most serious thing you could ever think about doing. It's uprooting yourself from a first world country, right? They got everything, right? To live on your ancestral homeland that you know there's going to be problems. You know you're going to go without. You know there's nobody going to be back here and everything like that. And to not give these people the support is, to me, is blasphemy and it's an abomination. And to mock these people that made that effort, right? They got all my support. The people that made the conscious decision to go to the continent and live, you know, I could advise people, no, you shouldn't. I would advise people against it because you're not ready. But if you do say, I'm going to do that, right? Do that. Yeah, you're going to have your pitfalls and everything. But one thing you're not going to have is people talking about you and try to undermine and question your right to be there. That's the problem I have with it. You're questioning people's right to be on the continent, right? Because they made that decision. Maybe they weren't in certain situations. And also, the onus is always on us. If somebody makes a deal with African American, African Diaspora, right? They can renege on it all the time. And the general consensus I'm seeing from this new Pan-African Sambo class is, well, you shouldn't make deals in Africa. You shouldn't take free land. You shouldn't do all this stuff like that. You shouldn't do all this stuff. No, a deal is a damn deal. A deal is a damn deal. And right now in the Sabo community, they're starting to arm themselves. And for that, I give the Sabo community my full support, because they've now basically crossed over into that idea of what an Afrikstan is. You got to arm yourself and say, look, we put the money, time, the sweat, we sacrifice years, everything like that. If you want to pry this land for us, you got to come, and it's going to be war. That's when you know you're ready to be free. Only then you know you're ready to be free. So the enemies or the people that are trying to usurp and everything got all that land in Ghana, got all that land. And this is virgin land, never touched. But now you want to freaking encroach on these people. Why? Because up until now, we appeared weak. They didn't think we were going to get to this point. They think we're going to be another Fiancra. Fiancra, I was talking to Fiancra people back 12 years ago, and you had grown-ass men I'm talking to, right, ran away like little scaredy little cowards and whatnot. You know, after they killed 2 elders, your sisters and whatnot, they threw them under the bus and whatnot and let them die and rot and whatnot. And you never went back to Fiancra to take revenge and seek and make a stand. I don't roll with cowards. I don't roll with punks. So when we start talking about this nation building thing, come correct or don't come at all. So I want to play a video. This is Sister Sabo. I'm going to look at this property and tell me, is this not worth fighting for? Tell me if this is not worth fighting for. Hold up.
You have the video you're going to play on your end?
Yeah, I'm going to play it on my end.
Okay, gotcha. Anything you want to play on your end? This, once you click on it, it should just pop something up, and then you got full control. Yes, family. College Genesis is on fire tonight. So, you know, whoever want to bring their support, bring their support. Whoever else want to bring it, he got you.
Can you put a price to this?
Wouldn't
Maybe
give an
a
exact
range.
price, because so many things I did
That's
upgrade
true.
and I changed
Yeah.
and things like that. But I started out around 60,000 US.
16,000.
60,000
US.
I started out with that, and
Mhm.
then as I added on and
Mhm.
made some adjustments, then it went up. But I think that someone can do it for 50,000.
Okay, depending.
Yeah, depending on
how many
what
rooms do we have here?
total rooms or
Yeah.
just bedrooms? I
Bedrooms.
have 4 bedrooms,
4 bedrooms,
4.5 bathrooms.
4.5 bathrooms,
Yep, and then you get the hall, the dining
the hall,
room,
the dining,
and the
kitchen.
kitchen. And these halls, that hall over there, so
Yeah.
is pretty big and stuff. So
Right.
the separate entrance.
Great.
So
I don't even like this guy, but look at this house.
Connecting Africans in the diaspora to the motherland. We are strongest standing this one. For your tourism, safety and assurance. Echo, since in the travel and see Africa. Echo, since in the connect you to the motherland. Echo, since in Echo. Get it where the black, the jean and that daily. Want to move to trouble, safety and assurance. Echo, since in the travel and see Africa. Echo, since in the
All right. I just want to give just a brief thing of what I'm talking about. Now, she says she built that house for $60,000, right? So even though people say it's free land, nothing's free, right? Because who benefits from that? They have to get the materials from local suppliers. Okay, $60,000. They gotta get builders, so they're putting people to work locally. to build these houses. In addition to what we found out in Sabo was the chiefs, right, got a racket going on, right? They're getting $1,000 to $1,200 in administration fees or registration fees for each property they give away. So 500, 600 people, that's almost like $700,000 already generated thing, or so-called free land. Okay, so you got to go through this with the chief. You got to pay for this land. Everybody knows you got to pay something, right? And nothing is ever for free. You get a plot of land, whatever it is, enough to build a house, an acre or two to build a house, whatever like that. You know, now it's up to you. Task from that to bring your A game in to construct your house and construct what you want to do. Okay, what I'm trying to say is, you don't just build a house, right, in another part of the world. And the last thing you want to sit there and think about is if I'm going to be attacked. And I'm getting sick and tired of the underlying thing every time we deal with Africa, right, is violence. Everything's teetering on violence. It's like we can't solve things like civilized people. You don't see the Lebanese going through that. You don't see the Chinese going through that. You don't see anybody else but us because we appear weak. And that's why I say it's time. All these communities right here need to be armed, need to know self-defense, and we need to have security and all stuff like this. You know, done with all the talk and everything like that, right? If the day comes and people say, after you built all this, now imagine this. This is what happened in Fiancra. People built houses not to that level, but so level. And now where they at? They got villagers living in those houses because people fled. You took your life savings, everything you worked for in America because you believe you want to go back to your motherland. You want to be closer to your roots and everything like that. But someone else basically says, don't even care about why you're coming to Africa. They don't know. They're not educated about who you are or what make you want to go to the middle of Ghana and all these places like that and start over again. Why do you want to be around your own race and you want to connect with your roots in Africa and whatnot? They don't care. And so the bottom line is this. So if they can take it from you, they'll take it from you. Now, if that's reality, you say, well, I thought the world understood our story. The world doesn't care about our story. You know, they don't give a damn if millions of those came up with slave ships. If they could do it again, they would do it again. You would be back on those damn slave ships. And we're the only group of people on the earth. The African-American people don't have any sort of military, geopolitical power protecting them on this planet. Nobody's going to come to your aid. Nobody came to aid those sisters at Fiancra. And this is why I say, people say, why are you so about Liberia? Because the same thing that's going on right now in Sabo is the same thing our ancestors faced when they tried to return to a place like Freetown and they tried to settle themselves in Monrovia. Just innocently want to live on their continent in peace. That's all. They were there to oppress the natives. Are the people there trying to Sabo trying to oppress the locals? And I hear people talk about, Sabo's going to become another Liberia and whatnot. You got irresponsible idiots called content creators, right? Posing as journalists and whatnot, spewing out this stupid nonsense and foolishness and everything, putting out this stuff like that and putting people in danger in Africa, right? But go right ahead. You go right ahead. I'm telling those brothers and sisters of Bianca, arm yourselves. Get weapons. Get weapons. So when the showdown comes and whatnot, you go out with a blaze of glory. You show them that who we really are. You show them who the Harlem Hellfighters were. You show them who the 54th Infantry of Massachusetts were. You show them how the black men who stormed the beach so normally. You show them how the black men who were gunfighters in the West. That's where we come from. If you think you're going to roll over us just like that, you are sadly mistaken. No more nice talk from me anymore. Either we're going to do this like brothers and sisters, or we're going to just have it out, you know? Chill, it means business. Give a context and situation. How the house video gets destroyed. Unjustly. Well, what house are you talking about? I'm talking about the
house you just shown.
Excuse me? Oh, no,
house
that
you
house
just-
wasn't destroyed. I'm just saying that's a beautiful house. It wasn't destroyed. I'm saying that this is a lady, right? This is not just somebody putting up a shack. You see the level of how to build a house like that in Africa. Does that sound like somebody that just wishy-washy? No, that's somebody that says, I'm going to put my life savings into building a house. But the property and the whole thing is under assault and threat. And so what I'm saying is that the people in Sable are saying, no, we're not going to go out like that. They're starting to arm themselves because there's locals that trespassing on the property, trying to provoke stuff, trying to use deliberately trying to bring their goats in, their cattle in, just doing just stuff like that to try to irritate the situation, try to intimidate and stuff like this. And so people of Sable are like, yo, what's going on here? What's going on here? I thought we had a deal. I thought we had a deal, whatever like that. Well, the deal is like once you make that deal, now it's saying like this, just like the white man does. We made a deal. White man's like this. We didn't know you were going to take it. Oh, so hey, you signed right here. This is a deal. And you know what the white man does? He backs it up by force. What's going, Bobcat? And he backs up by force. He said, "Oh, we have a deal. Now, if you don't like the deal, you could do that like that, but we're going to go to war." And that's what he did. That's how he took Southern Africa. Those Africans were signing things on the dotted line, and they didn't know what they were signing. But this is a situation where all parties know what they're signing. So how can you basically renege on something like this? Once you say, okay, it's 5,000 acres of land for the people over here, 5,000 acres, that's it. And the people put their money down to have that property and everything. And then even back then, you could give the people money back before they start building. But once people start building infrastructure, right? Once people start building infrastructure, laying the foundation, that's it. That's it. We're the only group of people in the world that could build infrastructure and let it be taken away like that. Like, let me give you an example. The West financed Vietnam, Saigon, right? All the infrastructure of Saigon, the pearl of Southeast Asia, beautiful civilization, beautiful city and everything, was financed from the French and the Wall Street banks. Now, when the communists said that we're going to take over Vietnam, whatever like that, the West said no. France and everybody after this war is concluded owes us money. They got to start paying us money. Now, if the communists take over, then the money's not going to come in. So what happened? The Vietnam War. That's the rules. Once you settle and build infrastructure and everything, that's it. That person settled there. You can't uproot that person, whatever like that, unless they voluntarily abandon their settlement and leave like that. But that rarely ever happens. Except for in our situation, where we have fiancra, we had grown-ass black men from the West who ran like little scaredy cats and whatnot and let these people run them out of there after they put money down, built houses, built this, built that, even built a school for local children, and they let two elderly sisters, couldn't protect two elderly sisters, and they ran. Because they didn't have guns. They just thought this, in the by and by, I'm in Africa. You don't know where the hell you at. You don't know these people. It's your job to understand who they are, and it's their job to understand who you are and why you're there. If you're not, don't go there. If you go to a place and the people can't understand your story, that's why when I talk about Africa, when I talk to people say, why you like Angola so much? Because I talk to Angolans and they know our story. They know why we would want to come to Angola and say, yeah, because we got plenty of land, a lot of African American descent from that region, the Congo and everything. They say, yeah, we understand your story. So they're not less hostile. They know what's going on in America. They know our position, what we did and everything like that. They know about the transatlantic slave trade. They know about also like that. So when people know your story, right, that's an easier transition to building among those people. But if people don't know your story, and not only that, they're sort of hostile to your story, sort of dismissive of your story and everything, and you're trying to move next to them and everything like that, that's a recipe for disaster. So that's what I want to open up with, Bomani. So you want to go into your... You want to go into...
Yes, Carla, you're finished, brother?
Yeah, that's my opening.
I thought you just got started.
Yeah, I just got started. I'm just saying, I want you to do your thing for your presentation and stuff.
Don't have much of a presentation to give to folks right now, but yes, continue and let me just get some of these comments up and address them, and I'll just share with folks some updates. Here we go.
Arm ourselves with strategic technical. Yeah, you need to arm yourself. You need to have police. You need to have security units, cameras. You need to have all that. You need to have checkpoints. You need all that stuff like that when you talk about living on the continent. I just don't get the analogy. It does not mean you're separating yourself, but you have to have some sort of security because we don't represent by government. We're not represented by paramount chiefs. We're not represented by any stuff. So how do you protect yourself? So we're just going to be sitting ducks with just people that anytime they want to and whatnot. And then all of a sudden I listen because I've been listening. I didn't just do the show off the top of my head, right? I've been listening to a lot of people, right, lately, right? Just try to see how do I really feel about this situation, right? And I'm listening to a lot of YouTubers that live in Africa and everything like that. And there's always this fear. Well, I can't, the local people, they want what I got and they think I got so much and they always got. And I'm saying to myself, how you say you left America because of racism, everything like this, right? But yet you're living in Africa and going through the same thing, trials and tribulation. How do you live in fear? Wherever you live, you should have peace. If you cannot have peace, then it's not worth it. And so what I'm saying is, yes, it's time to get more militant in this struggle as we're going to live on the continent. We have conflicts raging on the continent that nobody talks about, right? You have literally millions of people in the Congo that are displaced. Recently, I just discovered that Mozambique has an Islamic insurgence going on. Can you imagine that? Mozambique, East Africa, is having an Islamic insurgent. What they're doing is recruiting Africans for their cause. And the real cause in Mozambique is the Islamic State and all these people want the gas reserves and the oil reserves. Everything. If you can Islamicize them, you got the gas reserves. So it ain't about the damn religion. It's about them getting hold of gas. But luckily, the Mozambique government is beating a lot of these insurgents back and everything. So we're literally fighting. And also, you got piracy off the coast of East Africa, where they're hijacking dusty ass Somalis are going out there hijacking cruise ships and hijacking everything. So I'm not going to candy coat Africa anymore to people, It's basically a dangerous place and everything. And bottom line is, when we go there, we have to be unified in numbers. As simple as that. There's no other way around it. And ultimately, an Afrikstan thing is the answer. With our own borders, our own culture, our own language, everything that we have. That basically is making all this stuff is making my case that we need an Afrikstan. Now, I say I support people who want to build communities inside of different host African countries, but I say this is the way you do it. You got to be armed and yes. Possible. But if you don't do that, and the worst thing to do is give up on Pan-Africanism, nation building. Well, I'm just going to go that. Well, we told you the ultimate goal is we have to have our own state. As simple as that. That's where you can live on the continent. You can enjoy the beauty of the continent and everything, but we have some sort of power and control. We have our own laws and rules and regulations and our economy and stuff like this. That's the only way it's going to survive. But other than that, you're just wasting your time thinking that you're going to be on the continent and not have any sort of protection.
There you go, brother. Your favorite
America
hater.
is the best place on the map, America. Look. Nobody. Why is everybody got to throw America in this thing? If you're so insecure about America, right? Well, maybe you're not American. I live in America. It's great, but this is a mission, right? This is a mission. Just like some people, the Catholics, where they have mission to what? To spread the Catholic faith and build Catholicism all the world. We're Afrikstan, Pan-Africanists. We're about building nation building based on the idea of we're a black race, and the black race needs a nation and a government of their own. And that's our thing. So in the meantime, while we're here in America, fine. Hey, I'm enjoying America too myself. But this is not our end game. Our soul, a soul and a spirit needs a body. The soul of the black man is a captive in America. That's why you see all the crime and all the stuff you see right now in Black America. That's why you see all the degeneracy. That's why you see all the dysfunction and everything like that. Because Black America, the black man in America needs a body. He needs his own space, a body, his temple to operate out of. You need a temple. Your soul needs a temple. A nation state, a land is a temple by which you can build yourself and create yourself and become who God wants us to be. We're never going to be what God wants us to be inside of America. And so no matter how much you try to say, oh, I love it in America, no, you don't. You're just comfortable in America. But America is not your end game. No sane black person will say, this is my end game. This is a place we appreciate what we did, we built and everything like that. And many of us appreciate what we have and everything like that. And we thank God for what we have and everything. But this is not our end game. Another race cannot rule us forever. We have to become a people. You know, what part of that don't you guys understand? I'd love for anybody to debate me on that. No group of people will sit there and be slaves and second-class citizens ever just for some comfort. My Marine cousin fought in the Congo, but Matt Sergeant's trained. So good for you. So what do you want, a medal? No. He should have stayed his ass in the Congo. If he would have stayed his ass in the Congo and helped out with the military, the place would be freaking be someplace right now. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't love America? America is where I made my money. Like that. But it's like you know what they like. You know what these brother people like. It's like, I love my neighbor's wife. She always brings me food, everything like that. But she's still not your wife. You know. Wow. I love Disney World when I go there, but I know I can't live there. I got to go home. You know, there's a lot of things about America I love, but I know it's not mine. It's like saying Bomani got a Bugatti and a Maserati and everything. I love Bomani. I get to drive his cars and whatnot, you know? Yeah, that's his shit. He lets me drive his car. Like, yeah, but that's somebody else's shit.
Absolutely, you know? Brother. Absolutely, brother. So D Mayor say LOL. He's just dying of laughter. I'm sure it was in reference to when you said when you want a medal or something.
Yeah.
Put up back the comment, man. This is what he's responding to.
My cousin is a Navy SEAL caller. My Marine cousin is a gangster. Whoa, a gangster. Whoa, wow, man, I should be impressed. We do train self-defense, hand-to-hand combat, high technology. We need our own shit. When we, like I said, these little communities that we're building in Africa are part of the greater Afrikstan. That's why I see it. So long as you were ready to defend yourself and defend what you got and everything, evidently, I'm looking at this NPR thing right now. This is what's significant about that NPR thing you sent me, Bomani, is this is the mainstream. It's the first article I've seen about it in the situation in the mainstream media. You know, so that's the first one I've seen in the mainstream media.
Well, maybe getting out there more. You know what I mean?
No, but think about this, right? The media is always looking for stories to cover, right? They're always looking for stories to cover. They didn't cover Bianca until those sisters were killed.
I mean, that's what the media is about, man. They're about drama and chaos, and just bad news sells more than any other news. But nevertheless, let me do a quick introduction, family, and give you all information for our schedule coming up, because Kala is excited. He's ready to lead us to Liberia and ready to show us this incredible country that has a whole lot to offer. So looking for open-minded people that have a vision to join us so we can be a part of the future in this build our beautiful West Africa and make it that region of our reconnection and some serious move. But if you're not listening clearly, just summarize basically what Kala is talking about. It's the situation is what it is. You know, we have to have strength in numbers. So when people like myself was talking about building us a community, African Diaspora community, you just got nothing but hate. But when people started being victimized and getting taken advantage of, more of them starting to realize that's the best situation. So unfortunately, you know, like you mentioned, Kyle, a little while ago, that all these things that goes on, prove your point that we need an Afrikstan. We need to focus on nation building. We need to make sure we protect and make sure we have ourselves organized. So I'm not, you know, in for violence, but people do have to defend themselves. That's one of the things that, you know, certain people in America, when you talk to them, not going to call any names, one of the things that they're serious about is they're serious about their guns and protecting their family and protecting themselves. You know, you can call them different names and things, but that's one of the things that they're serious about. So not saying much of, you know, what we should do and things like that, but yeah, we are, it's one of those situations where it's, you know, it's like you have land in places that's never been developed before. And then as soon as some of us come and start developing it, it becomes this unnecessary, foolish problems to where people using their so-called culture and, you know, so-called indigenous and so-called many different things, to, you know, and I'm always saying that, you know, why is that the situation? Why, you know, if you had that, all this, you know, all this energy about your land, why didn't you do something to develop it? So that's the level of hate that we deal with, unfortunately, and the level of situation where, you know, where people literally doing just bad deals with you. And I love traveling to Africa and connecting and doing things in Africa, but that's one of the things that we all, and if you're blind, you're deaf, dumb, or stupid, you know, if you didn't listen to nothing else, you know, it's real life, you know, so you just have to just think about protecting, looking out for yourself. You know, all of us want to do many good things, but the most important thing is us looking out for ourselves and making sure that we're not victimized by people by looking out for each other. So it's one of those things. If we're going to make those moves, let's make those moves and do what we really need to do to this, protect ourselves and live out our ancestral dreams. But one of the things is we got to get away from that fantasy as just looking at like-minded people. Like you talk about a guy from the disaster channels, always talk about like-minded people. You know, we talk all those things, and you know, while you're doing that, people are scheming on you. So more than ever before, you know, it's a lot has changed since the, you know, the Ghana 2019 year of return. You know, it's been an open world now. Some people are seeing things so we got to step it up, family. So, you know, I got people coming in. I'm always going to just be real with them on the situation. And some of them look past what I say and they're always just an angry person because of certain things. Yeah, I've only been traveling to Africa for 20 years and only been to many different countries. And I only just know a whole bunch of people in different countries in Africa that share their experience. And almost none of them call me with, you know, it's like the quote, the situation we have to look at is after 1 year, let me get your feedback. Because the first month, you know, you're gonna have some feedback that'll be nice because you're gonna feel the freedom, you're gonna feel certain things, but then you're gonna look at other things, and so that's when it becomes real. So, and then you're gonna start saying that, you know, you're gonna start seeing a trend of you getting overcharged, scammed, shakedown, people scheming on you, and things like that. And that's the unfortunate thing. So when we're talking about building Afrikstan, building communities, building cities, towns, is not to demoralize or disrespect anybody or try to take advantage of anybody or over dominate anybody. Anything that we as a people build is beneficial to our people on the African continent. Well, what we're saying is that we need to protect ourselves to where what we're trying to build don't get destroyed or don't get you know, reeled away to where everybody got paid and our project didn't get built, because what you're doing is destroying the future of your children. If you have investors from another country, which we are, and especially those who are returning home for ancestral connection and to do investments in a country, you have to look at it as fact. And I'm not saying that I expect everyone to just understand this, but it's like that's where leadership comes in. So for the people who care about their countries and care about investors and people coming in, you may have to step your game up and help protect your investors and your people coming in. It's that simple, especially if you know who your people are. Don't side with bad behavior, and then next thing you lose out on business and your people lose out and the country lose out. And that's one of the things I'm saying to us as a people. We have to get away from the selfishness and the foolishness. So this is myself there on the African continent. Like I tell people, nobody can challenge me. I spend my money. I've dedicated 20 years of my life. I've given up great opportunities, very lucrative opportunities, and you know, and accepted less and put more time and more commitment. So me and Kala is just not here to start talking and playing games and just we're being real with you about the world of nation building, Pan-Africanism, and what's going on in Africa. And in the end of the month, you're gonna see us live in Liberia. You're never gonna see as much footage as you're gonna see, because we're here to just open you up. Like, hey, you have seen us go to many different countries, so this is another country that we're going to. Now that you know all the things that we have talked about, what you're gonna do. Are you going to go there now and then just isolate yourself from your brothers and sisters from the diaspora and say you just want to be a native person, and then next you're in the middle of just situations where it's what it is. It's like if you go anywhere in the world and you isolate yourself and you don't put yourself amongst people who got your back and really just down for you, which is going to be your people where you came from. So don't go to Africa running from, say, I'm hiding from, I don't want to be around no African Americans. I don't want to be around anybody from diaspora. I want to be in the, it's like whatever we decide to do, you're in the culture, you're in the country, but why not make it as easy and simple as yourself? So we're going to be talking about really hardcore nation building and Pan-Africanism, and why, if you're not going to come to make a move to the African continent and connect with your brothers and sisters from the diaspora and try to find the best people to work with, you're putting yourself in great danger and harm. Yes, D May, appreciate you, brother. So family, with that, let me just share our schedule, and then Khaled is, Khaled had to cool off for a little bit, man. So we're going to go to our schedule, and then he's going to come back and he's going to be on fire. So if anyone want to come and question him and, have a dialogue with him, come on in if you want to debate with him.
Ready for this next segment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure they won't, but we'll do it. So family, this is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And my goal is to keep it simple with this one. Anyone that's really interested in traveling with us, one of the things is I'm not spending too much time with chasing people and doing certain things. If you have any interest, the website is there. We put a lot of time working it, africafortheafricans.org. There's slideshows, there's MP3 player, and then, once you scroll down to the website, you're going to see social pages you would never see as much videos in different countries and pictures that's all over the different networks. So that's what we do. So when we talk about how things really are, that's my experience. It's 20 years from Senegal in March 2004 to it's March 2024, 20 years. So that's what I base it on. And the next journey is at the end of the month to Liberia and Morocco, and that's March 29th to April 9th. So when I talk about 20 years, that's it. So you can, one of the documentaries that I do have up on YouTube is all the footage that we took in Egypt, which is April of 2004. The Senegal one, I have the videos here, but that didn't make the cut. But usually don't like putting up old footage. We have a whole bunch of them and probably should have over the years. But what we're going to do is just create new footage and documentation. So for those who are not clear or not sure or don't know much about Liberia, here we are. We're on the way to Liberia. So Kala is going to be there, and he has a whole lot to share. And Revolutionary will be there with him, so it'll make it. He's gonna just have a whole lot to share with you. So you're gonna see a lot of us meeting for the first time and connecting for the first time, and we have a whole lot to share with you. So we want to let you know, family, that's what our nation building and Pan-Africanism is about. Those of us who talk the talk, then we put our energy together, work together, and we show you the outcome. So that's what you're gonna see. So for those who have been denying or just not clear about what we're doing, you're gonna be able to see it in full-fledged view, because 2024 is just a nice special year. Beyond just the 20th year of us traveling to Africa and just doing research and documentation, it's a year of us want to just reach out to people for more support on how we can do these things together and how we can just build straight up enterprise and and ultimately create more opportunities for our brothers and sisters on the African continent. I realize that's one of the situations that has to be figured out, and the more we can all figure to do that, and the more we can create opportunities for our children, the better chance of them going astray and put themselves in a situation where you just have a level of jealousy and hatred towards other people who are really coming in the country to assist, connect with you, and build with you, because it's ignorance. It's also a lack of this education. So we as a people have to educate each other, and it's one of the things it's what it is. The education system in Africa is very poor, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude to anyone. and things like that. And not saying that we as a people in the diaspora is much better and things like that, but we do have a lot to offer as a people. So we're gonna have to figure it out. So family, you're gonna be able to see that connection in Liberia, and then we welcome those who are open, especially proud of your people in America. Come and see what our people built, and more important for me, from the history to which is always a foundation, because one of the things is you have something to work with, regardless of whatever the situation is. When people talk about Marcus Garvey, talk about Liberia, talk about some of our greats who made great sacrifices. It's what it is. They build a foundation. They mistakes or whatever you call it, great movements. You all learn from it. So we had the privilege of learning what our ancestors did, and the best thing for us to do now is to come together and figure out what we can do to take it to that next level, instead of all of these ridiculous, crazy debate about this person, what they didn't do. But it's like, how can you judge dead people who have dedicated their life to you, and then you haven't built anything? So that's the thing that's always funny. But nevertheless, family, as we move forward, definitely looking forward to that journey. So maybe I look at the time here, it's literally 27 days. So we'll be physically in the country in 4 weeks. All right, so from there, family, we're moving to our Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour. That's July 11th to the 23rd, 2024. And this is our 24th journey. And, we've learned a lot from these movements. And that's why we're locked in on building our Black Star Pan-African community. So just like I talk about Liberia, looking for visionaries, looking for people we can work with, and build these communities, build these investments, and create these opportunities for our children in general, our children of Africa, and the future of what we're doing as a people. And and we're hoping to just get some good energy and some good feedback from people on the African continent. And I'm always saying that when you see those of us coming there doing good, make sure you protect us from the evil, wicked people that you have around you, because no one can say that, oh, our country, everyone is so nice and wonderful. The reality of it is it's real life. You have criminals, crooks, you have crazy people and so on, but don't let those people destroy the future and the vision of what we as a people looking to work towards in Africa. So I'm reaching out to all those people who just, you're there in the country, your people are scammers, and your people are up to no good, and it's not going to end well for you also, because you're going to be considered in on it, so no one can tell me these things. So I'm just warning people to stay away from what we're doing as a people, because all you're going to do is destroy the future of your children, because the only set of people on this entire planet that cares about Africa is only one set of people, is the Black people in the African diaspora. And I guess some of the people in Africa do care about the African continent, but I ask to what degree? And then everyone else is just coming into this, take advantage of the situation. Every single representation from other parts of the world are there to this. It's business as usual, invest in business. And if I got to open up a factory and give people minimum wage and treat them bad just to make our production go, that's where I'm going to go to do it. So I'm reaching out to my brothers in African diaspora and African continent, wherever you were born at. That's the game. So unless someone else have a better game plan for us, let us know. But like I tell people, I have a lot to say, because I've dedicated 20 years of my life. I'm not somebody that sat around as an armchair revolutionary. I could be living great and well, enjoying my yacht out there and enjoying certain things. But those of us who come from a certain struggle, you dedicate your life to that struggle to make a difference. You're not trying to live poor and things like that. That's what I'm all about, money and business, because I get to pay the people that we need to pay, and I get to invest and do the things that we need to do. That's why everything that you see have numbers on it, and it's just us doing honest business, making profits, reinvesting profits, and investing in our people. So we've tried to keep these tour prices as minimal as possible, with the highest level of accommodations and what's included. So that's what you have to read when you see these things. But I guarantee whatever numbers you're looking at on what anyone else, it's going to be higher, and it's going to be less included. So the Liberia Ghana journey, our West Africa energy, check that itinerary, just beautiful itinerary. All right, so we're going to proceed to the fall to Egypt for our Roots and Culture journey. That's November 21st to December 2nd. So we're going to take you from Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, Abu Simbel, and Hurghada. Yes, we're going to do all of that in literally just 9 days. But that's going to be an incredible journey, especially looking forward to the Nile Valley cruise as we take you from Luxor to Aswan, or Aswan to Luxor. That's where the boat flows. So that's always an incredible journey, and that's this gives us a chance as people to network, connect, and build new friendships and build future, future openness as far as us doing things on the African continent. So our good sister that's hosting us, Sister Mitrell, we have a lot to share with you on other things also, as we're trying to open more things up to people living and doing business on a on a literally just corporative level, where it's us together as a people. And strength in numbers is going to make a difference. And that's one of the things that, hopefully from our conversation today, everyone have learned that that's the only thing it could be, because if nothing else, we'll get discouraged and we lose interest in Africa. So it's one of those things where we're not going to just look at these problems. We're just going to look at solutions. So those are our solutions for you. So we're going to close out the year, family, in another wonderful African country, South Africa. That's December 24th to January 4th. So we completed this journey December, January last year, this year, and looking to replicate the journey and just set it off. So those who are interested, please just make sure you look through the details. We have footage, videos, details, photos all over the place. So you can process that to get a feel of it. But the tickets, everything is very expensive in the December month. So that's what the price is a little higher there. Yes, family. So as we proceed, 2025, looking to make some adjustments on the schedule. But for now, if we don't have more interest in Senegal and the Gambia, that's April 1st to 11th. We're going to just replace it with another journey. And so I'm giving myself until end of April. Beyond that, looking forward to this. Have a nice, incredible schedule during the springtime. From there, we're going to proceed to our 25th Ghana journey of a lifetime. So we're looking to have as much momentum, as possible for next year, and really just expand the brand of what we're building. And it'll just be years of lessons that we have learned and things we have figured out how to just make these things work and build a community and actually just understand the things that you're dealing with as a people. So as what we have on that journey, both the Ghana journeys, is business conference, land tours with our Black Star Pan-African community, and we have 2 other associates that we work with, that we can give you flexible options and make sure you just get what you want. So those are the things that we just begin to organize more and more. So the scammers and the haters and other people, you may have gotten us once or twice, but one of the things is, we're coming up stronger. So brace yourself for impact and things like that, because it's one of those things where the world is changing and the rest of the world is, putting their energy together, and they're developing and they're competing. And one of the things we're not going to let visionless people literally just leave, put us in a situation where we're left behind in the world of develop, and then we're just like the slaves and the laborers of the world. So it's one of those things where, it's up to us, visionaries, leaders, or whatever you want to call yourself, to make sure we protect ourselves from and our people from these wicked doers, because now it's a popular thing now to see more of us coming to the African continent, and it's more people licking their chops and things like that. So we're ready, family. So we're gonna bring it strong. And then for those who always want to go back to Brazil with me, this is Brazil again. So don't talk about it, let's be about it. Make sure you be ready to commit, connect, and so on. And that's the link below, family, for our Black Star Pan-African community. That's a vision in works, and we have made a lot of forward movements and still got a few more forward movements to make. And the good thing is we got started, and the good things is we're clear about all aspects of things. And it's kind of like making an omelet, and it's what it is. You have to break some eggs, and that's what we're gonna be doing, family, breaking eggs and making things happen and operating stronger than ever. And as we scroll down, family, before I get back to our scheduled program with College Genesis, these are the links on our website and our group photos that go all the way down. And this is our group photos, but what's not included is my many different journeys from 2004 and 2005 on fact-finding research mission and video documentation. And for those who ever come by and meet me, those are some of the things I show. And you'll see this things on VHS videotapes, family. For those who just don't remember those things, the big cassettes So this is one of our last great, wonderful pictures. That's us in South Africa, and that's my father to the left right there. Yeah, so and then that's my son right there in the middle right there. So you just sometimes see different family members of mine, and usually I have good brothers and associates. And some of these are people who have traveled before in the past, and we have connected. So, and the same as this photo right here. So, family, let me get back to our regular schedule program. And for those who are interested in our World of Africa Tours investment, that's our website. And for those who are interested in anything we talk about as far as Bomani technology, the websites are there, the links are there. I'm a person that put work into documentation, and I prefer for anyone who have interest in anything that we do to take a look at what we have, process it, and then if you are open to connecting, then you make that phone call, and I'll be ready for your phone call, and then we can proceed with business. Because everything nowadays, family, we have to be as efficient as possible, because we're so far behind, and it's time for us to just lead a new charge. Yes, brother Color Genesis, we're back in effect. And I hope you're ready for another round, a stronger round.
Right.
And then I'm looking forward to seeing who is ready to connect with you. And let me see what comments was made.
Baruti had a couple of good comments up there I wanted to address. I'm saying that diasporas group-wise can purchase home and establish gated communities. They have locals, equal, diasporas, neighbors, white of fear. Look, nobody's saying that. We can build gated communities, but can you protect them? Baruti, I think you need to go to and one of the things I want to talk about before I answer that comment, right, is I have not seen any sort of xenophobia or anything in South Africa, surprisingly, towards Black people from the West. So far I have not heard any sort of incidents or anything like that. The only thing I think back in the days, I think what was that rapper? What's that rapper? What's that rapper from Queens? Got robbed. What's his name? Keith Murray. That was the only incident I ever seen that happened that really made any headlines or anything like that. In South Africa, to be perfectly honest with you, right, you have people living in gated communities that's still not safe. I've seen videos where people have bars like jails inside the house from one room to the next, because people break in, they hop the fence, kill the dog, and you're not in South Africa, you're not allowed to have guns or whatever like that, so you're not allowed to protect yourself. So gated community is not always a safe thing to do. But the thing is, Black people from America have not experienced anything in South Africa that I know of just of yet. But what I'm trying to say is, though, they have not seen any xenophobia or somebody telling them they can't be there or whatever like that. West Africa is our homeland, where we came from, and we're going through this in West Africa. So gated communities are okay, but you got to also protect those gated communities. You have to have security. People have to be armed. You have to have weapons in your house. You have to be able to protect yourself. Why? Because that's a deterrent. If you don't have a deterrent factor, this wishful thinking of Ubuntu that everybody's going to love each other. No, you got to protect yourself, and especially when you're living in a foreign country, you have to have those things in place. You can't just say, "Oh, we're going to build a gated community and we're going to be happy ever after." You guys still leave the gated community. You guys still got to come back, and also, no one's saying segregate themselves from the locals. It's just saying just put things in place where the locals are on our side. The locals are on our side. They're doing business with us. They're working with us. We're working with them, and stuff like that. And also we have to have the discretion about who can come around us. If you come around us and we know you're a scammer, we know we want to be able to say you're not welcome here. That's another thing Black people in America are not used to. They're not used to be able to pick and choose who comes around them. And I think that's a reason for why a lot of us act the way we do lately with this stupid FBA. We never had that thing, because everybody just come to America and just come to our community and everything. We don't know who what is, whatever like that, and the person's friend or foe, whatever. So, like I'm saying, is we're going to build these communities in Africa. We have to have the ability to say, okay, you're good. You could be one of us. You're a Ghanaian, but you're a Pan-Africanist. You understand what Kwame Nkrumah talked about. You're educated on who Malcolm X was. You know who Garvey was. You know who W.B. Du Bois was. And you have a general education about who we are, just the same way they expect us to know who they are. And when that happens and everything, then those people are more than welcome in our communities. But you can't just say, okay, just go there and like that, just anybody just come around and everything. Look what happens. Look what happens. So I hope that Baruti, that answers your question. Baruti. That's all network local. Yeah. 5 Point Star, we network with the locals, but you got to you can't just that we have local people in all these places. We have to have the ability to say, okay, although you're a local, we don't like your business practices. We don't like, some of the things you do. We don't want you around. We have to have that thing. And also we're in their. He said we're in their land. Actually, when you purchase land, it's your land. It's our land now. If we build a community like a Sabo, it's a Pan-African village. Chikazi is a Pan-African village. So we have the right to say, this is our land. This is where we're making a stand. This is where you don't get it. But you want to be like, you want the local just to run rapid, just take what they want and dictate to us how we should do. No, it don't work like that. You give somebody an inch, they'll take a mile. You have to be like, okay, we agreed that this is going to be our land. This is we're building a community, a village, and everything like that. And so respect that. So they may have the country, but this land right here, this is where we make our stand. This is where we make our stand. I hope I'm clear about that. Because people say, oh, this is their land. That basically is an invitation for saying that you could basically do whatever they could never do what they want to you. They could come and just walk over your property and do whatever they want to do because it's their so-called land. No, if we buy the land, it's our land, or like that, or we settle there, we have an agreement to settle there. No, it's ours now. Now, outside of that land in the surrounding areas, okay, that's fine. But that land that we control, whatever like that, that's ours. And we're going to control that by any means necessary. That means checkpoints. That means, security and everything like that. That means surveillance. That means all those things, questioning people. Do you have ID? Do you have, who are you here to see? Whatever like that. That's the way we're going to have to survive and on the continent. It's about doing business with locals. Should focus on things. Look, if you're living on the continent, right? I hope you understand this, right? Who do you think you're going to get a lot of your food from? The locals. You're going to get a lot of your food. You're going to go to the market, and they're going to be your main suppliers of food, and they're going to benefit from our presence there. What do you mean by we have to do most of our business with ourselves because we conduct business a certain way.
Brother, does this person get on and just have nothing better to say? Jim Jones 2.0. This hater literally want to see us not succeed. And I'm like, where's all the hate coming from? What do we do to you? You say you love America, then stay in America, build business so we can go to Africa and build business and we can do global black business enterprise. And that's simple.
And there's this thing that I want to know what this America House of Spy would think about the number of white Americans who are moving outside America. You know how many white Americans living in Spain right now, in Germany? They say, oh, we love it here because its cost is less and all this stuff like this. So a lot of white Americans are making beelines to other countries, They're living in places like Singapore. They're living in places, the Philippines. A lot of white Americans are living in Mexico. Do you have that same smoke for them? No. You only want to tell the black person in America that I bet you this person, Holocaust, don't even care about black people moving to Mexico or Canada. He just don't want to see us go in Africa because these people hate Africa. They hate being considered African. They don't want any connection to Africa. That's all it is, you know. So that's the sad part about these people. And Pie Point says locals might have a proper mail service. We help out with delivery service through FedEx, improve healthcare. We help the farm. And we build infrastructure. Yes, locals will benefit from that. But let's be honest with ourselves. That's not our responsibility. We could build a clinic. We could build all these things and everything, and the locals will benefit. But that's not our responsibility. That's the responsibility of their government. And we could work in conjunction and everything, but the burden can't be all on us. So we don't care about what the white man's doing. Yeah, you do. Because you don't want the white man thinking that you're disloyal to him. You don't want getting out that there's black people that's leaving America that want to build in Africa and whatnot. That's your worst fear. So you do care about what the white man does. Kala, I don't agree with West Africa. Stereotype is only home to diaspora. West Africa is where most of us come from. West Africa and Central Africa, places like the Congo and Angola and whatnot. That's where most of us come from. But specifically in West Africa, that's where a lot of problems are happening for black people returning, unfortunately. I have not seen black people from Angola talking this like, oh, well, we got cheated on land and so like this is always in West Africa. Why is that? That's just shame. The African Diaspora epicenters will be properly secured, robust and physical security system. Yeah, boundary security. Yeah, we need to have that. Because if you don't have security, you have absolutely nothing. You build a city, you got to have a police force, you got to have a fire department, you got to have all these things. Whites can move to Africa, and Africans won't touch their homes. Well, for the most part. I haven't seen a lot of white people move into West Africa, but this, and a lot of times people understand that you touch white people, you got to deal with their government, you got to deal with the embassy, you got to deal with, there's going to be an investigation. The heat is immense if something happens to white people in Africa. They know that. Africans know that. But they need to have that same sort of respect for us, going over there, because we're sending people over there. They're putting their life savings and everything like that. And this could jeopardize the whole, not just Pan-Africanism, but the whole black unity and the whole idea of black unity. Imagine if this movement fails and it gets out that, African Americans can't go to Africa and there's stuff, and that ends the chapter in this. Then what happens is the whole black world will come under dark ages because that once unity that they feared, the white man feared, that unity that they feared of black people around the world being on the same page is gone. So therefore, we have to take this seriously about thing. We have to understand both sides of the argument. If you say that you don't want us in your country, that's fine, but give us reason and everything. But don't invite us in and then basically wobble on it, because at this point we have to defend ourselves. Colin, what do you think about the so-called West African location source of anti-diaspora hostility as compared to other regions? Please elaborate. Well, look, I don't think it's so. It's mostly YouTube. There's a lot of people that live in Black people from America that lived in Nigeria and these countries for decades. This is mostly a YouTube phenomenon, right? Put on by these YouTube sambos and whatnot, just like this. I got no problems with people from Africa. I talk to them all the time. Liberia is my baby and everything like that. I have no problems with people like, look, wherever you come and you feel welcome. You have that's the majority of experience in Africa. But what's always going to be highlighted is all the negativity. And also, when you go to the continent of Africa, one thing you never do is you don't start bad mouthing America like you're desperate and everything. And then people see that on the continent, that invites this sort of energy around you where you feel where you're going to be vulnerable. Just go over there and say, yeah, look, I just want to change the scenery. I want to live on the motherland, and I want to live here, and I'm here now. So that's it. Don't go saying that how the police were chasing you down, police were shooting you, and stuff like that. There was an incident a couple of years ago where that girl, I forgot her name, that was in Tanzania, young girl that was in Tanzania. I forgot her name. She was in Tanzania, and she said at the police station, one of the policemen say, she said, somebody said, I'm gonna call the police because we know you black people in America get shot by the police and you're scared of police, so we're gonna call the police on you. In Tanzania, threatening somebody black America with the police because the message got out there that, oh yeah, I'm in Tanzania because I'm fleeing. People actually went over there on vacation talking about I want asylum because police brutality, all this kind of stupid stuff that we bring on ourselves when we go to the continent. And in Tanzania, the black community in Tanzania do not work together. They do not talk to each other. They do not work together. They're not looking out for each other, anything like that, you know. And that basically, when you look weak to people, you know, and not say every person, but you're going to invite those type of people that's going to basically take advantage of you. That people's going to take advantage of you. People's going to intimidate you. People's going to make you feel it. You don't want to feel like that. You wherever you at, you always want to feel strong. If you don't feel strong, if you don't feel secure or not, then you're not in the right place. You know, you should always feel comfortable. You should always feel at home. You should always feel relaxed. You always feel at peace where you're at. And I don't buy the idea that you got to go to your mother continent and live in fear. I don't believe in that. That's why I believe in black people. And when we start, we're in significant numbers in several places and whatnot. Yeah, we need to have rifle clubs. What happened to all these in America? I keep seeing all these black rifle clubs and all stuff like that. We gotta go to the range and all stuff like this. You know, yeah, you have to do the same thing no matter where you go, whether it's America or whether it's Africa. You have to basically arm yourself, and you have to basically be secure about. Take self-defense classes, you know, and be, you know, have a sense of discernment, you know, about where you're at and what things can happen to you. You know, what neighborhoods not to walk down at night, you know, or make sure when you go out in places like that, you're in groups. And so you're always checking in with somebody and everything. Well, I haven't seen somebody in 4 or 5 days. Well, geez, where is he at? Check on each other and you know, just have each other's back. It's more than just arming yourself and just having each other's back, you know, and just basically looking out for each other, you know, so why do you think so-called West African source of why do I think? I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, I just think mostly it's the internet. You know, I don't think it's, you know, West Africa in particular. I just think it's just the internet, you know. Do you think Pan-Africa survived without Black Americans? You know, Pan-Africa is...
My answer is no. I'll give my direct answer. My answer is no, absolutely not. It would never happen. If it was going to happen, it would have happened a long time ago.
Right. I was going to say that. I'll say, look, the bottom line is Pan-Africanism is probably the people who are most in need of that idea of unity is Black America. You know, we live in a white country, white America and everything. We've reached the pinnacle of everything we could achieve in America. But one thing we do not have is this idea that there's a place on this earth for us to be free of this bondage of race. I said when I went to Africa for the first time, I said I did not feel like I was African. I felt like I was a human being the first time because I didn't have to apologize for who I was. An African born in Africa basically doesn't have that experience, right? He doesn't have to validate himself every day and everything like that to white America. He doesn't have to walk around, you know, being the ambassador to Black people. I got to act a certain way every time I'm in public and everything, like, because I'm always representing my race. When I'm in Africa, I don't have to do that. You know, I'm just myself. I'm a human being. And people treat me like a human being, not just about being Black. It's just I'm a human being. Now, if I went to like Japan, I probably will feel like a human being, but people recognize that I'm Black, you know? They'll see I'm black and everything. In Africa, everybody looks like me, so I basically don't have to do that. And so therefore, that's what I'm saying. That's where the Pan-Africanism will come from. It's like, hey, I'm here in Africa. Now, a lot of times when I'm in Africa, I don't even talk about race. I don't even talk about Pan-Africanism. I said, we're doing this right now. I'm in a black country spending money with black people. So it becomes natural, organic. So I'm trying to get to the point where this thing is like a natural thing that we're doing. We're going to the continent. We're spending a lot of money on the continent. We're putting people to work. We're connecting and we're building and stuff like that as a natural thing to do. And so therefore, when you do that, you don't need YouTube personalities. You don't need stuff like that. You're just doing the right thing. You find a country in Africa that you are connected to and everything, and go there, spend money. You might find some property that you want to buy. Go ahead. You might want to donate to a charity over there. You want to do you might want to find your future spouse, your husband or wife. Those are the natural things that should be happening, right? And then as we build those things and everything, things like trade and things like business and everything will come naturally. That's what we have to have.
Yes, Color Genesis. Let me share a clip while we're on that subject. There's a quick clip. As a matter of fact, I'll share two, and I'll share another one with Charleston White. That's a classic.
He's a trip.
You know what the Hispanics do? 20 of them will be in one house. Black neighborhoods, while we fighting over who block that is, the Hispanics came in on the west side. They start with 20 of them in one house. Then they buy the house next door. Now it's 10 and 10. Then they buy the house next door. Now it's 5 and 3. And then we look up, they got the whole block now. We like, what the fuck going on? Because we don't want to work together. We so busy trying to be a boss on our own and don't nobody want to do nothing to help nobody. We fucking up the program. White people, black people. Bro, I told myself the other day, it just popped in my head. I said, I'm going to tell my kids they can stay with me as long as they want to.
Okay.
I'm not about to get to the
18.
and it's time to go now. You can live with me the rest of your life as long as we are putting a plan together for this family to be successful. We all going to live together. You know what the Hispanics do?
Yes, that's one clip.
Filipinos, Asians, they be living like 15 deep in a house and whatnot, and they build families, they work together. So that mentality of not working together, we're carrying that to the African continent, and many of these people going to the continent. If I look at them, I'm looking at some of the stuff. I'm looking at a lot of them coming from broken families in America. They're coming from loneliness and everything. And they go to Africa and they don't, and after a while, they're not embraced by the local people. They thought they're going to, and it don't work like that. And so they never built families in America. They never built, generations of family. And so they go to Africa and they think, oh, I'm escaping from all this. And they go over there and you remember something, you bring you with you. What you're fleeing from America is waiting for you on the continent. Now, if you bring a sense of family, a sense of community and nation building with you to Africa and everything like that, that's going to follow you to the continent. And you're going to be around people and you're going to be able to build and live and survive and everything as a group. But if you don't have that in America and you don't believe in that in America and everything like that, and I'm listening to some of these people, they act like they hate Black America. I look at them all the time. They act like they have, they call themselves Pan-African, but they have a loathing for their own race. Oh man, I just can't wait to get to Africa. I can't get around. And then when you go to Africa, after a while, right? Africans respect family. You can't go over there and be like, oh yeah, listen. And you can't go over there and talk about, oh, my life. Africans don't respect people. Look, they don't look if they have a relative that lived in America for 20 years and they go back to Africa and they got nothing, you'll look down upon. Worse than the people in Africa that's in the gutter. You came from America and you're coming back without a wife. You're coming back without savings. You're not coming back with education. You're not coming back with all this and everything. They look down on you. Same thing if you're African-American from diaspora. You go to Africa and whatnot, and you're not bringing nothing and not building anything and everything. You know, but if you go over there and come over there in groups and you start building, and they can see how what we're building is, and they're marveled by that we're able to organize and build on kind of, they're going to respect you like anything else. They're not going to feel sorry for you. You go over there and you just can't build anything, you can't do anything because you're all by yourself. They're not going to respect that. So most immigrants work and get it. Yeah, because they're in a situation where they got to work. You know, they got to come over here and make this work. You know, they got to make this work. And so they go to the continent, right? They got a whole village back home counting on them. They got people over here now. There's a big thing in Africa now. Like, you know, this girl that had a video out talking about, I'm sick of, she's a Liberian girl talking about, I make money in America. I'm sick of, Wayne shared the video. So I'm sick of my people back home talk about that the life we have over here, we got everything on that. She goes, well, y'all, so it used to be a time where an immigrant come over here and they were expected to send money back. Now they're like, y'all on your own. So things are changing on even on that front. But that's what we got to look at. We got to look at this is a dynamic situation, but I think it's just getting out of hand with people making a big deal about black people getting land in Africa and building and everything, and make it seem like it's their fault when it's not. If somebody says we're gonna have a Pan-African village and everything like that, and you're gonna say this is your return, you're gonna invite people back and stuff like that, and they're gonna think there's savings and all stuff like that, and we just take it as okay, you invite us back, we're gonna build and everything, we're gonna add to the economy and everything, and then when you wait till you get on the ground, the next thing you know, oh no, you can't do this, oh no, no, this person said this and everything like that. That's a cause for conflict. But the thing is, what I'm saying is this: every time I hear people talk about it, they make it seem like the diaspora, the African Americans, the diaspora are the problem. You know, that's not the problem, right? You have a natural right to want to live on the African continent, and you're taking very big risks to do that. So therefore, what we should be is when people want to build these communities, the community of Jagazi and Sabo, whatever, we should basically give them our support. You know, give them our support and say, hey, look, we support your right to be there and everything like that. A deal was made, right? And we're a country, our culture is a culture of contracts. America was a contract, you know? Everything in America and the West is contract. Contract is legally binding. It's morally binding. Contracts, treaties, agreements, and everything like that is how civilization is built. But you cannot basically have a situation where two groups of people, right? We're on one plane thinking that, oh, we signed an agreement, we signed a contract, and next thing you know, that agreement ain't worth the paper it was written on. That's where the problem comes in. That's why basically those who are over there and they feel uncertain right now, hey, it's time. If either you're gonna walk off and lose everything, and I showed that video at the first of the show for a reason, right? If that lady walks off, let's say some incident happens and some locals come over there and they manage to intimidate and people make a beeline for the airport to get out of there, something like some situation. Somebody, some dusty, raggedy Ghanaian is going to be living in a house. And stuff like that keeps me up at night and angers me to no end. The fact that I don't even know this lady, you know, I'm down with Jagazi, but I'm not even down with Sabo. But the fact that somebody could build something, I'm a just person. One thing I am is I'm a just person. If you build something and you create something and everything like that, I don't care what the circumstances, everything like that. Possession is 9/10 of the law. That property should be protected. That's why it burns me on end why people threw the Hebrews, black Hebrews, under the bus in Ghana. Nobody talk about it anymore. You know, there's out of nowhere, no warning, no nothing. Start tearing down this stuff, taking computers out, taking the siding, taking something just right in front of them. And what was a message for everybody? Say, oh, y'all shouldn't have did this. Y'all shouldn't have did this and that. These are so-called people call themselves Pan-Africanists. You shouldn't have no right to the land. They had the right to take it back and blah, blah, and all stuff like this. No, they were on the land. They were on the land. They were on the land. They built something there. You know, they had buildings up. They had computer centers. They had all stuff like that was looted and taken and stripped down to nothing without any notice and any warning. You're going to say that's just? That's why I say it's time, right? It's time. If you're going to do this in Africa or not, you have to have that deterrent factor. You have to have that, look, okay, we have this, whatever like that, but if you want to come here and take this, whatnot, there will be war. There'll be bloodshed. And not only that will happen in Africa, it's going to spill out into America too. If you start getting the Black America and the diaspora on that page and whatnot, people are going to respect us. Right now, the movement is like this. You know, nobody respects us because we have no power. We have no force. We're just sitting there saying, oh, we're going to do this. But any dusty person can just come and just take it from you and just ramshack it. And when I steal from you, break into your shit, and you can't do anything about it. You know, people outright steal from you. Then you say your brother Zabo, whatever, they will steal his silverware out of his restaurant.
Yes, brother. These are the things that go on from literally the simplest thing to big time, big money loss. That's why I share many stories with you. You know, I tell them, you know, that way we can be prepared to deal with the evil and the danger that we face on the African continent, because our people only have strength for us. Unfortunately, you know, our people don't have strength for anyone else. Like, I don't hear the Chinese, the Indians, the Lebanese complaining about any of the things that we complain about. And that's the sad part about it, because we're the people out of everyone else are the only ones coming with a heart of want to be a part of the future of Africa and be a part of seeing our children have a future and being a part of that growth. You know, I don't know what else to explain to our audience of people. That's why when you have idiots like Judea come on, I'm just have to tell people like that, you know, brother, there's no need to have a conversation with people like yourself, because you just don't get it. And we're tired of us explaining these things. So you're right on point, brother. And let me see what other comments we have. And I got one more short clip to play. Here we go. People say many things about this guy, but it's what it is. Just trying to hear what he's saying on this one.
It's fuck the community. I started out as a community activist. That's a broke motherfucking behavior. And I was broke when I was doing that. Only people who think about community is broke motherfuckers. Motherfucker with money don't give a damn about fixing the community. I came to the internet as a frustrated community activist. Then I started getting money off the internet. I don't have time to help the community, homie. I'm booked. Now I don't need help. Now I'm the strongest nigga in the village now.
But don't people look at that as you turning your back on the community?
I am. Because guess what I was doing? Every day I was walking out that door to go help the community. I was turning my back on my children, my nigga, when I wasn't storing up no inheritance. And I was coming back home broke. Spending all that goddamn time and energy and emotions and mental and psychological. I'm giving all that to the community with no return. Walking back home, nigga. Daddy, can we go get some ice cream? No, Dad ain't got it. Come on, homie. I was turning my back on them. Not only that, I was turning my back on myself. Once I started getting...
Very controversial statement. Just Color, take it on.
Yeah, see, most people won't say that, you know. Most people won't say that because people, when you talk about giving your all to the community, and you got a community that don't really care about what you're doing, They don't care about your life and everything. You're taken away from yourself and everything. And what happens is people like that, they spend their life all in the community. And next thing you know, when they're older, they're broke, their wife left them, their kids don't respect them and everything. They're bitter and broke, and they're just sitting there, they're destroyed. You know, so many people have been destroyed, right? Becoming community activists and stuff like that. That's why, with me personally, I laid down the template, right? I said the end game of Black America should be a nation of our own and everything. That shows me who's really committed to this movement, right? Because everybody could talk about stuff like this, but if you don't really show this sort of level of dedication, that tells me that you're not really serious about this movement, and I'm not going to waste my time with you and everything. Because what they do is they get you in the community. We're going to do this, we're going to do that, and the community's gotten worse. You know, over the years, I've seen the Black community, with all the community activists and everything, got worse. I did a show years ago, 2 years ago, about the number of Black community activists that were murdered. People just shot at the wrong place at the wrong time. Bullets come out and stuff like this, you know. And I said to myself, this lady has an education, everything. She should have been with her family and everything. There's one lady in Chicago, you know, and she got shot. You know, she was shot at a rally or something like that, you know, and the guns came out and she got shot and lost her life. Precious life was lost. Why? Giving back to the community. And what does the community do? What does the community do? The community don't care. They're mourning for one day, say we need to stop the violence and everything like that, and go back to doing the same damn thing. So this is what I'm saying. This sort of movement right here, where the Black community in America, right? I was urge everybody, right? Get with your families, you know. Build with your families. Build with some people, small amounts of people that you can influence and be around and everything like that. But if you think you're going to change the Black community and everything like that, you are wasting your time. Because the people that's supposed to be able to community, people we elect to office and everything, don't do it. The people with the power and the resources don't want to do it. So everybody, basically, nobody's in the community until there's election time and they want you to vote. Now they don't even tell you what they're going to do for you in the election time. They're just telling you to go out there and vote and everything, and nothing's going to change. So you got communities that are falling apart left and right. Nobody wants to build families. Nobody wants to support the police. Nobody wants to support self-help programs. Nobody wants to buy Black anymore. Nobody's talking about building Black Wall Street. Nobody's talking about education. Nobody's talking about that anymore. Everyone's sitting around doing their own thing, waiting for a reparations check. You know, talking about nonsense that you talk about online, the ADOS FBA foolishness, and gangs, and what Beyonce's doing, and what Jay-Z's doing, and what all these rappers are doing, and everything like that. That's your Black America right now. So with that being said, right, when we say that we're going to build Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, right, and you know we're dead serious. That's why people are here in this chat room tonight, because they know we're dead serious. And no matter how many insults and snaps, quips you make at us, we're succeeding with this and whatnot. And as this movement grows, people are going to realize that nation building, whether it's in America, whether it's Africa, whatever like that, is the only solution. This movement's going to grow, because I'm not giving any more credence to let's build a community. No, let's build a community, which should have been before I came along. I was one of those, we could build a community and everything like that. But now I realize that it's, as long as you live inside the white man's country and everything like that, the white man's never going to let you have those communities from day one. Do you know, people don't realize this, there was some of the first communities were in Black communities in America existed, right, in America before this country was even founded, before Washington DC was founded. There was Black enclaves in places like Nantucket, New York, all along the eastern United States, Black communities all over the eastern United States that were thriving communities, even during slavery. And what happened was, over the time, right, they were destroyed. When you build Black communities back in those days, you know how easy it was to get rich, because everybody Black, let's say you was a man who owned a lumber yard, right? and you had a lumber mill trade, you had a lumber yard, right? Everyone's going to buy their lumber from you. He's not going to go over to the white person, buy from you. So these black communities produce prosperous businessmen for hundreds of years, in America. If you're a black person, you were a trader. You wanted to sell your fish or your wares, or like you spoke to black shippers in places like Baltimore and places like Nantucket, Massachusetts, and stuff like that. We had a network of businesses that we worked together and everything. We had communities. We centered around the black church and all these other things like that. But now it seems like black people don't want to basically participate in community activities. We don't want to buy black. We don't want to support black businesses and everything. So we don't want to do our end of supporting the community. But yet everybody wants you to go out there and support the community, support the community. Okay, you want me to support the community, but you got to give me something too. How many people have a black-owned the Buy Black app on their phone? How many people basically before they buy something, when I pull over and see if there's a black-owned business in their neighborhood, and when I buy the many black-owned business directories and everything like that? Oh, no, I don't. So you don't and everything like that. That's something you can do, right, to support your community. So someone says, okay, since no one's doing that and everything, why should I basically put my neck out there on the line for the community? The community like this, you got black people that have black businesses, right? Black businesses can survive just on the black dollar in America. But nobody basically thinks it's worth their time to basically say, let me see if I could, black-owned landscaping company. Let's see if I can find a black-owned plumber. I can see a black-owned plumber and everything like that. And basically make that part of our culture, that we support black-owned businesses and black-owned institutions, black-owned law firms, and black-owned stuff like this. And we could do all that. So nobody wants to do that. And that basically what Bill Cosby was saying. He said, look, the poor people, they got to hold up their end of the deal. He said, look, there's something that we can do, right? Bill Cosby donated $100 million to black colleges and everything like that. He said, all we need to do is support black-owned this. How many of us support positive black-owned media and black-owned content and black-owned stuff? We don't do it. We want the onus on somebody to come in and save us. Oh, what about black community? But you're not doing what you say. You make this Power series, this Black Mafia Family and all that, a number one thing on Stars or whatnot, but you won't sit there and watch, support a wholesome black-owned entertainment and everything like that, to make that monetarily viable and everything like that. So we don't basically support the community. We don't support each other. We don't support real black art and everything. We just let our community go down the drain and everything. We let the worst music and everything permeate through our air and everything. So therefore, why would, like Charles said, why would you support the community when nobody basically does? Go ahead, Jay Lion.
I mean,
Jalai and Greens, brother, welcome to Pan-Africanism.
How you doing, man? And I think this is.
Are you here to respond to the subject title?
Oh yeah. I'll respond to what Kyla was saying. It's true, and I think this is what happens when you integrate. Into any type of like a white system, like here in America, right? It looks like when even when you're like an immigrant, you come here like the second generation. They lose stuff. They get integrated in the culture. They lose their culture values, and this is what happens like when black folks integrate into a system. Like you become more individualistic. You more and like the thing here in America is about like you have winners and losers. It's a highly very capitalistic society. You step over whoever you step over to get to the top, right? So that's the type of mentality you're dealing with. And you're saying like as a black man, what benefit do you get from like black America? Or there's nothing, right? So it's not you can do is for your family, but when you don't have, like you said, a nation, you live in under that. And I think what Malcolm X was saying, like he was saying that like, oh, we need to build for self, we need to do this and stuff, but people chose to integrate into trying to integrate into white America. And so this is what you get, man. You get a dysfunctional, toxic type of culture, and you see all this degeneracy, then it's like, you know, and as a price of what you call it, freedom, right? You know, the free society, people just do whatever you want to do, as long as you just don't, you know, rob a bank, do something with the law. So you have no moral, you know, there's no accountability, there's no shame in the culture, you know, to go and do all these different things. So it's like, well, you know, I'm free. I can do whatever the heck I want to do all this type of, you know. So when you create that with no, you know, when you don't create any type of structure, right? This would happen, huh? And this is the result of all that, huh? And I think that, yeah, man, it's just, you know, the stuff is really going downhill, huh? That's a sinking ship, huh?
Yeah,
We got going on.
those of us as see the whole thing is this. The reason why we're even having this conversation, right, is like me as an individual, I'm good. Bomani as an individual is good. You're probably good, right? But we know that the world don't see me as an individual. They see me as a race. You know, when I no matter how I can wear a suit and tie and everything, I'm still representing my race. You know, I'm still at all time. I'm representing my community at all time. And so, therefore, what that does is that forces a lot of Black people, right? You know, to basically, when they, what you just said, you just brilliantly articulated, right? Don't understand that. So what I'm saying now is a lot of Black people are taking that anger out on other Black people when, let's be honest with ourselves, right? We really didn't have any choice. We really didn't have any choice because the onus of America, right? It was always on us. America, let me say this in a way that I'm not going to piss people off and everything like that, right? Piss people off, right? This. You cannot have a nation within a nation. So therefore, white people know that the white power structure know that, according to the Kerner report, that most of the problems that we have in America, even the crime, poverty, everything, stems from white supremacy and white prejudice towards Black people. That's it. That's it. They asked the question, why is it that Black people returning home from the war, GIs and everything like that? Why they said, look, why weren't they able to integrate into society? It's simple. It did not matter. A white person would rather hit a mafioso or a thug move next to them than a Black man who just served this country with honor in America. You know? So therefore, they're saying everything Black people did was right. You know, they served their country. They go to church. They're doing all stuff like that. Our best of Black America was in the 50s, where Black people were owning businesses and doing the right thing. The face of Black culture was beautiful. We had jazz. We had all stuff like this. But still, there was one thing that basically prevented us from entering into American mainstream. It was the fact that white people feared racial genetic annihilation, right? And so therefore, what do you do with these people, right? And so what they do in America is they call benign neglect. That means that we can't solve this problem, because if we solve this problem, then we're going to piss off white people. If we force Black people into white society, we're going to piss black people. If we deny Black people from going to white society, we're going to piss off enough Black people, right? So what they do is they gradually this, and they let white people decide what type of Black people they want in their culture, in their society, right? If you Black people, certain Black people, they're saying, okay, he's Black, but I could deal with him. Then there's some Black people, right? You can't come around, you know? You're not going to bring your Black Muslim friend around. You're not going to bring that guy around that might be a little bit of roughneck or whatever like that, you know? But he's your family and everything, but he can't come around, you know? There was a movie that was out back in the 60s, I remember, where it was about this Black woman who basically, you know, went into corporate America, whatever like that. And they basically, she would hear comments and stuff like that about those people and stuff like that. And that was the whole thing of Black people who were moving to corporate America. They would have to endure racial jokes, jeers, and stuff like that. So it created a lot of anger and animosity that, you know, we're trying to integrate into society. Now, why were we doing this, right? because America was basically left the burden of integration and making America a thing on us. We never had the chance to heal and build for ourselves and say, this is what we want. Our whole thing in America, like we're still slaves, is to make America a better place for everybody. And so therefore, when we make America a place for everybody, what we're doing is neglecting ourselves. Because one, we never asked to be brought here. And two, it was our labor and everything that made this country what it was. And three, the third thing is we fought for every war. We turned the tide of war. We did all those things that America told us to do. We did everything. We did everything right. We went to church. We had school. Kids were respectful. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. We had those sort of communities. And America still said, we don't want you. So therefore, this is what we're at right now. That's why I don't blame my people for this, the way they feel right now. A lot of people don't understand that. They come off the boat and they don't understand why Black America is so angry. Why Black America can't just get along. Why Black people got to make everything. They don't have no idea. That's why the people that I have to build with are my own people. Because nobody else understands us. You don't understand what it's like to be rejected by a country that says it's the land of the free, home of the brave, and stuff like this.
Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, man. It's like it's like, I mean, America is very hypocritical, man. It's a very hypocritical place, and
I don't think it's hypocritical. I think that America is what it is, And
I would say no. Reason why I say that, let me hear that. They say one thing and do another, right? So my thing is that I was saying it's contradictory. I would say so. I think that they'll say that like, oh, we want this, we want this, but then next thing you know, there's like you're right, they're starting a war over here. They're starting this and all this. We want peace in the world, and we want this and all that type of thing. And well, you're right. You're saying these Black people are dying for, like, what are they dying for, right? And I'll say they dying for. They find out that like you're not getting no benefits, right? Huh? Basically, you're not getting the white privilege. You're not getting of the system, right? You know what I'm saying? I think that you still at the bottom. So you dying for this white system. So, and I think that even with that, like, the military recruits is even low, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's even like trying to get people to even when that they struggling to recruit people. So you had that, who was that guy that, even though I think that's crazy, he went and just burnt himself or something like that. But I think the white dude, and I think that I saw that basically U.S. is losing their credibility, right? They around the world. So, and I think they went over to what is it? I saw where it was like an interview where the lady Nigeria was interviewing somebody like, oh well, why are you using a second the Chinese yen as a second reserve or something like that, and all this, and it's like and basically is losing their credibility, and I think that yeah, so, and I think like what you're saying that basically black folks in America, right? They helped build the place, right? Helped build America, did all this stuff, but you ain't getting nothing, huh? So, and I think that that's a problem. Like you're right, you didn't actually be there. So, and I think that Black America in itself, it was created, not, it wasn't created organically, right? It was forced together, right? You had people coming from all different types of
Hey, let me ask you a question. Like, my whole thing is like, at the time, so I disagree with Martin Luther King. I disagree with Malcolm X. Right? We were in a quagmire, right? We did have Black communities at that time. We had Black communities.
Yeah. But yeah, what I was saying, but like you're saying, like doing it like the 30s, 40s, or 20s, like and stuff like that. it was, it had, it was better, right? But then, it wasn't even through all that madness, right? But now it's just like, I say the last 50 years, man, it's kind of just being like downhill. And I think that, like you said, the destruction of the black family, right?
Yeah.
With the whole welfare thing, with this type of thing and all this type of stuff. Then you had like, then you had like, what do you call it? The, you know, um, people trying to passing and all this stuff and the paper brown bag and, all this, so it's always trying to, the whole gender thing, putting the black woman over the black man, putting all this, you have all this, madness that's going on. So it's always put it up against it. You had to sell out. You had these different types of, things that was going on. So it's always been constant. It was been a constant friction in America, right? So like you said, most black folks don't want a divorce from the plantation, the American plantation, right? They don't want a divorce from it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's, and it's like there's some, right? And I mean, not all. There's some black folks that love America more than the mayonnaise man, the white man, right? Some of them love the place more than them. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, but then you got people that's woke like you, Kyle. Like, look, they see the truth, and some folks don't want to deal with that truth.
Me
They
personally,
think,
as an individual, right? I'm good.
yeah,
Right?
you're right. Yeah, as an individual, yeah.
The black people that love America see themselves as an individual. They don't see themselves as a group. I see myself as my people because that's what I'm proud of. This guy said we black people in America has a lot of institutions. We have 160 historically black universities. We got colleges, we got institutes, we got everything here. We do own hospitals and all that stuff like that. We got it there. But the thing is, they're not, our community doesn't have it, you may have institutions here, but it's not all connected. And the thing is, they were never going to let that happen, right? In America. The whole thing is that if you want the best of America, you have to go where everybody is. And when they start bringing other groups of people into this country, right? The only group of people that they let have their own enclaves here was the Chinese, So you got Chinese, got Chinatown, stuff like that, But black people, I don't know why they promoted us with this idea that we have to basically integrate America. We have to integrate America. Or put a thing. You got to understand something why this was created, right? And this is going to tie this up. America was fighting a war with the Soviet Union over communism. The communists were basically trying to discredit America as a country, saying America's racist and stuff like this. Black people are segregated and all something. They can't go to white schools and everything. And that propaganda was being used and spread around the world against America, right? So America was forced. Civil rights movement didn't happen because black people were marching. Civil rights movement happened because America had to make some move to change its image to the world. It was fighting a war in Vietnam. It was fighting a war in Korea, So how can you basically, and America had just dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan, not Germany. So America basically was for the first time in its history, was under the microscope of criticism of the world and the Soviet Union saying we have the answer, communism, Sovietism, and everything. And now you have the Islamic world rising up and stuff like this. And so America basically had to do something. So it came up with civil rights, and it was all tokenism. It was basically saying, oh, we got some black kids in a white school here and everything. And it wasn't like they were trying to really integrate black people into society. But the thing is, it took black people focus on building their own communities in America. And also our educated class of people and our entertainers, they brought them on board. All Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, Lena Horne, all these people are integrationists, right? What do integrationists do, right? Now, basically, I remember Sammy Davis Jr. told this story, right? Sammy Davis Jr. was integrationist, but he said he always kept it real. He basically said that there was this casino in Las Vegas, right? That he would go to, right? He said why he went there. He said because when he went there, he felt at home around his own people. Even though some of the casinos wouldn't let him perform or they wouldn't let him sit in the whatever, and it would have to say Frank Sinatra saying if he don't play there, we don't play there, whatever like that. It was part of the same group. He was saying Sammy Davis Jr. said he always felt comfortable when he get around his own people and everything like that. So that idea that we are comfortable around people was sort of shamed, that we shouldn't be like this. Our goal is to get into that white school. Our goal is to eat at that white restaurant. You see what I'm saying? And so that was that pressure that was put on us. You know, we didn't know. You know, we didn't have anybody. Now, so they wrote Malcolm off as a radical. Oh, he's a extremist. Blah 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 blah. But if the government and everything is saying that we want you to go that way, even though that the government is only doing that because it's trying to cover its ass. We support integration. We support all the stuff like this, right? Because the government's trying to sell it. American government trying to sell itself to the world as this just place and this. So we support integration. And the people that benefited from this are not even black people. It's these immigrants that came here, the Chinese and everything. Right after the Civil Rights Act was passed, before the ink was even dry, they passed an immigration law that basically brought millions of people from India and all these other, China and all these other Asia and all these other places to America. And these people basically did not have to go through the whole thing we went through. They just went right into white society. And a lot of times people, when they don't understand something, when you have an Asian or Hispanic, whatever like that, when they're able to move into a neighborhood, buy a house and everything, they don't know what we had to go through to do the fair housing laws and stuff like this. That black people couldn't get mortgages. We couldn't buy a house in the neighborhood we wanted to, even though we could afford it. Let me tell you how black people could afford it, right? A lot of times, white people, they built their situation like mom and dad, 1.2 kids. You know, had towns like Levittown and stuff like this, right? When a black person would buy a house, right? He may have mom and dad there, but you also had cousin such and such. He works, he could contribute. He in the house, we're not. So we would have more people per house in a household and everything. We had family dinners together, and people would come by and stuff like that. So we were able to afford these same houses that white people had because they were on a different trajectory. They were like 1.2 house and everything. Black people had larger families. We had extended families. We had all stuff like this. So we were able to buy houses to their surprise and afford them and pay mortgages, you know? And they were like, how we do this? Well, we had black people that had got new jobs with the city and stuff like that. So we made use of that. So my point I'm trying to make is we really had no real choice. But as far as like integration, what do white people do when we try to integrate? They moved out. So we never really integrated with America. The only thing integration we have is the fact that in the common areas, right, where we used to shop, right, we used to try to shop in black areas and everything. Those areas died. And so therefore, at the time, new shopping centers were being built, you know, so black, white, everybody shopped in Pathmark and all these other places like that, and got their things from A&P, whatever. And so therefore, the community, Black America was changing at the time. You know, we were not the same community that we were trying, because they were not going to let black people build an economic and a social base inside of America. It's simply not going to happen. You know,
I agree.
It's not going to happen. Okay. So we really didn't. But now, the one thing I would say is Floyd McKinsick saw this, right? And he started the Soul City Project, right? Which was supported by Richard Nixon. Soul City was going to be a prototype cities for black people in the future. They're going to have everything: shopping malls, industrial parks, commercial zones, office buildings, and even airports, you know? And he said we could build these sort of communities. But then what happened is this: the integrationists like Andrew Young support against that by saying that's resegregated. So you can't win for losing. So this is
you can't win for losing because you're still in a white man system. So you're in a system,
you know, because if you try to build these prototype communities where that, they say you're segregated.
Yeah, you're segregated. But look, they talking about you segregating, but look who's running the show at the end of the day, huh? And I think that's the answer, you know what I'm saying? And it's not a black country, you know what I'm saying? It's not, I mean, Black America is not a black.
Even though it's not a black country, right? you can still build community. A city is almost like a mini country, you know. If
Yeah,
you
but
have
like you
your own
said, that
city, your own economic base and everything like that.
they ain't gonna let you do it though.
What?
They ain't gonna let you do that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, we tried. You know, we tried. We have cities like Edentown and Edentown, Florida, right? But the city is like it's a city. It's a black town. So it's one of the oldest black towns in America. But it has really no real economic base. You know, most of the people
Yeah.
welfare and
That,
there's
yeah. That's why you need. That's why I said, you need something outside of it. Like China. Like most people have like a home base. Like you have like Mexico. Like if you're Mexican, like so you have something you can build outside of it. You have to get up under. We took up under this this mayonnaise man. That's what I'm saying. This system. We too up under it, and I think that's the problem. And when you don't have nothing,
that's the whole thing. Black people in America at this point in time should be talking about building communities outside of America. That's just what it is, you know.
Yeah, we don't see the bigger. We have to see the bigger pictures, and we have to understand the geopolitical thing because, like you said, the world looks at everybody as like kind of like a race thing, right? You know what I'm saying? And I think it's like each group has a certain power, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, the China has this thing, what do you call it? Russia. People are looking at black folk as a group, right? You know what I'm saying? They don't look as an individual, right? You know what I'm saying? People are looking at, okay, this group is doing this, this group is doing that, right? You know what I'm saying? White folks are looking at as a group, you know what I'm saying? Somebody, they're not battling over like what white tribe you are, what white ethnic group you are, maybe unless you like Russia, because Russia don't really get along with Western Europe, maybe like Eastern Europeans, Western Europe, but that's about it. But they say, "Oh, I'm Germany. I'm from I'm what do you call it? Where the Vikings come from, Sweden or Norway or whatever." I'm like, I'm a Nordic German. I'm sorry, they gonna give it all you white, huh? And I think that that's the thing because they're looking at like, okay, when they say, okay, Western Europe or Europe, they're not, you know what I'm saying? They're looking at them as a whole block, right? And like, and this is what we have to understand the bigger picture, huh? Because black folks don't like looking at the bigger picture of the thing that on the world stage, huh? This stuff is going on as for the whole world stage, huh? And
yeah, and also too, right? See, we're imprisoned in America, right? If America was like Nazi Germany or Soviet Union, we would have been out of here a long time ago, right? But America has such a good propaganda campaign that basically everybody's trying to get in here. This is the land of free and everything. So therefore, with that puts us in a position where if we say, look, we want something of our own, we want a nation of our own, everything, people look at us like we're crazy. We have to basically say, look, this is where the ADOS FBA movement make their thing, their problem, right?
Yeah, you're right. People a lot of black folks look at America like Thanos, like it can't be touched or something like that. Oh, if America falls, the whole world falls down. That everything I live and die, like, oh well, some black dude that was telling me, oh yeah, if America goes down, like they really buy into the whole American dream, the whole, you know what I'm saying? They they act like it's Thanos or something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's internal or something like that, no? You know what I'm saying?
Thanos, doesn't have the 6 Infinity Stones. The main thing is this: if black people in America, right, basically say that we need a nation of our own and stuff like that, that's a geopolitical statement. That's the most dangerous thing threatening America. So therefore, either we back off that, like people would tell me, Kala, years ago, people used to tell me, white guys would call on my show on Blog Talk Radio, you better give up this idea of an Afrikstan. I said, no, I'm not. He said, you better give up this idea or talk about this. It's going to cost you your life. Because one thing they cannot stand is the idea that black people in America is going to say, it's time for us to part ways. It's time for us to part ways. In other words, basically it's like this. Let me tell you like this. A white man sees something in the world that's threatening him. He has the military. the government and everything to take action. Boom. We see something, a black man sees something going on in the Congo. We're powerless to do anything about it. We saw in South Africa, the only weapon we had was the I don't know if you're old enough, you remember the sanctions on South Africa, the divest movement in South Africa, back in the 80s and everything. It was Black America who galvanized that, nationwide and brought the sanctions on South Africa, And so therefore, we're people, and there's a lot of white people still bitter about that we were able to do that. We were supposed to fall in line with American policy and be like, okay, Botha is not a bad guy and blah, 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 blah. And black people said, hell with that. We're going to basically, we want Mandela release. We want this one man, one vote. We didn't know much about South Africa. We just know it was a white government in South Africa dominating things. And we wanted an end to that,
Yeah, and I think that's basically what it is. And I think that, like you said, the West is like a parasite. It's like it like has to feed on other things, right, to get this thing right, because like and if you look at like we call it the during the plague, right? Europe didn't have nothing, right? And I think and that's what fuels it, right? And I think that and the reason why like some of these people are coming from other places, like the West, like America helped create the cartels in Mexico. You got these people coming over here doing all this stuff. They just take from other places. Then they wonder around like, oh, we got an immigration problem. Huh? We go and mess people up and have all these military, having these coups and all this other kind of crap, and make things unstable, right? So you make things stable, and you force, then you had it. So. And they need workers, right? So they're looked at as like, oh, we need some type of buffer class, right? You know what I'm saying? So these from like Latin America doing all this, type of thing, because they know their birth rate is low as hell. So it's kind of like all over in the industrialized country, the birth rate is low, hell. So this is all like geopolitical stuff, and I think that But at the point too, if you have too many people over here, it's going to cause a problem. Drain the resource. Too much immigration. They're the U.S. is getting to a crossroad. We're in and it's a crossroad for the West. So we get to a so that's how I'm seeing it.
The West needs this cheap labor. America's always been a country that needed cheap labor, right? They brought the Irish in because the Irish were going to work less than what blacks were working for in the 1800s. They brought the Irish, the Italians, and all these other people there because they work less than the blacks. And we try to move up and everything like that. As we move up and everything, and we save our money and do all the stuff and everything. We don't need these nickel and dime jobs and everything. And the whole thing is, at least if we're going to survive in America, I say like this. If you're going to survive in America, you have to have an economic and industrial base. Black people should be manufacturing. We should be doing so like that's not even negotiable. We should have. Well, we do have some manufacturing and stuff like that. We play the top 20 black businesses in America, right? So it's remarkable. But for the most part, man, black areas should be dominated by black-owned corporations and stuff like that, giving our people the basics, right? If you can give people the basics and stuff like a job and opportunity and stuff like this, then we can even talk about Pan-Africanism, because that's still just expanding our reach into a thing. Not saying that America is this, but when they left us completely handicapped in America, right? No access to credit, no access to anything, and don't respect the fact that. Let me give you an example, and it's like they hate black people, right? But they love our money. They have the arrogance to set up businesses and everything like that in your communities and everything like that. Don't give you anything. I remember years ago, I was doing a contract. It was 2020, back in 2001, right? I was doing contracting work, right? My dad, down here in Virginia, we was doing roofs and we was doing fences, contracting, right? And I went to this one housing place in Chesapeake that was low income, right? People living there, were living on Section 8, subsidized housing and everything like that, right? And then at that time, right, it dawned on me, right, when I was sitting there outside waiting for the guy to come into his office, right, I seen these white contractors out there, right, putting down electrical wire and stuff like this. Then I see another white guy installing windows in there and everything. And I seen another guy doing other things and everything like that, right? But I seen a whole bunch of black men standing around. You know, I see a whole bunch of black men standing around. Now I said to myself, now why is it that you got these white boys out there, rednecks, getting these contracts and everything? How come those black guys aren't out there doing that same work? You know, wouldn't that solve the problem? You got all these black guys standing around with no jobs, nothing to do and whatnot. And you got these white guys in there, you know, painting and doing some everything to these raggedy ass buildings that they put people in. And so I said to myself, this is what we're talking about. And nobody even addresses that, because the bottom line is this. Labor is part of the Democratic Party. If you go out there and say something like that, right, you're gonna the white people feel they're gonna people are gonna feel like they're gonna lose the union vote and stuff like this. So they basically will take. You got public housing in New York, right? Who does all the contracting for the public housings in New York and New Jersey? White guys, mostly mafia guys. They get all the contracts. They get all the stuff like this. They get all the contracts to renovate, remodel, and stuff like this. You know, and so we're not even benefiting from the basics. Imagine if majority of contracts where we live were controlled by black contractors and everything like that. That would be something. But we don't have any friggin' parity in far as like anything in America. We have no social political power to enact that. And no one even talks about that. Everybody thinks all right. So white people take most of the wealth, you know, a building maintenance, right? To maintain a building, right? Is already set aside. We're going to spend, let's say, $500,000 a year on renovations and maintenance. That's a given, right? But you go there and the maintenance and everything are people who don't live in the community, don't look like the people that's living there. So white people have a way of always taking wealth out of black people's way. Do you think it is a time where you see white people living in apartment buildings and everything, and most of the contractors and everything like that are black? No. You may see some Mexicans and everything like that doing work, but you know they're working for white contractors. So this is what we have. We have an unbalanced everything in America.
Yeah. You're right. It's unbalanced. You think the China is going to allow some white people come over to China and just take over and like, oh yeah, start moving around doing it? No, they ain't gonna allow no mess like that. Huh? And I think that like you were
trapped in a situation in America, a quagmire, a situation where like everything we do is like this. If let's say white people say we fuck black people like this, what if all black people say, you know something, you know, all the money we spend on cable and everything like that, we were only going to buy from a black-owned cable company. That's big as our AT&T made like $22 billion in 1 year. You know, but when it comes to our money, that it's their money actually. You know, that's why we have to build an infrastructure outside of America. We have all those things and whatnot that's in our control.
Yeah. So even when we get the reparation, it's just gonna go right back to white society.
It's gonna go back to white society. So
you know what I'm saying? So yeah. So even so, what's the point? Huh? So all it's gonna do is become consumers, right? It's just gonna be consumers, right? Just be like, because America feeds off of consumerism, right? So all it's gonna do is just basically go over there where you can't invest it. You invest it in where people like that's black that run. I mean, we call it that run. That's running stuff. And some guy was saying that like, oh, the African nightmare. I was saying, so it's a nightmare here too in America too. So, what I'm saying, it's not just and most of these people, what do you call it? Like it is like like you were saying. So it's not all flower and gold, falling off the rainbows and all this kind of crap that's falling off the sky where everybody's just becoming millionaires and billionaires and all that. No.
Yeah, if we did have that parity, right? If we did that parity, we'd be producing millionaires every hour.
Absolutely, brother Callum. Before you continue, and I appreciate your feedback, Jaline. Tay Brown, appreciate the super chat, brother. If you have a comment, post it so we can discuss it. And we have a person coming on, Gator. Gator, I don't know who you are. Coming with good energy and we're good. Other than that, we have to eject you.
That's G-Star.
G-Star, yeah, look like Gator. G-Star, greetings. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nation. What's on your mind?
Nothing much. I just want to know, like the reasons that Kala, the reasons that you're giving as to why Black Americans can't build in America sounds like it can also be applied to Africa. I mean, look at the topic of the show and look at what happened to that village you was talking about earlier. But I don't even know how to pronounce it. But like, there you have an instance of people coming from the diaspora trying to build a community in Africa, and look what the Ghanaians are doing to it. So how is it? How is your plan? How's your plan to build a community in Africa any different from attempting to build in America?
Here's the thing. G-Star, I'm glad you asked that question. Right. What I'm saying is, the Black people from America are coming there voluntarily. They were invited there. Okay, we were not invited to America. This is just something that we just inherited. We're just here. Okay, we were brought here against our will. That's the difference. Okay, so when the people go over there and they say, "Okay, this is your land. You're going to build a Pan-African community and everything like that," And the last thing I want to talk about is after people. Did you see the video? The first video I played with that lady, the house she built in Sable?
Yeah, I saw it.
All right, now that house right there. What do you think that woman ought to do? Her family ought to do to protect that house?
They should arm themselves, and protect their families, protect their children.
Okay, we're on the same page. So I'm saying this. So it's not just being armed; it's being organized, and have that mindset that, look, we're here. You invite us here, and that's it. There's no more negotiation. We had an agreement, right? If you didn't understand what an agreement is, this is our culture. This is our culture in America. In America, when you sign a contract, that's it. You sign a contract, you sign an agreement. That's it. That's how we do in this world. That's how this thing we call America exists, through contracts, through laws, everything like that. You don't have to worry about tomorrow if you own a building where like that. Tomorrow somebody just going to take over the building and say, something. I was going to say no. There's laws, there's paperwork, there's things in place to make sure that doesn't happen, and you have courts to back it up. And you have enforcement of laws and stuff like that to protect it. What I'm saying is this, though, in Ghana, I think although there may not have been those mechanisms in place, right? I still think that the people got to say, look, we're here. We had this agreement, and if you don't like this, like that, we're going to protect ourselves. You're not going to come over here and intimidate us off our land, of what we agreed to. That's what I'm talking about. There should be checkpoints. There should be security. There should be people watching out for each other. There should be dogs. There should be all this surveillance. There should be all these things. That's including them being armed, right? Because you don't know if people are going to come there armed, machetes and whatnot, and hack you to pieces and over something like that because they feel that you took their so-called land and everything. No, we had an agreement. Now, if you don't like the agreement, then you talk to the people who made the agreement with us. And you talk to the government who backed up the agreement that we agreed to. But now there's people out there talking about they're angry with the diasporans and all this kind of stuff like this. I'm gonna play a video. And so I'll talk. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll play a video. Hold up.
All right, go ahead. You're good. And we got a question from Tay Brown. Can you protect yourself in America, Kala? Are you willing?
Yeah, I'm protecting America. I don't. What do I have to be protected from? In America, what neighborhood go to on that. I'm armed. I'm strapped. I can protect myself, and I'm a guy who I can fight really well and everything like that. I can protect myself in America. You just gotta, you gotta protect yourself at all times. You gotta protect yourself at all times.
So he does ask about the security plan. So beyond that, about you protecting yourself as the individual, I guess he want to know what's the security plan. I guess he's asking about protecting our people going to Africa.
The security plan is just basically having organized militias. Organized militias. That's what we mean by having rifle clubs, gun clubs, stuff like that. It's a deterrent factor. Is that clear enough for you, Tay Brown? I know you don't like to hear that. You guys are waiting for the day where Africans just come in there, just ransack and carve people up to pieces. We're running scared and whatnot. That's what you guys are used to. But I'm here to tell you today that changes.
Before you play the video, I want to know your thoughts on about it pertains to what you was talking about earlier when you said the United States government pretty much only allowed the Chinese to not integrate and have their own enclaves, but like in modern times it seems like they're allowing everyone to have their own enclaves. You got you go to certain Mexican neighborhoods in America, the signs are in Spanish, the menus are in Spanish. The Spanish banks, Spanish speaking construction companies, trades companies, etc. They got all this infrastructure, and it's like a little enclave. And
let me answer that like this, right? When I'm talking about Chinatowns have been old as America is. They came in the 1800s and everything like that, right? They were basically in their own world. They didn't have anything. When I say enclaves, like Chinatown, if you were Chinese, you could not penetrate them whatsoever. They're completely self-sufficient. Everything was Chinese. They imported, exported, everything. They had nothing to do with the outside world. It's Chinatown. Everybody expected that. We're in Chinatown. Chinatown means you're in the Chinese world, and everything. The Mexicans and all these other people, it's not the same thing, because they're somewhat integrated into American society. And they may have their little areas that they live in and stuff like that, but it wasn't like Chinatown. Chinatown was just something. If you live in Chinatown, you might as well be living in Hong Kong or Beijing. That's how far removed you were from America. So and China is the way the Chinese are. The Chinese culture is very, very insular, very like this. Other cultures, they may set up communities and stuff like that, right? But they always have the hope that they're going to move into broader white society. Look at Hispanics, broader white society, broader American society. Well, the Chinese community, the old Chinese community, right, for the most part, never did that. They were Chinese and they were basically going to stay Chinese. You got people that lived here for their whole life, never spoke English. Only could read Cantonese and Mandarin. So there's a whole different world. And so with that being said, America just said, look, these people are never gonna like that. We just leave them alone. Yeah, Chinatown, New York, and Chinatown, San Francisco, and Chinatown, Chicago. We just leave them alone. They're Chinese. They don't want nothing to do with us. They do their own thing. They have their own commerce and everything like that. They live in their own world. But in the Hispanic community and everything, this in other communities not like that. It's not like that now. In the Muslim community in New York, you got them now opening their own. The Bangladeshis and all these other people have their own hospitals and clinics and stuff like this to service their community there. But they're part of the broader community. A lot of these people set up communities in black areas. And a lot of the people that go to their restaurants, go to their clinics and work for them are black or other races. Whereas Chinatown, it was different. It was like completely all Chinese. Everything was Chinese. Everybody was shut out. Did I explain that enough?
Yeah, you explained it well. You explained it well. I definitely understand what you're saying. And the Chinatowns, have a more how do more have a longer history. It's more complex. The politics that goes inside of it and how it functions is probably more complex than like the Spanish enclaves and like little Arab enclaves. But here's my follow up question. So a lot of these other immigrant communities, like the Arabic speaking community, not the broader Hispanic community, but like Mexican neighborhoods in general, specifically, it seems like the United States government is allowing these people to have functional neighborhoods, but whenever Black Americans try to build like a functional neighborhood or a functional community, it seems like the system targets us. And I want to know, and to be fair, I don't even think this system would target like African or Caribbean enclaves if they were to start popping up outside of New York. But yeah, it seems like the system targets Black American communities specifically, and I want to know why does the United States government allow all of these other people to have some form of nationalism going on in their community, where their dollar gets to stays in their community, but when we try to restore our communities to what it was, so that our dollar can circulate amongst ourselves and build functional communities, it seems like this system targets, the descendants of U.S. slavery specifically.
Yeah, you're right about that. A lot of it has to do with the fact that I do give Bill Cosby this one thing. He did live in a Black community in Philadelphia. He stayed in a Black community in Philadelphia. A lot of times, like we have this one group, one place called Sag Harbor in Long Island. You ever heard of it?
Nope, I've never heard of it.
Okay, it's like the Hamptons. There's a Black Hamptons, been there since the 1940s, right? It's a Sag Harbor beachfront property in Long Island, real nice, And Oprah Winfrey did a documentary on it. It's real nice, beautiful. And I don't even like Oprah Winfrey, but she owns a beautiful documentary and showing how Black people, wealthy Black people, are living together in this community. When doctors, lawyers, and everything like that. It's called Sag Harbor, right? And it's beachfront property, right? And one of the things the one guy was saying, right, we wish we can get like Shaquille O'Neal to come here and like this, right? And also the last check on Sag Harbor, right, white people started moving in, right? And now the population of Sag Harbor, right, is 40% Black. And they basically say it used to be a 90% Black. You see these houses, nice houses, right? All nice neighborhood, people out there jogging, everything like that. Sag Harbor, Long Island, right? It's near the Hamptons, So anyway, it was like a Black version of the Hamptons. So now Sag Harbor, basically, just like Harlem, is becoming gentrified because Black people are made to feel that if they exclude white people and everything, we're going back to segregation and we're doing reverse racism. You see what I mean? Other group of people don't give a goddamn about that, but we do, So we can't put it on white people. It's us. Oh my God, it's all Black. What am I going to tell my white friends? What am I going to tell my white friends? So even some people who support integration realize that we do need our own Black enclave. Sag Harbor was is a perfect example of now the population of whites is up. That was like 5 years ago. I don't even want to know what it is right now. It was approaching 40%. 40%. Adam Clayton Powell was there. Yeah, he's a vacation out there. All Black people, entertainers for generations. These go to have beach houses, summer houses in Sag Harbor. But now, because we live in a world where they always tell Black people that we got to integrate and we got to make the world a better place and all this kind of nonsense and foolishness, we lose what we have. And white people are more likely to basically push this nonsense about integration and everything when it comes down to us not having some of our own. But when black people, when they have their own shit, they make sure to keep us out. To this day, 2024. But we always feel like we gotta integrate with everybody, bring everybody in and whatnot, or we're being racist and stuff like this. We don't want to keep anything to ourselves. They always throw Martin Luther King in our face. I have a dream. Black boys and black girls be walking down the street holding hands. Those kind of foolishness and nonsense. So because they twist the words of Martin Luther King or just take parts and stuff like that, they use that against us. They guilt trip us into giving up what's ours.
It sounds like it's propaganda. And yeah, you're right. I definitely blame us for falling for the propaganda, especially since it's such weak propaganda. But at the same time, it's propaganda that's been taught to us since we were children. Like if you were growing up in the American school system, they they show that they show that same damn "I have a dream" speech. It's on posters. It's on posters all over the hallways and stuff like that. But yeah, and they definitely use it, and then some Black Americans fall for it, and they get guilt tripped by it. And
America.
it's pathetic that we fall for it. And I'm finna land right here. But yeah, man, I blame the Democrats. Yeah, hopefully not the Democrats, but just white liberals in general. They don't want. I think they do more damage to white conservatives. But
And
yeah, I just hate that
like
liberal
Yojo goes,
ideology.
those whites raise the home value of the blacks who live there. No, the black people who live there had money, The black people who lived there had whites didn't raise the home value. The home values were this. Black people had money. These are black people that had money. They weren't renting. They were owning their properties. But as people died or moved on or whatever like that, their children didn't come and say, I want to live in Sac Harbor like that. The children are going to the Hamptons. And Sac Harbor and the Hamptons match each other, But the bottom line, the big party is with Shaquille O'Neal and the basketball players, Jay-Z and Beyonce in the Hamptons. And P. Diddy in the Hamptons. See what I'm talking about? So I said, why they leave? People leave. You go to the neighborhood, people die, people move on, whatever like that. So they leave. I didn't say 60% people died. I'm saying people leave, they sell their house and everything. They move on and whatnot. They move into a nursing home, whatever like that. The children and other black people didn't follow in their footsteps. The black people that should have been moving to Sac Harbor, right, like that, should have been the Puff Daddies and everybody like that. But that did not happen. The white man's not Thanos and whatnot. Sometimes we do stuff because we do stupid stuff,
And to clarify my point, somebody said that's the most moronic thing I've ever heard. The conservatives hate your guts. I hate them too. Fuck them. Fuck white people. I don't like them people. But still, I still think liberals do more damage. I'd rather have a racist who I know is racist than to have a person who pretends to be my friend and backstabs me. That's the point I was making.
Yes, I own my own home. Yes, I own my own home. You ask me what's with Yojo. Yes, I own my own home. I own my own business too. How about that? So what's wrong with that? Why should they move to that? We don't want them we didn't want them in Sac Harbor. That's why. Must be a white guy. We didn't want them there, We can't have anything for ourselves. There's nothing like Marcus Garvey said. He said, there ain't nothing the black man has the white man think he ain't entitled to. I'm crying. He said, why are you crying now? I don't have a nation. I don't have a community. I don't have a community.
But yeah,
so the bottom line is this. We basically in a culture that basically we're just isolated, It's like America's telling you basically you can be happy, but you cannot have a community. And when you think about the black community, you think about all these problems. It's never a sanctuary. When I watched that film that Oprah did on Sag Harbor, I said that's nothing less than paradise. Walking out your door, seeing black people jogging, walking, and everything like that, and people having cookouts in the back patio and stuff like this. That's fucking heaven.
But yeah, you are right. I think what you said about that American dream thing, man, is like what do you call it? Not the American dream. I have a dream thing. They brainwash you into a lot of this stuff, and you're not even you semi-immigrated. I would say we still ain't, black folks still not immigrated into white America. I was semi.
We're not integrated in white America. We're not integrated in white America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're not really even immigrated into white America. I agree. And this whole thing, well, I have a dream. This person sitting, with holding hands with this white woman and all this other mess doing all this stuff. And I'm thinking like, but you know what? That you ain't really liberated because you dependent on that white system for money. You ain't getting no resources, right? So it's like you dependent on them. So you ain't really liberated until you have your own stuff, right? So, and I think as long as you relying on their system, you're not really liberated. So, and I think they can do whatever the heck they want to do to you. So,
yeah,
and I think like
the thing is though, I agree with that in part, right? Is that other people are smart, right? They offer the Chinese integration where they tell them, get the fuck out of here. We got 5,000 years of history and tell us, man, that's stupid. We basically put our guard down. We could have built Black America. We could have built Black America, we could have stayed in America and made this thing for the time being until we had our own nation. But we gave up everything. Not only don't we have a nation in Africa, we don't even have communities here in America because we gave up who we are. We gave our identity. We bought the idea that race doesn't matter and everything. Other people, they come over here and they group up in their own communities and everything like that. So they're able to survive. And they're not tied to America eternally. Black people in America don't have a homeland. So we basically, this is all we know. So we're just, I'm American. We got to make this work. Look at this American Holocaust survivor fool. We got to make this work in America. And we got to make this work because this is all we know and everything. That's all they want to know. Even though he has no community, where there's no nice communities. We have Black communities here in the South. We have nice enclaves and everything like that, but not near where the power centers are and stuff like that. But we don't have what we should have as people who generate $1.6 trillion. We don't have those sanctuaries, towns and cities in America that we have our own industrial zones, our own commerce, our own stock exchanges and stuff like that, our own corporate system and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Supply chains and all stuff like that. All the things that other groups of people have. The Chinese have their own supply chains. The Mexicans have their own supply chains.
Yep.
All those things. They have their own commercial things. We should at least have that.
Yeah, and I think it's not that many. And the thing is, it's not that many, right? You know what I'm saying? I think Black men make up 7% of America. That means you can be observed. Black dudes, dudes can be observed by other communities, right? You know what I'm saying? So also you have what do you call it? People going to school with other different people and stuff like that. You can be absorbed into other groups, And I think like as far as like Hispanics and stuff, they outnumber us. So what happens like when little dudes start mating with these women or stuff like that? Then it won't be no Black American, or they're gonna be like, look, it won't be like, it's only 7%.
Everybody wants Black America to disappear.
This one, and I think that what do you call it? So if they wanted to wipe us out, it'd be done easily. It could be done easily in here in America. So it's like, we're not the majority. So
all they have to do is keep promoting homosexuality, race mixing, and gentrification and stuff like that, and that's it.
Yeah. Then Black
white people been trying to put us on a T-shirt since we got off the boats, right? But we still here. Black America ain't going nowhere. if they ain't genocide us in the last 400
Yeah,
years,
but
that
well,
means
hold up,
that means
Peter.
we went through a process that hardened us like steel. You know,
Yeah, but the
they
thing is,
look
Yeah,
what they
but
did to Native
but that's
Americans,
not.
and I'm gonna land
Yeah,
right here. They wanted Black American. They wanted the Black American population to be reduced down to that of the Native Americans. However, despite all the obstacles, we still continue to grow our population. If they couldn't get us to 100
yeah,
years
yeah,
ago,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
over with.
yeah, yeah.
We
But
ain't gonna never get
that's
there.
not what.
the black population of America has a negative growth rate because the abortion rate is so high in Black America and stuff like that. So, we have a negative
Yeah.
growth rate, and also not that it's a difference between just existing and thriving. Right? No group of people says that we want to freaking just exist. We can't get rid of it. Yeah, we're not thriving though in America. We're not thriving. We're not happy. Everything we see in Black America, we're not happy. Happy is when you got things, when you got power, you're empowered, you can make moves and whatnot. And and you're an empowered people. When you're not an empowered people, you're just existing. Yeah, well, we're always going to exist. Black people are always going to exist. They can't, but they can break our spirit and break our what? Black America's spirit is broken.
I mean, also the family structure is broken too.
Family structure
So,
and everything
yeah,
like
I mean,
that.
well, Gen Z
The
are
sense of
like
brotherhood that
interracially
we have.
dating like crazy.
It says the brother sisterhood that we have. We
Nah,
used to call ourselves.
I don't think this. I don't think the brotherhood is broken like that. Listen.
It is broken.
It's
If I'm in
broken, man.
let me say this. If I'm in a non-Black American majority area, and let's say I'm at a bar, right? I get into a bar fight, and I'm getting jumped by non-Black Americans. I know some Black Americans. Just look at the Montgomery Brawl. That's essentially to what
Oh,
happened.
yeah, that was one
The
instance. But the
Montgomery.
thing is, though, you know what the brotherhood was? G Star was brotherhood means I'm my brother's keeper. If I have an argument with my brother and whatnot, I'm not gonna pull out my gat and blow his brains out. We got people dying every day, because we that spirit of brotherhood has been broken in Black America. I'm not gonna go put something on my sister right there and whatnot. I'm gonna honor her. I'm gonna honor my sister. And I'm gonna
Hey, you
basically
remember?
my brother.
Don't you remember when, like, I think it was like Ice Cube, right? He went on there on Fox Soul, right? And I think he said like, "Oh, I'm doing this for Black people." Well, so what about the women or something like that? And she was saying that I'm doing this. And no, we are like, and when he said that, like, you remember that, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, basically, it's like, basically, some of these, like you said, some of those women were seeing them as seeing themselves as a separate group, right?
Yeah, where some Black women right now, you even got Atlanta right now, where they talk about Black women need $800 a month of taxpayer money because the alternative is to get married or be with a Black man. So we don't have that community anymore.
No, and like you're right. And Gen Z, a lot of those guys don't, they're like, what, they're dating out, dating what do you call it? They don't want nothing to do with a Black American woman, right? You know what I'm saying? They're interracially dating. So you have like the family structure messed up. You have the gender thing messed up, right? The whole male female dynamic messed up. So you have these different issues going on, and I think it's not and what you call it, it's a and but that's a problem in the West in general. It's not just Black folks, but I was saying you having a lot of problems that's going on, and I think that and those don't get addressed, and I think that it's not like it was. It's not like the 70s or the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. You know what I'm saying? In 2020, four or whatever. This is not. I mean, the whole thing has changed. Huh? It's not the same, and I think that because the environment, right? You have an environment that's that at least that's caused that, right? You got so yeah, you're right. You got a lot of stuff that's going on, right? Like you were saying, they push a lot of the alphabet stuff. Like what was it? The Black Lives, Matter stuff. They're saying that like basically they wanted the black family was like a male was a woman and her children, right? So you have a lot of that, huh? You have a lot of anti-black male stuff that's going on. You got we call it this swirling, divesting thing going on. You got dudes talking about getting a passport and all this. The heck with all this matriarchy stuff that's going on and all this stuff.
Interracial
Feminism.
dating stuff. That
So you have
the majority of black people still dating other black people, even Gen Z. The interracial dating, the passport, bro.
Majority of black people aren't dating.
Those are in a minority.
I mean, well, 50% of black dudes are single. They're not married. Then you have women black women are like the most single, the most single unmarried women in America, right? So you have 50% of black dudes.
But those. I mean, in the eyes
like
of the
16.
government,
So
anyone
the
who isn't
percentage
married
is not. I mean, I'm telling you. I mean, we can say all what it is, but the numbers is what it is. Go to black.
No, you're misinterpreting the numbers. The numbers you're referring to is marriage statistics. It's not dating statistics. In the eyes of the law, in the eyes of Uncle Sam, anyone who isn't married is considered to be single. It don't matter if
But
you dated this.
50% of black dudes
It doesn't matter if you
married,
dated
don't have
this
no
for
kids,
50
man.
years.
Don't have no kids. But 50% of
did not
black dudes are
legally tie
married, don't
yourself
have
to
no
her in a
children.
contractual marriage, then you are considered single in the eyes of Uncle Sam. Marriage statistics cannot be used to
I mean,
cannot be used
50%
in the
of dudes are
context
not
of dating.
married. Don't
Your
have no
context
children.
refers to marriage, not dating
Marriage.
statistics.
G-Tar, do you believe in wealth building and intergenerational wealth and everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you do that? Is a marriage and children and passing your a legacy on and your wealth down. Most wealth is inherited, So we have a system where less than 30% of black people, adults, are married and stuff like that in America and everything like that. Even though it's like 85% of black men are married to black women, the numbers are still low. We still have a huge single population. White people and everybody else marry much younger. They start their families younger. They build a legacy younger. They start saving for retirement. They start making out wills and stuff like this. So they're all these other groups of people are well organized. What is $1.6 trillion that we generate every year go back to? Back to the system. If we had families in Black America, right? Instead of a man, I saw this one a girl. She talked about her baby daddy pays her $1,700 a month for child support and everything like that. Other ones talk about if you have 4 or 5 babies from 5 different dudes and whatnot, you're gonna get $300 each from each one, like this, like that. But so those are the type of families that's being built in Black America right now. Instead of having a man and a woman putting their resources together and everything like that, owning a home, everything like that, so they can build a family and have a savings and investment and stuff like that. That's the sort of community I want to see.
I want to see that. I want to see that community too. But I will say the community that you don't think we have is kind of overplayed. There are a lot of black, families.
No, it's not overplayed. The root of the problem is black family. The root of the problem is a black family.
Not overplayed.
It's not overplayed. People think they could get around the thing. That's why when we talk about building nations, builds like that, I'm gonna tell people the stuff they don't want to hear. Family building and nation building goes hand in hand. If you can't build a family, how the hell are you gonna talk about building a nation?
You're right, but you're right. But you're looking at the black family through statistics instead of going by what your eyes see. Everybody in this room right now knows their father. I know my father. Kyle, you know your father. This nigga who talking all of this, red pill, manosphere bullshit. He know his father. Are all of our parents married? No. But that doesn't mean that black children are literally raised by single mothers. On paper they are, according to the eyes of Uncle Sam. But black fathers are still involved in their children's lives. We still have that community that you're talking about, even if it doesn't reflect it on paper.
See, we used to have those sort of communities. We used to have those sort of communities. We have families. Families create values. They create love. They create all those things that basically you need to survive in the world. That's why people go out here and everything. Why does stuff happen to them? Because they didn't have a family around them, right? That's why women go out there and they get with the wrong guys. Girls get with the wrong guys. Men get with the wrong women and everything like that because they never had nobody around them loving them and basically giving them nurturing support. That's what families do. And also the biggest elephant in the room is black people got to start loving themselves. You can have all the ideas in the world, but if you don't love yourself, right, accept what you are. When you accept what you are and love what you are and everything like that, that makes 99% of the burden right there easy. But if you don't love yourself and everything, you really deep down inside don't love yourself and everything, you can have all the theories and all the philosophies in the world. Nothing's going to work. And it basically comes out when we interact with each other, Look at all these fights we see online and whatnot. Black people, women fighting each other in public and whatnot. Throwing fists and all this kind of stuff like that, all this kind of nonsense and everything like that. How we exploiting each other every day. There's no love. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say like this. Our community is a freaking mess. It's a mess.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. And I think that as far as like the more dysfunctional you are in Black America, the more you get accepted. Like, oh, you talking like, this intellectual talk or this type of talk. I'm like, it's about being entertained, right? You know what I'm saying? If it's not entertaining, or you go on there like you were saying that when Dinus had that woman, would call it come on the channel talk about this and stuff, like nobody wanted to look. But anytime there's some clowning and entertainment,
we can't hear what you say. You gotta be clear.
I said, yeah, because everything's about entertainment, and I think that more. And right, and what I noticed that like the more dysfunctional you are, the more you get accepted into we call it Black America, right? You know what I'm saying? So then it's like you were saying, like when you search for Euro when he had his lady talking about business, doing all this different types of stuff, nobody wanted to listen, right? But once it started talking about a whole bunch of when they started talking about all this other the degeneracy that was going on or something like that.
that was the actually O'Shea show. It was Dinah's show too. Dinah used to have a lot of people on talking about crypto, talking about banking and stuff like that. And those shows, you look up there, it was only like 20 people listening, right? But as soon as you start talking about some nonsense and everything like that, hey, everybody come. Hey, everybody come. That's why I take all these people with a grain of salt. Say, call, you should get a YouTube channel. No, you ain't gonna see me on YouTube. This is the only place you'll see me on YouTube, right? And this on a couple of shows I might pop up. I might be a guest or like that. But for the most part, I'm not doing YouTube, right? Because I know the type of people on YouTube. The people aren't serious about anything. The people who are serious right now are out there doing the work and building and everything like that. And I always ask people, what do you do for a living? Do you have a family? And stuff like that. It tells me a lot about your work ethic. It tells me about your values and everything like that. You have to build with people who have values, and our people, and this is the people in general, right, have lost a sense of values. What are your values? What do you believe in? What do you hold near? Your values is something you keep sacred. Nobody ought to tell you your values and everything. You say, these are my values. I don't agree with that, right? Why do you agree with that? I don't. Don't try to tell me. A real strong person, right? When you find out their values and everything, their opinions on something that strongly believe, you leave it alone. Okay, we can be friends, but let's not talk about that topic because these are my values. Some people may have strong opinions about abortion, right? It ain't your job to change them about what they believe. That's their values. We in the Black community don't respect each other's values. We just tell you got to vote this way. You got to do this way. Well, I'm not going to vote for the Democrats. I don't believe in borders. I don't believe in same-sex marriage. I don't believe a male. I believe a male is born a male, a female is born a male, and I'm going to vote against that. That's my values. So I'm going to put values in my vote.
I agree because what you trying to say? I understand what you're saying. There's no share value system in Black America because it's not. It's a monolith. It's not a monolith. So, and like you were saying that there's no show. There's no we call it. There's not a shared value system. So it's all breaking off, right? And I think if you go to You go to Ethiopia, you go to Nigeria, you go wherever, right? You know, look, we ain't with all that the alphabet stuff, right? They ain't playing that. Huh? Here, you know, here it's just all over the damn place. Huh? You don't know what
Black
value
people are
system.
not allowed to say, you know something, right? Everything I believed in my church, whether I'm Muslim or that, I don't agree with that, you know. But when you said an African person comes in here and says, you know, I don't agree with that, whatever like that, they'll stick to that. That's their value. That's what they believe in. That's what tells you they're free people. Black America is not a free people. Someone else tells you what you want to vote for. Joe Biden told you if you don't vote for him, you ain't black. He just took your blackness away from you. You know, if you don't vote for him. So the bottom line, you ain't black. You're saying, so the bottom line is this. So the fact that he could say something like that means that we're still technically slaves. Somebody could tell us who we are. So if they could tell us who we are, they tell us where we live. They tell us that, you know, you can't have nice neighborhoods, you know, you got to have us in it. Every time you see a black movie and whatnot, you know, they always got to introduce a white character. Like, what's like, dude, what was this? Why was this person necessary? Some other actor. Now, I mean, I remember when In Living Color came out, I did eventually like Jim Carrey because he was actually funny. Remember that? Jim Carrey was actually funny. You know, he was funny in Living Color. It was funny. But he'll tell you, he said recently, like he said, I would not be where I am if it wasn't for my start on In Living Color. You know, the Wayans brothers gave him a shot. We always do that. We always putting white people on and stuff like that, you know? So the bottom line is this, you know, the bottom line is this. We don't have anything. We're not entitled to anything for ourselves. We're not entitled to anything for ourselves. That's because white man feels that whatever we can do, they can do. You know, it's not the same way. But then when they have something and everything like that, like the Country Music Awards, you don't see no black people out there. They're out there like, you know, Negroes, get out of here, man. We listen to T-Pain just put out an article saying that he writes a lot of country song lyrics, right, for a lot of country singers. But he doesn't even want his name on the credits no more because he gets a lot of racist stuff. You know, these are saying white people probably listen to hip hop and everything. But when it comes to country music, oh, they don't want you in their music. Oh, no. But when it comes to rap, hip hop, whatever like that, whatever black people do, white people are entitled.
Yeah, because you're right. Because either you're gonna have to do like how the Amish do, or just be a part of American thing. Because if you don't have control of the politics, you don't have control of the culture, the value, the legal thing. If somebody was, you know, comes in saying like, oh well, I want your son to be a girl, and ain't nothing you can do about it. Huh? What you gonna do about it?
Huh? You say, damn that, you'll shoot him at the door.
That's what I'm saying. Shoot them, but then you know, you're right. And then they just throw you in a jail or something, whatever,
Like, hey, look,
a prison or whatever, or something like that. But like, you know,
principles.
You know, some I'm saying. So, and I think that so you have all this type of stuff that's going on, right? And then I think that, like you said, that Black Lives Matter, that stuff was just
I call that from the day one. I saw behind that through that from day one. When it was a bunch of couple of lesbians. They hijacked it. They evilly highlighted. So I listened to them talking when I say, yeah, they started when what's that guy Michael Brown got shot. Say, yeah, we're gonna bring queer folks in. So in other words, they went in there with Black Lives Matter, but it was all about the lesbians, the queer folks, and the marginalized people. That's another thing. Black people got to stop getting with these so-called POC people of color, and marginalized groups and oppressed groups and also like this. No. We're black people, whether we're affluent or whether we're poor. We're black first. We're not oppressed first. We're not POC first. We're black first and only. You know, that's what the problem was. And so therefore, these other groups of people are able to come in. Now you got these so-called allies and whatnot, you know, who came in with their own agenda. Right now you got black people endorsing transgenderism. This is insane.
I mean, it's insanity, and I think that, and if you're I mean, if you go to corporate America, right, you got to kind of be you have to be like a sissy. You can't have no masculine type of thing. And you know, saying they prefer you as a straight black dude. Either you in jail or you gotta be an alphabet, huh? That's how they want you.
I'm in the professional world, man. I'm all alpha black male and whatnot, and I basically represent myself. I give firm handshake. I talk with bass in my voice and whatnot, you know. And the bottom line is my business. I produce numbers and everything, and people of different types of people work with me and whatnot because I get the job done. And I'm not gonna buy into that. Now, if I gotta buy into somewhere, I gotta freaking become a sissy or some sort of, you know,
pronoun.
then I don't need it.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a he. I'm a
Yeah,
she, her, and all this.
yeah.
I'm all this nonsense. Huh?
Yeah, or my favorite one is, yeah, you got to be the sports guy, black guy, right? Yeah, that's their favorite one, right? Hey, yo, what's going on, Jay Lion? What you check the game out last night? Yo, when your boss comes around like that, you better know the score. You better tell him that you was Saturday night, you were watching the game, because he's gonna ask you, what else were you doing on Saturday night? Oh, I see. You were listening to Bomani and Kala. I thought you was.
I don't think that applies to all black professionals. I mean,
I mean,
if you have
it don't apply.
if you
It
have a
don't apply to
valuable
everybody.
skill, yeah, that I mean, shoot, like if you have like a fucking if you have like a mechanical engineering degree, you can essentially tell your I don't want to say that, but like if you like, for example, if you're going into the corporate world with like a communications degree and you easily replaceable, then like yeah, you know. But like if you got like a mechanical engineering degree
Oh,
going
they
into
can
the
still
corporate world,
replace you.
nah,
They'll
that's
start
the
saying
we.
stuff they'll start saying stuff
Then
around your back. Oh yeah, I heard about this. You know how jobs are, right? You're at a job, whatnot, and next thing you know, oh yeah, I heard about you, man. I heard you basically caused the line to go down. Wait a minute, how'd that go down? And you're out there. Who said this? Who said this? They'll keep you in that sort of thing that you're on edge, that your job might be lost.
No, yeah, they got some whole bunch of Indians and Pakistanis that can replace you.
I've had many jobs. That's how it is. You got to go around there, buck dance. You got to be dapping with people, everything like that. Everything good before you leave. Like, is everything good? Everything good? Whatnot? And you go home and whatnot. Yeah, okay. I made it through the day. It ain't even your job. It's what they perceive as your job. You know, it's what they perceive as you. You could be doing a perfect job, right? But they could be like, oh man, he ain't happy. I seen it happen. I heard it happen. He ain't too happy today. He be going through something with his wife or whatnot. But white people always like, hey, Mr. Charlie, how you doing? Hey, yo, how you doing? Yeah, man. Yo, you check out the game this weekend? Yeah, man, I'm gonna play some golf. Man. That's how you gotta look. And I'm saying, and under your people saying, damn, cracker, man, cracker ass, cracker. He knows that too. He knows you're gonna turn around and say cracker ass, cracker, whatnot. But in front of him, you better put that cheese smile on there. You be cheesing it up or whatnot,
Yeah. Because even like even a friend of mine, he knows how it is too, and he's not. I mean, he's a black immigrant. I mean, but he grew up here in America. He sounds like the black American accent. He's black immigrant, but he grew up here, and he even knows the game, right? You know what I'm saying? And he's a darker skinned male and stuff. Like with me, I'm more of a lighter, but he even knows it. The same game with him. They don't give a hell that his parents were like immigrants and stuff. And I think that and yeah, so it's even the same with that. So and I think that the guy so yeah, that's just how it is when you're in an environment like this in America. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like.
And you may tell you something, brother Jay Lion.
Hmm?
Many generations of black men had to go, lost their lives, dying of different diseases and everything, holding all that in.
Yeah. And guess what, man? It's like I knew it was a Kenyan dude, right? It was like, and basically he had a friend. He went into a white neighborhood, right? And I think he was there, and he got that Negro wake up call so quick. So he was like, they called the police. They was like, what is this dude in here? They called the police on him, and he was a Kenyan dude, huh?
Yeah.
Wouldn't even know FBA, huh? Wouldn't even know FBA. So, and wouldn't know ADOS and all that nonsense. They called the police on his black ass, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I was saying, so right there, that thing right there, that just tells you right there. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that and so and this guy was a so-called what the FBA people call him. Oh, he's a tether, he's a this, he's all this other nonsense, there's all this other BS they be talking. And so that's what that's why I don't have no problem with like I said,
Speaking about tethers, right? The people who started that BLM movement was mostly, women from African and Caribbean diaspora. It wasn't a Black American movement. That's why they tethers.
And trees of colors and all of them. You say they're not Black American. They're immigrants.
Yes,
See, that's
sir.
another thing. That's another thing.
Look
Always
at
trying
their
to
last
blame
name.
excuse. Oh, this people was an immigrant. This person was this. That, I'm saying that's the
Nigga, you the one who brought them up. You brought up
what I'm saying? But
BLM.
I brought it up because you always want to blame and say,
Nah,
oh,
you
this person
brought
is
it
an
up. Now
immigrant.
that's a bad thing.
No, that's man. Get the hell out with that bullshit, man. I mean, I don't got time for that bullshit with you right now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, don't try to make excuses, man. Don't come with me with all that, man. Don't come with me with that bullshit, man. You know? I don't got time for that, man.
Let me say this, okay?
Man, nigga, fuck you, nigga. Fuck your dead grandma, nigga. I'll piss on that bitch grave. Fuck your time, nigga. Fuck
hey,
off.
man, no, you know, say first place, you don't know me. Don't come talk to me like that, man.
We're having a conversation.
I mean, you saw that on the street, I would knock 10 pounds off of you. You know what I'm saying? You don't know me, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't know me like that. Don't even talk to me crazy like that, man. Right?
Let's have a civilized.
I don't, you know what I'm saying? You come to me, you talk to me with some sense, man. All right, man. I'm out. I ain't gonna take that type of disrespect.
Fuck you and your sense, you bitch ass nigga.
Yeah,
Shut your old ass up.
Online, you
Shut your old ass up.
online warrior. You online warrior. See, that's what we talking about. You online warrior. You know, that's all you want to do. You talk all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? You like a lot of other black, a lot of dudes. You talk a lot of crap.
Hey, you 50 years old. Where your wife at, man? How come you ain't got a
don't know how old I am.
You're a fucking 50-year-old.
You know what I'm saying? What first place? You don't even know my age. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? So when you come talk to me, dude, you know what I'm saying? You a 6-year-old dude. You know what I'm saying? So when you come and talk to me, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how old. I don't give a damn if you're 100 years old, but you ain't gonna come talk to me like that, man. I don't know who the hell you think you are. Don't ever come and talk to me like that again, man. Ever.
Hey, fellas,
you know what I'm saying?
Fellas, everybody.
All right, man. I'm out.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna tolerate that kind of shit.
J-Line, you're fine.
I'm out.
J-Line, you're fine. G-Star, brother, G-Star, you're gone, brother. You're gone. I'm not gonna be tolerating a bunch of foolishness. I'm not here to babysit people either. So I'm just gonna just shut it down. So finish up, Color, and we can just wrap it up. G-Stars are removed.
Yeah, I just want to say, concluding the show tonight, right? It's very important that we basically protect what we have, whether it's here in America. We saw that I talked about tonight where I want to play that one video before we go. You wouldn't mind me playing that video, Money?
What video? Play the video you want to play. Go ahead. Good. It's just the foolishness with G-Star. He's another degenerate, just like that piece of garbage, Knockmeezy, coming on here with that. And it's like this is not like like some magic stuff where somebody says something, you hit a button and stop. So, but
everything's an excuse, right? Right? It says like, oh, this immigrant here, this instead of facing up to the dysfunction, right? You know, is this tattered? Oh, this black immigrant, is this? You know what I'm saying? So it's always to blame something, all this other nonsense. So that's I have a problem with this FBA.
The blame game.
Right? Right?
The blame game. Let me play this video, right? O'Shea, New Jackson. Let me say some O'Shea. Now, O'Shea and I are friends, everything like that. But this is what happens when people have a big channel and stuff like this, and they're content creators. They're not really journalists, right? They come into the Pan-African world giving advice to people and everything about stuff they know nothing about and everything like that. So he made some comments about a Sable going to be another Liberia and stuff like that, which he got all wrong and everything like that. So he says, never accept free land. And we're trying to tell him that the land was not free. You know, nobody in their right mind believes they're going to give free land in Africa. You know you're going to pay something. You know you're going to pay administration fees and costs and everything like that. So why does it make it seem like black people in America and diaspora just got free land and blah, blah, blah is going to cause problems, right? So
he's trying to create a show. He's trying to create a show and make a show. I mean, these people, they just get bored of bored of what they do to where they just start running their mouth off and talking foolishness. That's why it's just unbelievable.
Let me play this. I'm going to play. I can play
go ahead.
But go ahead.
Very big one, especially in two countries, the Gambia and Ghana. Ghana has the heavyweight crown of African Americans in the diaspora relocating to Africa. That means if you've never lived in Africa before or your family isn't going to Africa, what you're most likely to do is to relocate in Ghana over the other countries. And so far, so good. But wait right there. Stop the show. There has been some problems with the land scamming. In this clip here from this young lady in the Gambia, Renee Marcus, explains it all.
Landowners are taking the advantage because African diasporas are coming back. Even lands that they don't own, they are selling them. Alcalos are selling lands that basically doesn't belong to them. Alcalos are selling lands to more than 3 or 4 people. And those alcalos are meant to be the middleman between the one that wants to purchase the landowner, and the alcalo. But this is not happening.
That's right. People having the same land and reselling it over and over again. But Go Black to Africa also talked about it. Let's check him out.
What I want to share with you all, the most disappointing thing.
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update. Direct Hit. Joining the
thing I have yet had to report thus far when it comes to the land in Ghana. Many of you all have seen my video when I had advised many people, do not buy land in Ghana. Many people take this as a stab towards Ghana or the Ghanaians, when I've said before that if you mess around with land in Ghana, you just might get scammed. I've reported that a Cebu, a place that was signed, sealed, and delivered, approved even by the president, is under attack and in courts over family disputes, where many African Americans and those in the diaspora from the UK and other places have built their property, and it's up in question.
Now, a solution to this was supposed to be the Cebu project. And from what I'm hearing about the project, it's mixed views. There was some level of down payment, and that project pretty much gave a portion of land and plots to the diaspora as long as they paid some title fees and clearance fees. Of course, from what I've read, it caused some friction between the people that lived there who could not get the land. So I really don't know how it's working out. I've heard mixed bags on both, and some people say that everything is going great, and then some people say things are not. It just depends on who you talk to. But I want to get to this brother that I've come across. His name is Dr. Mulana, and he has a YouTube page called Ministry of the Future. He's an elder that has been living in Ghana for a long time and been doing some work there for a long time. And he wants to send a warning about African Americans or the Black diaspora attempting to get free land in Ghana. Let's see what he has to say.
I will try to give you some dynamics of, buying land and what you need to be looking out for as Africans of the diaspora. And the first thing is this, is that we're having in Ghana, and for that matter, I've heard in the Gambia as well, there are rumors circulating that the indigenes are ready to fight the Africans of the diaspora. In some instances, it's said particularly African Americans, that the indigenes are ready to fight them because African Americans or Africans in general are taking their land. Now, what Africans of the diaspora do not understand, and I'm speaking for someone who's been on this continent for a long period of time, believe me. And I know what I'm talking about is a fact, and you can take it to the bank. When you are coming to Africa to buy land, or if you are coming as a part of a collective group where, say for an example, the chieftaincy or paramount chief has made a pledge to give Africans land free. Well, let me tell you, my brothers and sisters, There is no land free in Ghana.
Right. He says there's no such thing as free land in Ghana. Usually it has some levels of fees with it. There's some level of other taxes with it, but there is no level of free land. He also talks about in the video that if you're going to get land from Ghana, then you need to have two bodies that are present working on the land. That means a land from the ancestral land, like the chief, and somebody from the diaspora to make things a smoother process. Let's listen.
Chieftaincies say that they are giving Africans of the diaspora land. There's nothing wrong with that. If the land is to be given out, you have to pay goodwill money. It's good. But before you jump on that gift, there should be a council of elders established. And hear me closely on this. There should be a council of elders on the indigenous side as well as the diaspora. And this council should be formatted in coming together to project every iota of the roadmap and blueprint of business.
Why are you not investing in tax liens? No, seriously. Why are you not investing into one of the most incredible
building that community on that land with the African of the diaspora acquisitioning property?
He also talks about the future issues that are going to happen with the diaspora and those living on the land, okay? Or those from that particular area. Let's play that clip and then we're going to come back.
Now, the reason I'm saying that is this. I mean, logically, Africans of the diaspora, we know when they come to Ghana, come to Africa, the income status and their standard of living is much higher than what the indigenous people in general are receiving. So you would think with common sense, how, first of all, an indigene finds it very difficult to acquisition property. I mean, buying land. They can't get it. Many don't have the resources to go and buy it. So can you just imagine that you have a chief in the area where you're living and is going to give thousands of acres of land to the Africans of the diaspora, which by all means would be considered by immigration to be foreign nationals until they become nationalized or official resident. But can you imagine the effect that would have on the indigene who's living around or on that land? They cannot even afford to buy a plot of land, and they are naturalized, Ghanaians or Gambians. And here you got Africans of the diaspora coming who were not born, are from there by heritage, yes, but that's been 500 years gap. So the return now is happening. And you're coming in, you're getting a free land. Already you have created a rift. By the indigenous people would never accept that.
What does he say? He's saying, listen, you are coming from the diaspora with more purchasing power, living a higher quality of life. Even if the land is free, you can afford to pay the taxes or whatever it is. They're taking this land from the people from that region. And again, I had a very controversial comment a few months ago when I said, hey, listen, if the chiefs feel like the people who live there are not doing nothing with the land, then I can see them giving that land to somebody that can develop it. So I believe like 5,000 acres were taken away from those people and then redistributed to the diaspora. Now, it doesn't matter if they can't do anything with the land. They're going to look at it. I'm talking about those who live in Africa. They're going to look at it as it's our land. Even if we can't develop it, you shouldn't take it from us because we're citizens of the country. So what? We don't have it. But these other people are looking like, hey, we want to develop our region, get tax revenue, get some businesses going, things like that, right? It's going to be conflict because you're taking the land from the people that were there and they would never have the opportunity to buy land. They don't have any money to buy land. So basically you're taking the land from them and, you're doing whatever you're going to do with it on it. But at the same time, he makes a great point. It's not even the diasporan's fault. This was agreed upon by the parties who wanted to give the land and the diasporans who received the land. So through no fault of your own, and then what you start to see is these people can be sabotaged. There have been horror stories of ladies getting killed over this, you know, animals being poisoned. I saw one guy, he had bought some land. He's a Ghanaian actually. And somebody came and poisoned his pigs on the land. It was crazy. It was just a whole bunch of beef. But he talks about this next part that's going to be really good and it's shocking.
One of the things in being in Africa for a long period of time, you realize that Africans of the diaspora, if you come here and you're opening up a project, the first thing, not only should you register to make sure that you are legal and pay the authorities for whatever services that are rendered to you, the land or whatever, but you must empower the indigenous community around you so that community will protect you. And that community, if it feels that it is benefiting from your project that you have there, it will protect you from anyone coming to demolish your area. And if they do not protect you, it means there must be a gap between you.
Let me pause right there. That's a bunch of bullshit. You know, don't you, Bomani, basically hire local people and stuff like this? Why is it you try to settle land? So you mean tell me we got to take care of the indigenous people before we even or else they're gonna take our property back away and whatnot? That means you don't own the land.
Both of them are looking at it wrong. You know what I mean? Even if you give a group of people land to come to the country and live and it's so-called free, you know, they're contributing to that society and creating opportunities and things like that. And this is what I can't stand about these ungrateful people sometimes. You know, literally, you know, it's like you can't win. So what, you know, the best thing we could have done is stay our ass out of Africa. And then what would they say now? What would they say now? They wouldn't have had no issue. They wouldn't have no issues with the Chinese, the Indians, the Lebanese, and other people getting land and doing whatever they're doing on it. But it's just because of us. It's a level of sickness to where I can't stomach it. But the only way I'm building while I'm building in Africa is if we get is on our set of land, and that's it. And we're not asking for anything for free. What we're asking for people to stop cheating us, stop scamming us, and stop being ungrateful and disrespectful.
You know what the thing is? You know, I was saying, like the guy that was arguing with me with the whole black race. My thing is, the problem is, like, he had the energy for me, but he wouldn't have the energy for like a Mexican or a white, the mayonnaise man, a white man, and stuff like that. You know me, I keep the same energy for anybody. Like, look, you know, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of the big bad mayonnaise man or he have all that talk, all that tough talk for or something like that energy. But then as soon as the white dude come around, he just gets all quiet and he don't have that same energy. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, you blaming this this black person, oh well this stuff, but not looking at the problem. So we like to go and blame this other tribe or this other black ethnic group, all this stuff. But
let me say this. What they're doing is putting a target on the diaspora's back.
Mm-hmm.
And saying that, oh, you come there, you got to basically 30% of what you coming with first got to go up front to the indigenous people and whatever like that. Before you even built your house, you got to make sure that somebody, you're putting money in somebody's pocket, which instead of it happening organically, if you got to trade, you could do business together or not. Oh, we got to set up stuff for the indigenous. That's not our responsibility.
I mean, how much are we supposed to really do? Like I tell people, we'll spend a ridiculous amount of money and paid a ridiculous amount of local people and got a ridiculous amount of things not done.
They want that to continue, or they're gonna say, "Oh, they're gonna."
As I repeat to people,
burn your shit down.
Our people have spent a ridiculous amount of money in the African continent, and we have a little to nothing to show for it because of all the cheating, the scamming, and things like that. And it's like, whether it's Dr. Milana or O'Shea, where's your conversation for all the other race and nations of people there in the continent? There's none of us who are getting land and doing any development or doing anything wrong. I'm just sick of it. Everything that we're doing is beneficial to the country.
Exactly. Just by us coming.
So, I mean, we're having a lot of unintelligent, stupid, illiterate conversation. That's why I don't partake in some of this stuff. And Dr. Milana is someone that is no longer allowed to attend our conference. He's no longer represent anything that we do anymore and things like that. I know I've had him there in the past with us and things like that. And it's because of, it's like, it's more gossip and more misleading than anything else. And there's nothing he's been able to do to protect us as a people, but he wants us to donate money to his organization. So these people are all in it for themselves, and there's really no level of just building anything with anyone. So I tell people, if you're looking at who's building, look at who's working together. And if you want to look at who's just running their mouth off, look at this individual, and then look at people like Go Black, and then look at the other one that showed up, O'Shea. I can't get myself involved in these things. That's why I'm not the most popular person, because I don't sit around and gossip. But what I do is get a lot of things done. And whatever situations that we have went through in Africa, we have to change how we're doing things. We have to protect ourselves from getting ripped off. We work hard for our money, and some people have you know, and it's not my responsibility or my fault why some people don't have anything. What I'm trying to do as a person, and also as a person working with groups of people or with a group of people, is for us to create opportunities for us as a people and our people there on the continent. I don't know why that's not enough. I mean, do you know much lawyers I've hired and fired? Do you know much tourist personnel I've hired and fired? Do you know much security people that's supposed to be watching our land and doing things for us that we have to hire and fire? So what are people saying? So what are, you know, no matter how much money you give, it's the same situation. You usually have to fire that person. Well, so what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to keep on doing the same thing? So no one is going to stop us from what we need to do in Africa. We just have to just understand either we're going to stand together, or we're going to keep on letting people do these things. So them saying the things that they're saying is not going to change anything for us. It's not helping us as a people. It's making us look like we're the ones that's supposed to be feeling guilty. And we're the ones that are supposed to feel okay about being victimized because a set of people don't have anything when you're trying to come your best to contribute to their society. And once again, I'm going to repeat myself to everyone that's listening. If you're not listening, I don't know what's your problem. Black people in the African diaspora are the only people on this planet that cares anything about Africa and the Black people on the African continent. And anyone have anything else to oppose that, come on here and explain to me who else does the things that we do, and then turn around and get the level of disrespect. And I mentioned all other nations before. They have no problems. I'm all over Africa throughout the year. I don't, you know, when you see them folks and you ask them how's things going for them, they never have nothing negative to say. This is like a dream come true for them, because our people in Africa don't have the balls and the heart to show strength towards anyone else other than us. And it's a sickness. It's a sickness, just like you may look at the same situation in just somewhere else you grew up as a Black person, and the level of craziness that the people have around you. You have to relocate to be around other people. So this is a situation that we just, what choice do we have? The only choice that we have, because we already made the move. You know, if they told us straight up, if you come to Africa, we're going to do this to you, and you got to do this, and you got to do this, we'd have never came and wasted our time. But now that we came because we were called, invited, and because our ancestors wanted us back home, we're going to do what we need to do. And for those who are with us, stand with us. And we're not talking about propagating no violence or anything towards anyone. We're talking about standing up for ourselves. You know what I mean? Because too many times we have people literally just prey on us and do whatever and feel like they can get away with it. So, you know, you reap what you sow. So if you're defending yourself and you know, you got to get rid of somebody, you got to get rid of somebody. You know, you have a right to stand your ground. So, you know, I don't know how this is going to turn out, but from here on out, everyone I do consultation with, I'm literally just telling them straight up, think about if you're willing to waste your time and deal with this stuff and just go and just flow around Africa and then just try to fit in. You either get with a group or union of us, or you don't waste your time, because if you don't roll with a union of us, you're going to be targeted and taken advantage of.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, sometimes Black folks, we're our own worst enemies. So, like, you know, like G-Star was attacking me, and I'm just saying, that's a bunch, like, you know, according to the Adolph's FBA, you know, Biani, like, okay, you know, they'll call you, you know, those things. You just a tether, right? You know, how is that, you know, how is that productive, right? How is that productive to the Black race, huh? You know what I'm saying? But you know, but I'm saying you won't stand up to the, you know, the white dude to talk about that, but you'll talk about, you know, they say, oh well, You're Jamaican American, huh? You're a tether and stuff like how is that being productive? You try and go to work doing that. See, black people, we're our own worst enemy, and that's some of the problems. And sometimes that even we aware that white supremacy exists, right? We aware of it, but you know what I'm saying. But the white man's not God. No, he's not Thanos. You know what I'm saying? Even though he has messed up a lot of things, but we don't want to work together, right? And I think that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? And I think that this is a problem with black people all over the world. It's not just black Americans, Caribbeans, Africans, whatever. Huh?
And this guy right here is I'm gonna finish playing this in a couple more minutes. This guy right here seems like he's trying to seem like an elder, a mediator, but he doesn't understand what he says. You coming over here with more money, and they don't have. So it's like I'm just blown away by he would say something like that. The black people who are gonna go to Ghana, of course, going to have a little bit of money saved up and stuff like that. Of course, they're going to have stuff like that. So what are they supposed to do? Feel guilty about that? Feel guilty about that? That you have money and stuff like that. So therefore, like I said, there's a lot of people that say that people are always hitting them up for money. I'm watching these videos. They say people come around. I don't have a whole lot, but people do. They got money. Everybody got a few $1,000s stashed away. You can get it, but even though you got money stashed away, it's your money. If somebody comes to you and say they got some investment and I need some money, whatever. If you don't want to give it to them, it's like you can give money every day, but the day you stop giving money to them, they turn on you. So he's asking us that keep giving them money, or they're gonna turn on us. But that's extortion. That's an extortion racket.
Yeah, it is extortion. I mean, it is extortion, and I'm thinking then you can have the Lebanese or somebody else come over here and don't do twice as contributing, right? Huh? You can have people that can come over here that's of a different race and don't do half the contributing, but then you trying to fight over over this. And I'm saying that's the same thing with the whole thing with this whole AR FBA fighting over the scraps of what the white man giving you, huh? And just basically, the whole black race is looking like a bunch of clowns, right? And right, Colin?
Yeah, man. Like I said, the bottom line is this. We have to get our priorities. Let me finish playing this video. See what the rest of this elder has to say.
You and the indigenous community. So my message to you is support the community around you so it can defend you from these unscrupulous minds and some criminals trying to come after you. And it must take into consideration that the indigenous community that has a very low economic base and standard of living, that those who are coming in that have a better standard of living must let some of those resources be channeled off to.
I saw war, I saw bombing, I saw shooting.
The most unfortunate ones who need help. So there must be a working plan worked out that can be a projection to say over 10 years, 20 years, that by the number of Africans of the diaspora that are coming in, this council that I'm speaking about, the diaspora on one side, the indigenous traditional rulers council on the other side, they both are operating as parity to oversee that land. They can project 10 years, 20 years down the road. This is where we're going to be from where we are right now. And it would be a win-win situation for both parties, for the Africans of the diaspora or Africans in the indigenous population as well. Because if you do not do that, and what is happening right now, and this is why I'm coming in, if you do not do that and work it out in such an amicable solution for both parties, there's going to be an undercurrent, a very nasty undercurrent by the indigenous population that feel that they have been hijacked, to feel that they have had no justice on their land, and they will do everything that they can to make it miserable for the African of the diaspora who has purchased the property. And the African of the diaspora would be totally innocent to a degree or ignorant of the fact of the cultural dynamics that are involved in the acquisition of that land.
He says, listen, if you are going to be in Ghana, you need to make sure that some of the proceeds go back into helping develop people of the ancestral origin of that land, right? I heard a story about this guy. He was from South Africa. He came to Uganda and he wanted to do something like, I think like grow cows or whatever. And he wanted to run the squatters off the land. They were trying to tell the guy he should hire those squatters. He's like, no, I can't hire squatters. Squatters are lazy. So anyways, he ran the people off the land. So those people came back and they poisoned his animals and they end up stealing things because out of animosity. What Dr. Milana is saying is that, hey, listen, you need to be mindful of what you're doing. You need to make sure that you take care of these people because, hey, these are the people that can help protect you. And if they like you, they'll protect you. There is some truth to that, a lot of truth to it. Because, hey, I got Kanganda and, I'm still here. So, Jonita them ain't beat me up yet. But, who knows what's going to happen in the future. But yes, if people feel like they're benefiting from you being there and you're treating them nice, they will protect you. But also, like I said, it's a very tough situation for the diaspora to be in. You're getting this land in which others think that it's free. People want their own land as a resource and then you've gotten it. Yeah, it's a very touchy situation. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy, Shadu Jackson. Back at it again. Another episode here of Fair Use. I'm out.
Fair use, folks. Fair use. Now, this is what I'm talking about, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? Basically, they're saying that if you come there, you're held hostage at gunpoint to the indigenous. That means you got to walk on eggshells and appease everybody. And you're not talking about like one or two people you could take in under our wing. That's going to happen naturally, But that means everybody that can walk up to you and say, I need this, I need that, you got to appease them. So instead of you building your dream house and living in peace and building the things that you need to survive and everything like that, you got to be worried about these people attacking you because now he said now the indigenous people are talking about taking up arms against African Americans living in thing. And now the Sabo community has responded by now arming themselves, getting organized, arming themselves. And I think this is a good situation because it lets people know that, look, this is not going to be our fight. Now, this land is virgin land. What virgin land means that nobody was on it. It's not been developed, right? Some people had a claim to the land, but they never was occupied it and everything. They said, oh, that's my family land and everything. So when the land was given away and everything, they started coming there, starting to do some farming, and they were ran off the land because they said, no, this is part of the Sabo project, and that's where the conflict comes in. It's over 150 acres of land. And then the people suddenly decide that they want. So in other words, basically you occupy land and you hold the land hostage, right? And try to work out a deal where if you want us off this land, here's our price. So all
it's crazy, brother. This project been going on for 5 years. So it's not like
and people coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, brother, it's just sad. It's just, I mean, every chance we make a momentum to connect and try to be a part of the future of Africa, we just get, we just get sabotaged by our own people. It's like these are self-inflicted wounds that the Africans on the continent do, and then they wonder why everybody else come and take advantage of them because they literally see. I mean, the rest of the world is watching to see what they're doing to us as a people, and so they're like, well, why would we waste our time and try to do certain things? Might as well just exploit them, take advantage of them, and literally just dominate them. That's the only way we can do. Other than that, look, they're gonna do what they do to their own black people from the diaspora.
Yeah, it's just a sad situation. And like I said on the topic of the show tonight, it's just time to get organized and say, look, if you want to live on the continent and everything like that, first thing is security. This guy, Dr. whoever his name is,
Dr. Milana, he's not a real doctor. Also, he's just I asked him about that one because there's somebody I know directly. But yeah, he got calling himself Dr. Milana and Minister of the Future and everything. and he's one of the person that that connected us with a fraudulent attorney that ripped a lot of us off for residency. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, you literally just can't trust nobody, not even some of your own people that moved there and say that they're representing you.
Well, O'Shea just gave this whole platform, Dr. Milan. You know, O'Shea has not been in this.
I mean, he doesn't. I mean,
enough.
the thing of it is, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You know, O'Shea know me, and we're good people and things, but you don't have enough experience in this whole movement as far as what even goes on in a country like Ghana to really evaluate it. It goes way far back. You know, people literally, and like I'm telling you, brother, I don't see our people coming to Africa doing anything wrong. I mean. Like the stories I tell you that I don't want to like display on online because I mean many of them I've told you but it's not me to I don't want to display certain people's business, but you can see by the things I tell you that I mean it's people doing things on all different levels and it's more than just us doing things wrong and us making bad mistake. Everybody process that I heard it's like, okay, if you told them that if you went to another country, you did that process, more than likely you'd be okay. People are purposely doing this because they feel like they can do it and get away with it and nothing is going to happen to them. That's the biggest thing, brother, because everybody else that they can possibly do that to is backed by powerful nations, and they're backed by they have their own organized groups in the country, and they're willing to pay off their own people, police, to handle business if some of their own people do things to them. So we have to figure this out, brother. We as a people have to figure this out.
Yeah, it was
all I know right now is that the African continent is going to lose a lot of people, black people who would have loved to do things there, because all of these stories are getting out about everybody and all the things that are going on, and it didn't have to be that way. I mean, but at no point the people adjusted themselves. The scamming and the fraudulent stuff has gone. It has gotten completely worse than ever. It's so weird, like. I don't know if it was like a setup to like wait till they get settled in, then let's just do a full-fledged attack and just shake them down and mess up their their movements.
They waited till people start building homes.
So there we go. There you go.
You see the one Gambian girl with the bleached skin? Had the bleached skin trying to look like an Akata, talking about the Akata. These people are crazy.
It's really sad, brother. And that's why we can't get a lot of, that's why ultimately I'm being honest with our people in Africa. The reason why people like myself, calling other people that are trying to do things in Africa, the reason why we can't get the support that we're doing is because all of the foolishness that y'all keep up on the continent. Y'all keep up too much childish, ignorant foolishness. That's just unacceptable. And you know what I mean? And since, like I mentioned, since we already game for doing what we're doing on the African continent, none of y'all stopping us. So if we got to run over some of y'all, it's what it is. If we got to protect ourselves, that's what it is.
That's what they think. They think
because the biggest thing is, we're talking about the future of our children in Africa, and our people. I mean, I know some folks. That's a thing. You go to Africa, and sometimes you look at certain situations like, does some of our people care about their children? Does the government care? Do the general people care? A lot of times you're looking at like, no, you don't see it. But we as a people care. When you and I talk. We talk about the wonderful things that we can work together to build, and the beneficiary of that situation is who? The children of Africa. The children of Africa. You and I always talk about and I'm like, some people has literally got us wrong, but the best thing I realize is that we just have to protect ourselves from the scammers, and then we just have to realize that you may find 1 out of 100 good people that you can deal with on the continent. That's how bad it is.
Mm-hmm. And also, I asked a question, right? Where is the government? Where is the Ghanaians that live in the diaspora? Why aren't they contributing to the indigenous people and stuff like that? Why are they joining the diaspora and stuff like that? Why is the burden on the diaspora? Why is it the burden on that? People will come hundreds of miles to surround that village and whatnot. Oh, I want to be part of this. Look, if the village starts being prosperous and everything like that, everybody's going to come with their handout. You can't. No matter. It's not like the Asabo has billions of dollars endowment and stuff like that. Who got hedge funds all over the world, got billions of dollars, a central bank, and all stuff like that. They don't. Like, these people are doing this with their nickels and dimes. But they're expecting this guy is a clown. This doctor is elder, where he's a freaking clown.
Yeah, I've known Dr. Milano for a long, about a good 16 years, and he's always a incredible energy. But lately he has lost his mind over the last few years, and what I mean. This is somebody I used to have at my business conference and used to have to do a private citizenship conference until I realized that the citizenship that he was talking about was completely fraudulent, and the attorney that he was working with us to get us residency was a fraud, a scammer, and just a cheat. And this is what these people do. We have our people that we trust that went there, and then they set us up with their scumbag Ghanaians or scumbag local people and whatever. So we have enemies. We have enemies all over around us, brother, that we can't trust. So
These are
we're gonna have
people
to have a tight niche, man. Serious,
he
because
wants to surround you with, and
I was shocked, brother. This is somebody I knew for a long time and I trusted, and I mean I still communicate with him and things, but it's like I don't know, brother. I don't know. So I'm having trust issues. I'm having trust issues, brother. Seriously, I have serious trust issues with. I almost trust no one that I'm dealing with in Africa. No one. And I feel bad.
There is our last hope.
I feel bad for the people that's been wonderful and incredible to me and things like that. But it's like I can't take chances and I can't give benefits of the doubt to any of that anymore. I can't let no guard down or nothing anymore. It's just
that's why you're so hard on Liberia, because you've been through all this.
No, I'm hard on every country and things. It wouldn't have made a difference. What I'm saying about the situation is basically everyone that I mentioned to you that told me, they said the scamming and the craziness and the poverty is completely on a higher level in Liberia than it is in Ghana. And we're talking about family. We're talking about the second poorest region in the world, West Africa, outside of Central Africa. So we know that there's things that we're going to have to deal with. So what I'm always telling us is how we can, because since we already made a game to move and make these moves, we have to understand the situation that goes on. That's why when I'm dealing with anyone, I'm truthful for what goes on. So we could not make these mistakes in another country. That's the biggest thing. And even though we know the situation may be same or different in a country like Liberia, we just have to be game to prepare ourselves, especially when we talk about land and things like that. So that's that's really it. But there's no more. There's been so much disappointments. It's hard for me to see anyone coming through and really just representing from Africa. I've never really met anyone on the African continent that was really about Pan-Africanism or really about working together with anybody from the diaspora and actually really about anything. It's unfortunate, but you're hoping that your energy that you brought there and the people that you network with would just change that dynamics and grow. But it's not looking too good. So the only thing I would tell us, man, the ones of us that are down with this, just let's do this together, and that would make that would change the dynamics over a period of time, because we can't let evil win. You know what I mean? And we can't let visionless people stop us from building the greatest future for our children, which is a global Black business enterprise, a global Black business pipeline across the Black world. So we're not saying that we have given up, and we're not saying that we're not going to proceed what we're doing. What we're saying is that this situation seemed to be very consistent over a long period of time. So we kind of look at it as this is what it really is. And then when I'm hearing about more and more people getting poisoned in Africa, whether it's it's a local person or a native person, or just someone that's coming to do business in the country, and it sickens my stomach. What am I supposed to do? Lie to people when I get them consultation? I can't respectfully tell people to just go in this flow around and just settle and just live in this community full of everybody else that you have no idea who is. And then next thing you know, you're the victim. Next thing you know, things happen and no one can protect you. I mean, Kala, what should we do, brother? What because we can't. It seems like we can't win either way. You do it. Is you damn if you do and you damn if you don't, like we always talk about.
Yeah. Bottom line is this: people always guilt trip us. Oh, get in touch with African roots, come back home to Africa, and then when you do, okay, we're going to do that, and then all this shit happens.
Exactly, and exactly.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes I look at this like, let me look at this. I basically had a chance to join the Navy, right? I think about it right in my life now. I was a Pan-Africanist, Black nationalist. I was into nation building back in my 20s, right? But the bottom line is I could have friggin' joined the Navy, right? And I could have been retired, a Navy Master Chief. making like 500,000 a year as a contractor in the private sector and whatnot, you know, but I gave it up for this movement, right? So that's why I can't stop what I'm doing right now, you know. I got you. I know we could do this, right? But we have to do it a certain way. We have to do it a certain way. And what we've been doing was the wrong way, you know. I always say we have to build a nation of our own on the African continent eventually. But the satellite of those nations, all these communities we're trying to build, Sabo, Gajazi, and all these other communities, and what we're trying to build in Liberia and other countries and everything like that, we have to build strongholds, you know, and strongholds. And we should not be, like Kofi said in that letter he wrote. He said, we're fellow Black people, right? None of us really have anything, you know. Yeah, we might have a little bit of more, but if we put our money together and we organize, imagine if these governments in Africa, right, created like special enterprise zones for Black Americans to operate oil fields and stuff like this. We could be employing the native people, but they don't want to do that. They don't want to give anything up. You know, they don't want to give anything up to us and everything, and incentives to come there and build and settle and stuff like that. We can set up our own banks and all these things like that where we can funnel our money to the continent and stuff like that. None of that's happening. So we're basically going over there. We're putting our money in their banks and everything like that, and we're risking losing our money because their money's devalued. With the CD, to the dollar is like crashing. You know, you got the Naira is like completely worthless right now. You know, so we take a risk of losing the value of our money and all the stuff like this, all because we want to make this connection to Africa, but they don't want to meet us halfway. So that's just a sad situation. You know, we just got to keep doing what we're doing. You know, I always say the communities that we build in Africa right now, if you can't do nothing, have security, be armed, you know. And when you start talking about how would you want to live in a situation where any one time like 100 people could bum rush you with machetes and when I start hacking up? That's real in Africa. That's real. That's real life in Africa. People coming up and next thing you know, body parts all over the place. That's real. It's happened so many times before, and we don't want to put our people in that sort of harm's way. So you're asking us to, if you just protect the locals. This guy's insane. Give to the locals and everything. They'll protect you and everything like that. We don't need that, but we can protect ourselves. And we will protect ourselves. And we will defend ourselves. If people think we're just some walk in the park, they can just walk on. They got a sad thing coming. So that's what I say. And at this point in time, that's my solution. It's time to arm ourselves. It's time to basically get organized, have militias and all the stuff like this. Let people know that if you do this, you know there's going to be consequences. The what's they say? The honeymoon and the romanticism is over. You know, that's over. It's not romantic anymore. You know, now it's like real life. People are actually building properties. People are actually putting money in there. People are invest their life savings. It's real now.
Absolutely.
You know, it's real.
We got sick ass, dusty, dirty ass African Negroes on the continent waiting for the women from here to come on over and just literally prey on them. And some of these women are just a little older and maybe they've never been able to just have a young man and things like that, and they just get conned into the situation. Look at the things we hear in Tanzania. You know what I'm saying? Look at the things I've told you, brother. It's these are consistent things that are going on. I'm telling people, you know, you have to look at the trend of the situation. You know what I mean? Like Kala said, the romance, the romance is over. You know what I mean? Your eyes are open. You know what I mean? Once you get up, you know.
So
once you start getting abused, the relationship changes.
So if we're still coming to the continent, we have to just change strategies now. There's no more romance. You know, that romance, we're going to come together and there's Black people in America don't get along. How expect some indigenous people we're going to be able to get along with? Some we're not. We should have that option of saying who we want to be with and not impose on it. So some council of elders from the indigenous side got to be have oversight over what we do. Come on. I don't know you from Adam and whatnot, so how you going to have, we're putting all the money, we're building up it. Watching somebody who didn't put any effort in it to have anything to say of what we're doing. Nowhere in the world does that makes sense.
I mean, look at the Asian nations, man. I'm always, I know sometimes you and I always have to just go back to that situation. Look at let's go back to the 1930s and look at, almost 100 years later. Look at the different scope of nations that were poor and nations that are just rich now. And it's like almost half of the Asian nations have literally just took the economy to another level. I mean, and then and you really can't say outside of like Egypt, Morocco, you can't really say some of the countries you talk about Africa, whether it's in East Africa, West Africa, or Central Africa. I can't see what have been. I can't see like 100-year progress. I can't see. I mean, like, where's the progress? And it seemed like some of the greatest progress was during colonialism. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. I'm not trying to say nothing about that it was right or not, but it's like outside of that. I mean, I don't know where's the progress.
There's no progress. There's no middle class. There's no middle class. There's no industrial class. There's no industrial workers and whatnot. There's no Africa produces less than 0.5% of the world's GDP. No manufacturing good, nothing.
Now is the white people responsible for it? I'm not trying to defend any race or nation of people, but it's like it comes to the point where our people just end up just blaming everybody else, but the people who are root of the problem, which is themselves.
Yeah, that's why I don't rock with Jews.
But then if you say certain things, well, the CIA is the one that overthrew this person. Well, the British sent guns to this country, and it's just always something. So I'm like,
the CIA tried to take out Castro 27 times and failed. The CIA tried to discredit.
I mean, last I remember, isn't Cuba like down the block, down the street?
It's down the street, right around the corner.
We talk about it's in the Americas, family. Basically, I mean.
The great Singapore statesman and whatnot, the CIA tried to bribe him and whatnot. They tried to undermine his government and everything like that because he wouldn't play along with the West and everything.
So what is it about our people? Because I'm telling people that when they have to compare every aspect of things in the world, because it seems like when you talk to people like, well, it's neocolonialism, it's colonialism, it's how do you think we get all these guns? It's always something, but it's like other nations of people, they have to, it's like other nations of people have to deal with the world powers also. It's not just Africa have to deal with
because we don't have strong
so-called powers that be.
We use the CIA and the white man, like the Bible said, resist the devil and he'll flee. We don't have a resistance to all the foolishness. White people play on our foolishness. They know we're foolish people. We elect foolish leaders. We make foolish things. We do foolish things. And like I said, I give it to the people that's building in and what you're doing in Ghana and in Sable. And this is a serious thing. And since it's a serious thing,
we're going to all get through this and build what we need to build because, the African continent, I've never seen like, groups of people from the diaspora come and build anything. And this should be one of the things that should be honored. There's too much land in Ghana. So, hey, 5,000 acres of land has been redistributed or put in a deal for those in African diaspora to encourage our people to come live and build in that town. Then that should be a great thing by all the local folks because more than likely it would give them a better chance to get a job or opportunity than if they just didn't invite us there.
They can attract investments. They can build industrial parks, industrial zones.
And then also at the same time too, there's more land. There's the half of the country in Ghana is this virgin land.
Right. So why are they complaining about little 5,000 acres of land and whatnot?
But I'm sure if the government of Ghana said, "Hey, we have 1 million acres in the desert," and as soon as we start developing it, it becomes another situation.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna say 5 million years ago this wasn't desert, and my ancestors, plant all of the mango trees and everything.
This idea
of this is my land.
We gotta stop using that term. I don't like any black person to use that term indigenous. We're indigenous. The indigenous people. Indigenous means backwards, the primitive backward people, So in other words, basically a Ghanaian that lives in America for like send a link for Kidola. I want to hear what he has to say. Indigenous people that lived in America.
You serious? You want to talk to this dude, man?
Yeah. I want to see what he has to say. Yes, I want to hear what he has to say. It's a good topic or not. And I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. Get Kidola on, and I'll be right back.
Carla's trying to torture me. All of the link is up, so we got you. Just click and we're good. But while we're at it, family, so you bring back up the topic, and well, now we need to even bring the topic up. The main thing that we need to talk about is better strategies of, protecting our future investment in Africa. And it's kind of like you're out there in the jungle, man. Folks try to pick you off because you're just you're a straggler. You're rolling in single file. So that's what I've been talking about for a long time, and been trying to get more people to get it. And that's why we need to really build communities. So those people who thought what we're doing with some crazy stuff. No, it's to protect our investors and people, and also to make a better contribution. Because if everything that we're working for gets shaken down, how are we supposed to build a future for our children? We need to see our children in a more competitive situation, and that's that. So nevertheless, family, let me see what Ola is talking about. Ola, what's happening? All right.
Yo, man, I'm good.
Ola, what's happening? We're talking about all the scamming and all of the literate stuff that our people in Africa are doing. waiting for us to get land, and then they come around and do some foolishness. So go ahead and say what you're gonna say about your favorite country you love to hate.
I don't hate no African countries, man, because they're like me. I think I think that land. I think I heard about the land in Ghana, have a court case and all those things. You see, the chief that donated that land, he knew what he was doing. He did consult his people before he started sharing that land because he wanted to make some money. It was never free. You people were paid. But the way he came with the thing is like administration fees. What do you mean by administration fee? I think he was trying to cash into the year of return. He saw it as an opportunity for him to make money. They betray his own where he's the chief. He's the leader of that place. So he want to make some money, maybe to drive big jeep.
But check this out, Kidola. In all respect, that Sabo land started before the year return. As I remember, it started like 2017, 2018.
No, we started around the same time. It was 2019. We both got our land around the same time, but you're in talks for a little bit for, but it was honestly around the same time.
Right.
Kala, the truth of the matter is, in Africa, you can be a chief, but individuals own those lands. You understand me? Some of those lands where some of these villages or their tribal people have been farming for years. And
they got paperwork.
It doesn't matter.
All I remember, one thing the person was saying, all I remember, the government sanctioned the deal. The government.
Yeah, but you have to understand
stuff that the chiefs just did up on their own.
You have to understand the government. Look, the government can sanction the deal for him to do it, but he did consult his people. You cannot be a chief without the people.
Yo, the people don't matter.
So he's set it up himself.
They have laws. It's a
no.
Hold on, we're just going to hear you out.
Africa's not built up like that.
Ola, we're going to hear you out for 5 minutes. So go ahead, Ola. We're going to let me and you just mute ourselves and let Ola talk. And that way he can talk uninterrupted. Go ahead, Ola.
You have to understand the government, he's a very corrupt man. For doing that. He would have bring his people together and say, look, there are some of our family members who left a long time ago who want to return back here. This is my plan. They have to vote for it. That depends on the people, whatever amount of land that they want to contribute to the diaspora that want to come back home. But what he did, he solely took over that space and said, I'm the king, I have the authority to rule over this land. I will start giving out. And he was even selling it, whatever, for free. You understand me? So the people started resorting like, okay, wait a minute, where's my farmland? And he was also not talking. Look, land in Africa is a very dangerous game. You know, it's a very dangerous game. Not just you alone fighting the whole tribe. You know, they will take you out. It's just a matter of time. They might be complaining about it, going to court about it. Before you know, the youth, they will kidnap him one day and they will take him out. You know, they will take him out. That's just the way it goes. You know, he's a very big corrupt man. Forget about the government. Before you do anything in the area in Africa, forget about the government, social, the government, social. If you come in the wrong way, they will go after you. They will tell you, I will die in my ancestral land. You know, it's serious. You come from a village, they will say, are you not from that village? Can I come and take over your village land? You know, they will even send people from their own tribe.
Why don't we basically say the same thing? Didn't we come from that land? We're coming to take our land back.
that means you have to
I'm dead serious. You have to
come and fight a battle for
also,
it. You know?
Also, if you get in our way, we will kill you too.
My brother.
See, you don't like us.
My brother.
You think we're gonna be weak?
No,
Carlos, you whatnot. We got guns too.
Look. I hope you're not.
I'm dead serious.
That because Africa land war.
Oh, so what? Then let it be war then.
It's not about gun alone.
Hold up. Let it be war then. That's what our ancestors did in Liberia. We said, so be it. You want war? We'll bring you war. And we won.
Man.
That's the truth.
Kala.
Call me.
Let me just tell the truth.
You guys are a whole
African land are not from joke. Don't say come and fight them on their land.
You don't create nothing. You don't do nothing like this. You don't do anything to build and whatnot. 5,000 acre land, millions and millions of acres of land in Ghana, little tiny land, and suddenly everybody wants to get a pissy fit on.
Kala, the land does not belong to one man alone.
Oh yeah, it now belongs to the Pan-Africanism community. It belongs to the Pan-African village of Asabo now. That's who it belongs to.
May I cut in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead. Ogun, welcome to Pan-Africanism toward Nationhood.
Give thanks. I had a question. I'm 100 all in with what you're saying because it's true. We need to squat up and we need to show people that we're not soft ass in Zungus. I mean, that's a very big disrespect, but if you think about it, like Jamaicans, when we see white people come, we think they're soft. And many Jamaicans think that African Americans, some, the Carlton Banks kind, are soft. And some of us, we bought it. Like I'm born and raised in California. And in Oakland, East Oakland, the hacking, I've seen that shit. I have seen hundreds of East Oakland people snatch people out of cars because they snitched on somebody or they did something. You feel me? It was against the so-called community or village. I've seen it. I may have been a part of it, actually, a few times in Atlanta and in Oakland. So the rundown can happen with us African Americans because we're ready. It's not a problem. You know, some of us, our parents are from the Caribbean, or some of us, our parents are from the continent. It don't matter. Black is black. And we all can get grimy together. But my question is, do we have access to artillery, to protection tools, let's say tools, on the continent? Because what I was told by post-military from here, from America, that we don't have, there's like some kind of no access, but I don't believe that because everywhere they say there's not access, there's always an underbelly way.
Well, they got guns in the Sabo, and everyone's arming themselves in the Sabo right now. They're building an arsenal. So let it go down.
Okay, good.
Kala,
I don't need no details.
you have to be very careful. You have to be very careful who is arming himself there in Sebo. A Sebo guys cannot take the whole of Ghana. You have to be very, very careful because
So the whole
the war. Hold on.
So it
No,
broadens the thing.
hold on. You need to hold on. I mean, Kala was talking. I mean, you just interrupted us.
Okay, the whole thing is this.
Ogun and Kala was having a conversation.
Now, what does that? What does that say about Ghana? Right? We black people in America spent $1 billion in Ghana. We're not
Kala, don't focus on
gonna
it.
go to war
Focus
with
on
us?
the conversation you have with the sister. Y'all was getting somewhere great.
Yeah. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, so I'm just trying to let's have a resolution. Let's build. You feel me? I want to know, what do we need to make this shit right? So one thing I see, I agree with, what's his name? Kala. I agree with Kala because we can be about that life. Trust and believe.
Yeah.
Because we face much more in Babylon. We have the police, we got white supremacists, we got all that. Yeah. So no, I'm saying I'm a math teacher. Wait, I'm an actual math teacher, and I have had to be about that life. No, just not to be raped as a mother. My father has never allowed me to be in Oakland without a gun from I was 16, not for the black people, but for the white men. I had chaperones from teenage to 25 just to protect my body from Caucasian men. And as a pregnant woman, I have two children that are in their 20s. As a pregnant woman, a white man tried to snatch my whole body from in between two brothers. So in America, you not just brothers to be your wild link or your security. You have to be strapped. As a female, as a black female in America, you have to be strapped. And these Africans don't know it. They don't know that we've put people down just to be living. The college ones of us who've never done drugs, don't do alcohol, don't do Babylon Bati behavior. We care about our lives and families. We are loyal to something. So yeah, we'll put it down if it's an obstacle to progress, because we've done too much just to make it where we are. They have no idea. We have 5 times more moderation, or what I would say, hardship in Oakland than they have in Gambia. That's why we're looking at it like it's like heaven, because we don't have all these adversaries. What I really think is going on is agent provocateurs. I actually made contact with a post-military African American from Virginia that actually reached out. He's on meth, and his family works with the CIA and Department of Interior. And I have emails from him. He tried to rob me, but I have emails from his phone device reaching out to white government saying, "Hey, I want to infiltrate NFAC. I want to infiltrate the black community." He's right there with Bijou Noir and THC. THC don't even know. This man talked about THC like he was a drug addict. He doesn't even know THC. But he says, "I know that gnawing of his teeth. I know about meth heads." Yeah, he does. Because Gregory Albert Spencer is a meth head. And he's an African American who has been upper class. And he's light complected. He perms his hair. And he thinks that some of us black people ain't really African. We ain't really. I mean, it's come out of his mouth.
Type of black
He is married to a white woman. And so we have black people from here actually inciting. I know you don't see this, but this is the hidden hand. They have free drugs from America, and they are inciting the villagers to go against the African Americans who would love
I believe that.
peel them from out of the West. I'm going to say, as an educator, right? I deal with the youths, like the teenagers, and you would be surprised how the teenagers and the 20-year-olds, the college, age children, those people who have access to guns, those ones, the ganja grower, those people, they see the unseen hand, the white Nzungu, giving the black Nzungu with the perm. You feel me? This nigga had a perm. I'm still trying to get over. Okay, so the black Nzungu coming from here to give free drugs to the gangsters in the community, because they already on drugs, so they know how to smell and sniff out the drug people to betray us.
Master
So
P,
we need.
Master P. You ever see that movie? The water. What was that movie? That movie he made. That movie.
Belly.
The water, something like that. I forgot the name of it, right? And he was telling how black upper class people were bringing drugs into doctors and stuff like that. Were bringing drugs and had connects in the community and stuff like that. So
I'm a witness. I'm a witness to it.
In here, you know,
it's true. Very true. I know some people that I know some Morehouse cats that I went to school with. I went to Clark. I know some brothers from Morehouse who are ex-military, who pretended to be Black Panthers, and now they're giving free drugs. They have infiltrated the Black Panthers. They digging brothers out of jail who have HIV and are making the brothers rape. They ran through the Black Panthers in Oakland and are raping women. Like, I personally know some sisters, and they have savagely beat, killed, and raped these women to where it's public. And you can't put him in jail. Like, this man has actually beat his wife to death. Mama Asada my friend is in the grave. We taught together at a private Black, a Black-owned school that we created. And this nigga, this sellout or agent provocateur, COINTELPRO, is bullying people that he dug out of jail and making these brothers, these Debo brothers who he dug out of jail, and
can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? Because
don't put that. Come on.
Can I ask you something? I'm very confused. Are you ready to fight the Africans? I'm asking that. Are you ready to fight the Africans?
We're saying that we have
the Africans fight with us. Listen,
are you ready to fight the Africans? Can you fight the Africans?
If the Africans want to bring
I'm an empress, and I will always for you to respect.
Yeah,
are you ready to fight the Africans? I'm asking that.
Right? We're Black.
Are you ready to fight the
Africans? What's wrong with you, Ola? The lady's having a very intelligent conversation.
Oh no, Bomani, what he's saying, you have friends in the
what's going on. She's talking about what's going on in our community. Ola, can you hear me? She's talking about what's going on in our community in Oakland. I mean, and she's having a conversation. Why do you feel like you need to interrupt her? I mean, all of you people just ignorant and just boisterous and just feel like y'all know things. Y'all have not built anything in Africa. So stop just interrupting people who's building a conversation. I mean, Ola, sometimes I don't get where you're coming from on these things, brother. Honestly. I mean, where do you really go ahead.
Ola's like this. Are you ready to fight Africans? Look, the bottom line is this. We were invited to this community. We're building a Pan-African community that could morph into several communities over there that's self-sufficient with their own hospitals, infrastructure, everything like that, and be a tax revenue base for Ghana, and all people. You're talking about, and we played the video, how people talk about they're going to arm themselves against the diasporas and everything, and you're telling me, ask me, were you ready to fight the Africans? Yes.
Yes, we are.
Yes,
Ola, that's exactly what I'm saying to you, Ola. Listen, if you're listening to the sister, right? Just give me some etiquette. It might not be in your culture to have the etiquette, but in my culture, right? Brothers and sisters love each other, and we like to respect each other. So please like to respect this Black woman. Give thanks. So moving forward, I'm talking about the Babylon in the East Oakland community, and that same Babylon in the East Oakland community that is infiltrating the Black Panthers is on its way or already in the Gambia. I know some of the motherfuckers. And I have communication from one of the motherfuckers' phones saying that he would like to be hired by white America to infiltrate us. Yes, I've already talked to some of the heads and passed it around. This man is married to a white woman and has beat his 2 Black daughters. So forget about Becky. You can beat her all you want, but don't beat your Black children with fists. But this is what a sellout man is. He's like the white man. He will punch his own baby girl, a 10-year-old and a 14-year-old, with fists in their face if they don't agree with his homo ass. And that's what he's doing too. He's having sex with men. So there's an entity, there's an energy of the Nzungu. And we need to burn that out fully. And I'm saying that same energy, the same drug addicts, the same weak heart sellouts are in Oakland. and some of the nerdy guys from Morehouse College, or some of the nerdy guys from whatever college who can't rap and wants all the tough guys to think them as cool, they take a hand up from the government and let the government dig out brothers from jail. And some of these brothers from jail have told me that Che Malik Bo is blackmailing their family members, their nephews, to harm them in jail if he doesn't rape the women and the Black Panthers. We've gone through the shit with the whole family. The brother doesn't want to be on Che's leash. He doesn't want to give everybody AIDS. But if it doesn't, they will kill his nephew. This is what the brothers from Morehouse or the people who have family members in government can do. And no matter how many times Che kills his wife or beats his sister or harms somebody, his own daughter won't talk to him. And we have gone to Babylon and they won't put him in jail because he's for hire. Like, he's the most bitch-made motherfucker in Oakland. All the brothers think so. The tough ones too, that's in his squad. But he's got the whip. He's got the white man's whip. And so we don't have a revolution in Oakland anymore. Everybody has been drugged against their will, kidnapped. I am 50 years old, and this man has men coming for me. No, not coming for, but physically, publicly beating me. And the police won't put them in jail because they are the police. They undercover. So yes, I'm with Kala and Bomani. Hell, Bomboclad, yes, I will put it down. Kill it before it has a problem. Because we have that problem here. And we can't let it infest the continent. Hell, motherfucking yes, I will put it down. Blood, yes. I'm a mother. Anybody who's a parent will put infestation down. So Babylon, that means white America, is infested in West Africa. Well, I don't know just West Africa, but I personally know from my Jamaican, people that are in West Africa, that Babylon has a hidden hand. We see it. We see the rake before it hits us. Smell the rake, Ola. It's infiltration. It's divide and conquer. The white man is not your fucking friend, and I am not your bomb-clad enemy. We wear the same skin suit. So at the end of the day, that Nzungu white man, the pale face, is our enemy, and he will kill us all if we don't unite. So I'm going to say this. There's some of us that are grimy. Some of us are mafia. Some of us, like Jamaicans, we with the shit. And we know how to go through the community and find the real ones with big guns and make everybody act right. So yes, I'm coming.
Appreciate my sister. Appreciate it. I was telling Colin that we don't play around. I mean, we have some wild folks, man, from here in the Americas that we can get there to regulate stuff, but we refuse to. We're gonna stand our ground as a people. But Ola, let me hear from you, Ola. Go ahead. Let me get your response from Ogun.
Okay, thank you. You see, when you start saying that, what the man, I don't know about so, but what I heard about some Ghanaians are saying that the guy refused to consult them. Look, land issue is a very delicate thing in Africa. The chief, the corrupt chiefs know what he was doing. He wanted to arrange himself in a very nice way, but very polite way. That, but you see, the people, whoever bought land for those territories, have to consult the people. And some of these individuals that own the lands are there. You understand me? They might not be so aggressive now, but as time goes on, this community will be very, very aggressive. Because they must stop selling our land to people. Stop doing it. The guy refused. Start selling it still. If diaspora actually want to return back home, I think they have to go in a proper way. There are some of these chiefs who want to cash in. Let me ask
you a question, Ola. What is the proper way?
That was the proper way. I mean,
the proper way is this. Don't just buy anything somebody just offer you because it sounds cheap. It sounds like a
government sanction it, and a paramount chief the chief in charge of the entire area sanction it. I don't know what people want. We have to stop blaming our people for doing things that brother, people are we are coming with our heart and our soul. We're doing nothing wrong. We're hiring attorneys. We're working with the government. We're working with the chiefs. What are we doing wrong? I mean, you know, the thing of it is,
Bomani, see, if I'm speaking in the African side. So you believe more, where you're coming from, you believe more in the government, right? You believe more in the paperwork that can be
I
forged
talk
by
about
anybody.
the paramount chief also.
So the paramount chief himself, when they ask him, when some people ask him, do you consult your people? You have to know some of these paramount chiefs are not just the people making
Living on the land.
Hold on, for you to become a king, somebody have to make you to become a king. You cannot force yourself to become a king. And without the people, you can never become a king. So the people, let us assume the Ashanti, the king of Ashanti, is not just there because he's strong on his own. The people make him, somebody make him to be the king of Ashanti. So the land he commands, it doesn't just belong to him alone because he's the chief of the custodian of the people of Ashanti. He have to consult, all the way for the lower people that direct communication to the village.
They did that. Everyone was agreed. Okay, we'll give this land to the diaspora and everything like that. It's only 150 acres in dispute, and that 150 acres is overblown by basically it's spilling out into other parts of people who don't like the Black America or whatever like that. Even people from other parts of Africa are weighing in on this. All that is. Everybody's sitting there focused on the whole continent. You got 12 million square miles on the continent, right? And you got this 5,000 little acres of land and whatnot, and everybody's making a big deal of it because the diaspora building.
Kala, that chief, look, the Ghanaians that participate in that deal are corrupt people. That's just the truth.
It does not matter.
I appreciate your feedback. I do want to hear from Kazurian. He's been waiting for a while. Greetings to Kazurian. What do you think about all of this, brother?
Yeah, greetings. I'd like to start by saying, okay, first of all, I don't recommend anyone buying land in countries like Ghana, which have a complicated legal system. You have the chiefs who still have power, who actually own the land. You have the government who also owns some land, and individuals can't even own land in Ghana. It's really actually either the chiefs ultimately own it or the government. So what that means is you'll always be leasing. Now, here's the issue with a country like that, where there isn't like a complete exact law. If you go to, let's say, a country like South Africa or Kenya, you as a foreigner, you can actually own or rather lease the land directly from someone or the government. There is no chiefs in Kenya. Yeah, there's the chiefs in Kenya, but they don't have any power of their own. They're actually getting the power from the municipal government. The chiefs in Kenya actually are employees by the government, and they actually carry out government things. So what that means is you as a Black American can own land in Kenya for 99 years. They changed it before foreigners could own up to 1,000 years, but Kenya didn't want to go down the Zimbabwe way of getting rid of the European settlers. So what they did is they said, okay, if you're a Kenyan citizen, you can't own more than 99 years at a time, but a Kenyan citizen can own up to 999 years. So that was a way actually changing the law to prevent the Wazungus from maintaining all those farms that they took during colonialism. Anyways, let me get to the point. A country like Ghana ultimately is not a country that is foreign friendly when it comes to investment. The laws are complicated. And when it comes to title deeds, they don't mean anything actually in a country like that, because there's so many different rules and laws that are contradicting each other. And then let's say if you want to purchase a property in Ghana, as a foreigner, you will most likely only get 50 years. Even to get the 99 years that is possible as a foreigner is going to be a headache. That's one. Secondly, if you did take it to the court, African courts take forever. You don't have the time to wait all that period of time. There's also elements of corruption here and there. And of course, there's the whole fact of you're going into buying land, most likely in a tribal area, which is going to be disputed by the local tribesman, because you're coming in there with a little bit more Eurodollars. Your lifestyle, the house that you're building will most likely look better than theirs. So there's always going to breed, discontent with the locals. I just don't suggest any foreigner doing anything that's complicated. Honestly, I have countries that I recommend. South Africa, you buy land there as a foreigner, you'll be fine, you'll be protected. Rwanda, you'll be protected, but I don't recommend it either, just because of the whole thing that happened previously. People that are coming back might one day claim it as their land. But the government so far does protect your investment. Kenya, if you buy as a foreigner, 99 years, simple, don't fall for any tricks. You will own the land. And the thing with countries like Kenya, you don't go and buy land in some random tribal land either. It's not like you as a Black American you can just go to the Somali region in Wajir and think you own that land. No, you might legally own that land, but they won't let you invest unless you have to agree. So what I'm trying to say is this: African culture is great. However, if you're not integrated to the system and you don't have stake on the ground, you don't have children, you didn't join a tribe by marrying a woman or a man, vice versa, whichever one you are, they're not going to care about you as much as they would their people. So ultimately, you are a foreigner, you're an outsider, you're coming to encroach on their land. So the only areas I would really tell people is Namibia, Botswana, Kenya, South Africa, Rwanda, yes and no, those kinds of countries, and also not in tribal lands. Go and buy in neutral spaces. Right now, I live in Masai area in Kenya. I don't live in Nairobi. I would also not buy land in Nairobi because that's going to be disputed. Because unfortunately, it's high value land. So until we find a solution, and I'm working on a solution, by the way, for this whole land purchasing process. I'm building an app that's working on the blockchain. So any transaction that occurs has a history and channel to it. It's non-fungible token sort of technology. It'll take me a couple of years to finish, properly. But until I find a solution for this, you have to be wise, right? If you want to invest in Kenya, don't buy land in Nairobi. They'll steal. No, I don't know if they'll steal it, but it is possible they'll steal it. But if you go outskirts of Nairobi, for example, where I am, in Rongai area, it's still next to Nairobi. Like I can get there in less than 50 minutes, and it's prime land, and it's actually affordable. That's what I recommend. So yeah, generally, no, just avoid anywhere where you have to deal with tribal laws, and focus only on the countries that have developed enough to create a cohesive system. And I already mentioned the countries.
Kazori, let me ask you a question. So that being said, I agree with you, right? But like I said, we came there, the year of return, stuff like this, A lot of us didn't 5 years ago didn't understand all this, right? But since now that we made this move to Asabo and Jagazi and places like that, and the Gambia and stuff like that. So what's the solution now? Once you're in, like you said, once you settle on someplace, you put down roots.
Okay, so good question. Then I think the solution it's two solutions that I can give right now. One solution is you must give up on the fantasy of having your own little ranch, because a lot of Black Americans who saved up, let's say $40,000-$50,000, they've gone to Ghana or Gambia and they're trying to build a nice sort of retirement home or a home where they can raise their children. I think you need to give up on that dream. Don't invest something in a place where you're only going to get 50 years leasehold anyways, and then they'll take it away from you, because you're not guaranteed that the chiefs will sign a contract to extend the leasehold for another 50 years. That's now, it depends on, the kind of person that they are. And of course, if they realize that that land is prime, they'll rather sell it to someone else for even more money. So what I'll suggest is this. You're already in Ghana, you're already in Gambia, year return and all that stuff. Go and just rent a property that already exists, in not so rural area, not so town either, where you can find something that's like a mansionette or something in a semi-rural, semi-urban area. You'll find it cheap enough to rent, whereby you won't be, going too much into your pocket. And sure, you won't have the feeling of ownership, but until the rules and laws and regulations change, I think it's just bad investment, putting all that money into land in these countries. I think you just rent a property. You can easily find one for 2 bedrooms somewhere in Ghana or Gambia in a semi-rural area for like $400 a month. Actually, less than that, $300 a month. 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom with like enough space for you to put your chicken coops or wherever. Or alternatively, you leave and you come to Kenya, you come to Rwanda, you come to South Africa. But that's much more complicated solution. The second one.
See, the truth of the matter is this. What the African Americans don't understand about Africa, when they start coming in to start buying this stuff, so when you start saying, "Oh, what are you talking about?" You have to consult directly, really, with the people. Africa is a whereby they have what called tag crier. Everybody gathered, not just the chief alone. If the chief was honest, he would have gathered the whole community, top level of the tribal people, right down to the lower world. Head of family.
That's exactly what happened.
No, it didn't happen like that. What the chief did, he gathered his own. What the chief did, he gathered his own palace chiefs, right? Some of his corrupt members in in that his own palace, then he start doing this business himself. But in
It's
African
only,
society,
it's canola. It's only out of 5,000 acres. It's only a section, 150 acres that's in dispute, and these people came out of nowhere and say, "This is our land. We want." They started farming on the land, right? That was part of the 5,000 thing that was earmarked for the Sabo village. They started farming on it, and they got ran off, and that's what the problem is. You know, so they came after the fact. You can't just basically have land sitting there, and nobody used it, and then basically talk about that was my land. You have no title, no deed, no nothing there to it. But it's saying that's my interest for Homeland. It might be so.
Kala, you look, in Africa, land belongs to the tribe. The chief can be the custodian. You have to understand that when you start coming in, started building these buildings, and you're a foreigner, started getting up yourself, right? Started getting up yourself, trying to form some kind of different kind of community, inside a community, they will revolt against you. Because that means you're coming to threaten.
Let me ask you a question.
To threaten their own type of way of life.
Kidola, if they believe that, then why is it that what's the guy's name? Bomani, your friend over there, the elder. What's his name?
I'm not here to call a man's name, but what's your point?
Okay, my point is that he's saying that we should come there and we should basically give to the indigenous people. Now, what is it?
All right, so you're talking about the video that we played earlier with Dr. Milana.
Yeah, so Color Genesis, that's not going to work either, because what Kidola just said a couple of minutes ago is 100% true. The land belongs to the tribes, right? So what that means is the chief is the custodian of that land, but you can't always trust the chief to make the right decisions, and there is no due process in when it comes to acquiring land from a tribe. If the tribe don't want you there, they'll get rid of you, and there's really nothing else that you can do. So I would say, look, if you're a Black American, just avoid any tribal land. Figure out who the government-owned lands. The government will sell you the land. They'll compensate you if they have to take your land for roads or other sort of public resources. But in general, just avoid the tribal land. Like I said, for example, even for the Kenyans, let me give you the context.
Okay, Azorian. Traditionally, right? How do tribes actually lose land? Do what?
Well, governments will steal it.
No. Traditionally, let's say Kidola just made a point. He says, forget the government for it's tribal land. Okay, all right. Tribes, what they do? They fight among each other, right?
Yeah.
They fight among each other. Fight among each other and say, okay, we're here now. This is our land. Those our land. They have wars, and then whoever wins the war has land, right?
True.
So what I'm saying is, the Black people for America, I understand what you're saying. The land belongs to the tribe or not, but now a new tribe is there, right?
But
and they basically
that tribe doesn't have that tribe doesn't have power.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. The new tribe is there, right? If they could basically say, okay, you want to bring it, right? Blood is on the soil, blood and soil. You know, once you spill blood on the soil and you win, that settles it, wouldn't it?
Sure, but do you want another Liberia happening?
Yeah, let's talk about Liberia. Liberia, there was nothing wrong that happened in Liberia. I'm going to educate you on Liberian history. Liberia was a perfect country because you know why?
But at the same time, too, I mean, if you want to hear his full response, let Kazoran explain why he said
but he doesn't know the history of Liberia.
But I'm saying, but regardless if he knows it or not, let him finish explaining why he feels that it could possibly be like
about Liberia.
No, I mean,
okay, so whatever happened in Liberia, I'm not referring to the complexities. I just mean where it becomes an enmity between two tribes, and that creates, a problem that ensues. There's not enough Black Americans in Gambia or Ghana to be able to go through like a long war with some of the local tribes. I don't suggest that process takes effect, because it's not going to end well for the Black Americans.
We should just roll over and let people just wipe us out and kill us, like that, just like that, not fight back.
No, I think you should relocate. Honestly, just relocate to the country.
In other words, basically, you relocate from America, right? And you go to some place, you settle down, you plant down roots and everything. Somebody says, I don't like, for whatever reason, you can spill coffee on them. And next thing you know, you got to leave now and whatnot. You know, you insulted me, whatever
So-
like that. So you
Okay,
got to
so
leave
good
now.
point.
It doesn't work like that in the real world.
Great point. Let me respond to that quickly, right? So the issue is, right, countries like Gambia and Ghana, these countries don't have diversity in them, right? And let me be specific what I mean by that. Ghana has, you know, their Khans and related tribes, a little bit of Hausa in the north, etc. Gambia has, you know, the usual tribes, Wolof, Mandinka, Fula, etc. These are very indigenous tribes that have been there for a while. So if you're going there as a, they're gonna feel that you're an usurper. But if you go to countries that have always had diversity, right? Like I mentioned, South Africa's got 8% white population. That might not be a good thing in terms of what, you know, you're going there for, but that helps because it's used to having foreigners. It's got Indians, it's got the Chinese, it's got other Africans, like 2 million African migrants there. Kenya's the same. You have a diverse set of different people living there successfully and peacefully. The Indians, the Somalis are many there, etc. The whites are also there. So if you go to countries that already have an established infrastructure of diversity, you won't have these problems. There literally are no there's no Indian complaining that Africans have stolen their land in Kenya. None of these things happen here because, you know, en masse, this might be individual cases here and there, right? But that happens even in America. I just don't think Ghana and Gambia are ready to do what Black Americans hoped for it to be ready for. And as you said, yes, you can go and have a war that might leave some blood, but is it really worth it? Now you have to ask that question.
I think it's worth it. Fiancra, right, was first proposed back in the 60s with Kwame Ada, right? I'm friends with his daughter, Maya Ada. They end up moving to Liberia in the 70s, you know. Kwame Ada was an activist in Detroit. He's a street named after him and everything like that. And they were going to, Kwame Nkrumah first proposed a whole section of Ghana, right on the Togo border, east of the Volta River, as a homeland for the Black people from the West. And that's how the Fiancra project got started. And Sabo just an offshoot of Fiancra, of the idea of Fiancra is the idea of you left without saying goodbye. And so basically what happened was people settled there, built homes, even built school for the local people and everything. And then after the people started building the land and everything, the people on the other side don't even have their chieftaincy right. One people says he's a chief when he's a royal, right? And next person says, oh no, we're the chieftaincy and royal, we're installed. And so there's all this dispute on that side. We have our side together. We're coming here to settle, right? The chiefs, no. That he's not just stolen no more. So we got to sign another agreement. So you got to pay us more money. It's all about the money with Africans, you know? It's all about what we can give to them. And it's never about saying, look, you have this land, let's develop it. Let's get the thing up and running. Let's get the land up and running. Let's see what you guys can do and build something, see how we can all benefit from this project you're doing. Before you get started, everybody got their hand out. Everybody is saying the chieftaincy, and I'm starting to look at this stuff like the African culture is not really organized, you know, because you got all these people claim themselves to be chiefs, claim themselves to be royals and everything like that. So we just go with a deal. You say you're chief, you say you're installed, you say it's land, we have this, that's done. And then after we settled there and start building and putting money into the place, suddenly the chieftaincy changes. Suddenly, no, he's not the real chief. And you argue among themselves. No, we had to agree with that chief. Doesn't matter what you guys decide after that. That's what we're going to go with. We're going with this. And so this is what we're talking about. And also when we talk about Liberia is the only country in Africa with a constitution that protects the indigenous people's land. You know, the only country that protected it. That's why you don't have any white farmers, anything like that in Liberia. Only Black people can own land in Liberia. And the indigenous people in Liberia control most of the land in Liberia. So there was never any land issues in Liberia. So when people say, don't what happened in Liberia, the indigenous people had most of the land, most of the time. You know, they had most of the land most of the time. And they integrated into a cosmopolitan society of both people from the Caribbean, America, and people from other parts of Africa settled there and whatnot and built a new society. So we can't put Liberia on the same thing. And Liberia's laws are the same way with America. They have tribal land, they have government land, and they have private property. and the Liberia's lands are so good that tribal people are taking tribal land and making it into private property, and they're now building in the interior hotels and some everything and real estate and everything on their once tribal land. They made it, they modernized their land systems, you know. So Liberia is not the same thing. People need to get educated. Or we don't want to happen in Liberia. There was no never any land conflict in Liberia. The indigenous people still controlled their villages, their territories, and everything, and they built towns and everything accordingly. So there was never any land disputes. The settlers mostly lived on the coast of Liberia.
So, Kala, can I ask a question? So you mentioned a lot of stuff, and I don't disagree with the nuances of Liberia, but I have a couple questions, right? If you're trying to, this is to do with your intentions and if it's practically feasible. So if you look at some of the conversations I've had with you, you want to build a black, I don't know, stan or something, Blackistan, you know,
Afrikstan.
Okay, Afrikstan, right? A successful one, right? So if that's the case, I think you should change some of the, you know, the not talking points. I think you should change some of the way you want Black Americans to invest. As I mentioned, right, there is no industries in Ghana. What that means is there's a chance for you to come in and obviously start industries, right? One of my business partners is actually, is not doing it, has already started building a farm of processing palm trees or whatever into palm oil and packaging it, getting the FDA, you know, what you call it, approval, and is already exporting into Kenya and Tanzania, etc. Right? So that already exists, right? I think if you're going to tell people to come back home, tell the normies to go to Kenya, right? But if you want to make money and be a capitalist and really help build the economy, a country like Ghana and Gambia are going to have that potential. But I think there's two types of people. There is those who want to come and settle, have a nice, normal, simple life, build for themselves and their family. And then there's those who want to be tycoons, who want to actually build the nations. And I'll say Ghana is going to be easier. It's low-hanging fruits. Kenya's, it's going to be easier if you're more tech or, let's say, more modernized. But if you want to just do the simple commodities, the stuff that even created Dangote, which is simple foods, commodities, and processing, you have a chance in Ghana and Gambia. But I don't recommend normies to go there because they're going to be frustrated.
Well, my whole thing is this: there's a lot of people. If you look at Asabo and other people, these are older Black people retiring. All they want to do is build a community that have people with like minds, people with a Pan-African sort of thing. People, they want to meet people from around the world who thought the same way they do in America, that they want to live around in a Black country, but not just a Black country, but in a community of like-minded people. And the like-minded people are the people who believe in this philosophy, this ideology of Pan-Africanism and Black first and stuff like that, Black power and stuff like that. So people want those sort of communities. So and we would welcome people that believe like us from the continent to join us. And nobody excluding anybody and everything like that, but we have to have that Pan-African space, you know, that Pan-African space. And then once you have that Pan-African space, you could bring in Pan-African business. Because right now, let me give you a perfect example, right? And it was what I wanted to say last week, and I missed what I was saying. China and Japan may hate each other, but they do $400 billion a year worth of business together. See what I mean? China and Taiwan hate each other. They do $300 billion worth of business together, right? How much business can Ghana and in Kenya both say they do with each other? Almost nothing. But because they don't have the Pan-African mindset. They talk Pan-Africanism, but when it comes down to actually giving some of their sovereignty up and giving some of their stuff up and whatnot, they don't want to do that, right? And the people that's actually bringing that Pan-African energy is the Black people from America, you know? And so therefore, if we build these communities in Africa and whatnot, these Pan-African villages and what we call Afrikstans and whatnot, that's going to create a Pan-African culture.
Yeah,
you know?
so one comment there, and then
I
won't
call
be
you because if you just call on for a few seconds, I just want to see who this is. I'm on first in command. Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
What's going on, brother?
Yourself.
How you doing?
Go ahead. What's on your mind?
No, I was basically Kazarian, and am I saying your name right, brother?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Well, he basically was saying the exact same thing I wanted to say. So I was basically chilling, listening to Kala.
Okay, so you want to add
Yeah,
to that? And what are you saying?
if not, then Kazori and I continue.
No, he can continue.
Yeah, so I wanted to respond a little bit of what Kala is saying, and I generally agree with some sentiments there, but I think it's more than the mindset, Kala. I think we, as a people in general, and I would say in Africa more so than the diaspora, something I've sort of experienced and observed while I've been in Kenya the last 3 years, is we lack the concept or the culture of resolution, problem resolution. And let me give an example. I'll use Ghana or Gambia as a simple example, and I'll also use Dubai as a comparative country. If you go to Dubai, right, generally speaking, I'm generalizing here. If you go to Dubai and you are an investor, you want to invest in a high-rise building or whatever it is, property, you're not just going to be scammed, and the person you gave the money to isn't going to run away and claim that this problem came up and that other problem came up. What happens is the government actually gives you an option. It's actually less than an option, right? They tell you that they're going to act as an escrow in that whole agreement between you and the developer. So when you give the government the money to be your escrow, they will then obviously help monitor the transformation of the barren land all the way into the project that you signed up for. The issue is, right, that's a very simple solution because the government is one of the ultimate power in the country. They want investors to come in, and that's why they have a huge direct investment. That's why everybody wants to go there. I don't, but everybody wants to go there. Now, if you contrast that with a lot of African countries, actually, I think all of them, Rwanda is trying, but the government doesn't want to do that. Right, the government doesn't want to help yet, because imagine this, right? You're in Ghana, you know that your laws are complicated. You have chiefs who actually have real power. You have the government, you have the British common law, you have civil law, you have three contrasting legal sort of parameters in there, and none of them resolve each other. There is no superseding law that will say that the common law is higher than the chief law. There isn't. It's almost like it's just contradictory. So if you know this and you're the government of Ghana, you're saying this a year of return, you could at the very least have gone and just copied an escrow system, because ultimately you can negotiate you could be involved as a negotiator within the chiefs. You have legal documents signed, and then you obviously have the ultimate veto because you are the government, and you can make things straightforward. Africans don't want to do that, Carla. So even the mindset thing of, let's say we want to be Pan-African and lose a bit of sovereignty, for example, in the airspaces. This is an example why flights are so expensive within Africa, right? Because they don't want to sign bilateral agreements, or rather like one tax in only one direction, like monodirectional tax, because they feel like they're going to lose something. It's more than just the lack of Pan-Africanism initiative. It really is the lack of the ability to resolve simple problems in a simple way. Escrow would have literally solved all those problems. Right now, Ghana would be growing. More people would be willing to go there because they know they're protected. But the government doesn't care about that. And I think it's just, we have to resolve that issue first. Can we get to the... yeah, go ahead.
I agree. I agree with that. I want to add on to that. That was I wanted to address what Kala was saying and to join it to yours. Niger, Burkina Faso, and what's the other one? The three of them. Mali, thank you. They all came together because the Nzungu threat upon us, like with that laser weapon, like they really are coming for us. Like France, UK, and America, they really have had some serious. Was it 2 Junes ago? They had a parliamentarian session, saying to recolonize us. So I think the spirit of Africa is changing governmentally because they realize we're upon annihilation because the Nzungu has bigger weapons. They have made agreements with other entities, and they will nuke us if they can't use us. And I think that fear of death will quell the greediness and some of the small mindedness. Like even a dope fiend, if you're on meth or crack, you still want to still smoke the crack and the meth, and you have to be alive to do that. And so even on the smallest menial level, the beggar understands, the thief understands, You know, the betrayer understands that all three of us black categories will be murked. That means no longer living if we don't squad up. So I think that the junta between the three countries, Niger, Mali, and so on, I think that has paved the way to change the tide of small-mindedness of the, what do you call it? Not existentialism. Yeah, the existentialism of the small separate countries. They are afraid of us. They, white people, are afraid of us because we are superhuman to them. Like we're like a spooky ghost because we are more powerful in every way, in every way. And so their jealousy of us is not going to stop. Cain is never going to stop hating Abel. I don't believe in the Bible, but I'm just saying the short leg never go like the tall leg. You understand? They're not ever. It's going to be so until we let China get rid of them people, because China's about to get rid of them white people, and we all know it. And it's the only reason Africa kinda will deal with China. Even Russia, everybody know that Russia and China need to get rid of America because America's a problem for the world. No, not just America, but America, Israel, United Kingdom, all the fucking homo demons. So I'm thinking I would like to propose, yes, like Khaled was saying, we bringing that energy. Why? Because we're getting murked on in America. We we are upon extermination. Like extermination is happening already. They murked Maui. They murked the whole country of Maui. So because of the recent events, we can use the reality of the recent events as an example. We're gonna be the next Maui in America. That's why African Americans are leaving. They're about to murk. They no. They're about to concentration camp and use us as chattel. Use us as labor. So all of the military and the black police, they have left because all the Babylon black people know that the white people have whispered in their ear, we about to deal with y'all. We about to recage you. So that's coming to Africa. The wicked white death that Black Elk speaks, you feel me? The Nzungu is coming to a theater near you. So if we don't squad up to put the monkey down, the monkey gonna annihilate all the black people. No, for real. So I think, Kaisarian, I like your idea as far as the escrow and making something, with the governments to deal differently with land. But all of we are one. And in Jamaica, we get that because out of many one, we had to hack the mess out of United Kingdom. They came into Jamaica and tried to take over the government and killed grandmas and children. They actually came and murdered people to put PLP in jail, to put Siaga, to put white faces as the prime minister that we never voted. They're about to, and they, what's his name, Tiore and Mali, they ran them out. They're doing it everywhere. Haiti, Mali, they're doing it. So we need to get with the shit, and we need to tell the governments to get with the shit. Because if we don't grind me up, we're gonna not be alive, or we're gonna be in chains. No, chains is worse. Chains and rape is worse than death. So I know that fat meat is greasy everywhere, and even the gangsters know this. So this is what Jamaica did. Just take a page out of our book. We went all the Rastas. We went to. I personally know people or somebody who went to the gunmen in the hills of Jamaica to deal with the government that sold out to United Kingdom. The gunmen, the gangsters of Jamaica fought United Kingdom on their own and won. It was bloody for 3 whole years. And it's going to have to be like that. We need the realest ones of us from here, that means from America, and the ones on the continent to disperse artillery because the shit's about to get down. The frying pan is already sizzling, but it's about to turn up. So I want us to come with some kind of, like Kaisorian has a plan. You're already on the ground. But what are we going to do when we rent a place and then people come in because we've rented and they have a key to our spot already? We're getting cleaned out. So renting is not really the resolution, because theft can still happen, and people in the cities are still getting robbed from their apartment. You feel me? Conveniently, you feel me? Somebody put in a maid, and all of a sudden everybody don't know where your clothes and everything went. No breaking. So I'm just saying, we need to deal with this like the Crips and the Bloods dealt with it. The government, the white government, is our enemy, and the Crips and Bloods came together and said, "You're right. The police are killing us." The Crips and Bloods were formed because the police were killing us. Actually, let me back it up. So we need to make a union, like how the Rastas united with the gangsters of Jamaica and Mafia. We squatted up and we brought out the white. So we're gonna have to do that in Africa. The gangsters
Absolutely.
of America.
Sorry.
Africa,
Hold on. I think you're bringing.
make sure that the Babylon cannot infiltrate the
I'm very
Babylon government.
confused.
I'm
I
clearing it for you.
just hold on for a few seconds. Hold on, I got you.
Yeah, I'm clearing it for you. The government from America, France, and United Kingdom has agents planted on the continent to stop Americans, Black Americans, from getting you guys right. They know we want to get us all right together. So they're making a fake war between Africans and African Americans, and they're saying, "Hey, you guys, go do this." It starts off as in little factions, and then you will think that that's how they all really think. But somebody has to be the devil in the ear to say, "Hey, you can't let them African Americans take your land." Which devil would that be? The white monkey that we all know. So all I'm saying to you is we have a commonality, and they have just put wrenches, or they've put, they've messed up. They've put contention. They've created a false contention between our African brothers and sisters and us African Americans. You understand? So I'm just saying that we just need to dispel the fuckery and come together, because we will be killed, each of us, the Africans and African Americans. And there's nothing we can do about that. We have to squat up. The enemy not going nowhere. That's all. Go ahead, Ola.
Absolutely, sis. Appreciate it. Yes, Ola. Let's get your feedback.
But Manny, look, the truth of the matter is this: we can move on, move there, move that. The truth of the matter is, never allow anybody to say you offer you for land for free. Oh, this is a so-called diaspora land. The other foreigners that live in Ghana, but what they're doing, what they did is they buy in already developed territories. You understand me? So you can buy in already into developed territories. Okay, a lot have houses and everything there. It's already almost like a township. They're going to a virgin land where people are already farming. It's different. People in the city is different from people in the rural area. People in the rural area, they hold their land strongly. And I want to let the sister to understand why this African country drove away the white man is because the white man was building in their own land. You understand? So that's why they don't want the white man, even when all these so-called government buildings are being built by the British and the French. But the Africans never really liked them building at their own land. So they're not in ties with your building. They just want their land for themselves. So not about what you brought in as a development or you want to build up a community is not what they're talking about. What they're talking about is this my land. Go away with your building. Building is a block. Building is a cement and sand. To them, that's valuable.
Kadola.
Yeah, hold on.
Africa was a building block of civilization. They like building in civilization. That's what I was.
Yeah, Kala, help us out, Kala, please. Help us unpack the amount of foolishness that he just mentioned.
Yeah, and so the bottom line, you're saying that in your town that you showed us, right? You have one municipal building, one that, and all that land still right there. And I told you how you guys could develop that and make that a thriving area where you come from, Kadola, and you just basically dismissive of that. I'm saying, I tell you could do a lot. Land, you have land. You could basically build that your city where you come from and everything. We looked it up and everything. I forgot what it was called. We looked it up, and you could make that a commercial, industrial capital and create a middle class and create everything like that. But you keep saying they want the land, oh, this family owns this land right here, whole sections. Instead of saying, look, let's have one central government, central authority. When not, you guys still hung up on tribes and land and everything. You are like literally 2,000 years behind the rest of the world. You guys don't want progress. And that's why Africa is not developing. You don't want you're resisting the progress. You're resisting the mediocrity. That's why these people are calling for this guy, the former head of Blackwater, is calling for the recolonization. You guys aren't even angry about that. He's actually openly going for Africa to be recolonized. And
All right,
everything.
Kala, hold on that point. Let's hear from Ola in reference to what you're talking about. Ola.
Look, let me tell you, Carla, what I mean, they want to do it themselves. You understand? They have children. Kumasi was not just made as Kumasi you see now. People of Kumasi built Kumasi. Accra, you see today, is not just being built. Majority of the Accra people they are the guy people that live there. So they want to build their own city themselves. So when I mean, they can develop, most of the restaurants you're seeing, they did it themselves. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is this: you as a foreigner coming to say, oh, I want to help you to develop your territory, they're not into that. They're not buying into that.
Yeah,
So
you've been to Kumasi. Is it a thriving middle class area?
I mean, what he's saying, I mean, Ola's on point. The people in Kumasi built Kumasi, and Accra was built by foreign investments. But as far as the people who want to build Accra, I mean, why do they wait till the foreigners build it before they want to build it? That's my issue.
That part. It seems like there's a jealousy. There's some kind of a competition, and we the same people. And I'm gonna say something. Don't you think everybody's laughing at us? The Chinese, the white, they're like, the brothers and sisters can't get it together. They made us fight over the same. They made us fight over the same toy that we should be sharing. Not saying the continent is a toy, but it belongs to all of us with black skin or brown skin or African DNA, we want to say. But I'm just saying, really and truly, there's plenty of places of land, like Ola was saying, they don't want us to come and chop down the tree. They just want a whole bush of jungle just to stay there. And all of us homeless in America. We're not messing up. We're not shaking up. We're not ruffling no feathers. I mean, there's plenty of land that don't nobody give a bomb on. And as soon as we get there, though, as soon as we ride in the shiny bike on it, no, you can't have it. It's jealousy. It's shade. So
we gotta give up. We gotta be hostage and blackmailed and extorted by people. That's not right.
So I'm gonna say. I mean that we have to be honest. The jealousy is there. There shouldn't be jealousy because we are, what do you call it? We are the victims of Babylon. Like we have gone through so much as children, even just to go to a school, we're getting beat up by by adult white kids. The 4-year-old girl is getting gang raped by 13-year-old boys, and in San Francisco makes it legal because they're just exploring her vagina. They have no idea how much we want to kill the monkeys. Me personally, I would love to encourage the children. Shucks. So I don't know. I would love, what's his name? Kai's. I know he's gone, but I would love for somebody from the continent, not us, because we don't know. We're not the jealous party. So we can't come up with a solution to our brothers and sisters' jealousy. And I'm going to say something to you, and it's scary. Have you ever known a jealous person to get over it? No, I'm just saying when it comes to hair texture, when it comes to skin color, like I like my black skin, but what if there's somebody who don't? Like I like my nappy hair. I got a big afro. But what if there's somebody who don't? The ones of us who are selling out are a threat. And we have to make our brothers and sisters on the continent realize that they can't be a poison to themselves and to us. because then it's a liability. So I don't know, honestly, how to heal the jealous party, because I don't know of jealousy being healable, because it has a root of hate that we didn't cause. The white man caused the other brother and sister to hate their hair texture or hate their skin texture. And if somebody who looks different, like if you're medium brown, like Bomani and me, I don't know how my brother and sister who's black Qatar feels about me. I think they're beautiful. What if they think I'm beautiful and hate me because they think I'm more beautiful than them? Like, that's a problem. And I'm saying, as a woman, I know in sisters it can't be fixed. A child that's hating me as a 14-year-old has tried to kill my children as a 50-year-old. I mean, put glass in my baby's cereal, crush it up. And we found it out. I'm just saying, this is real. I've seen this in Belize. I've seen this in other countries. It's where mothers, this is a real thing. It's where mothers would do things to poison the children, like what Kala was saying, will poison the babies. That's the level of, that's jealousy will hate you will kill your kids. And that's a root that the white man put in them. The white man has that jealousy of us. In some kind of way, they raped it into the Africans. They raped it into us too. We have colorism in America, which it's if not worse than in Africa. So I don't know the cure for when a jinn, in Islamic, when a demon from the white, that's like demonic cooties. Yeah, I don't know the solution or the vaccine for demonic cooties from Babylon, but it's a real thing because it's the media. What I do know is that my father never let me and my brother watch TV. And so I didn't have that root of evil in me to want to cream or chemicalize my hair. But, my sisters was like, I was a humbug. Like, why don't you, oh my God, we can't stand you. Why don't you just perm your hair? You're making us all look bad. You're making us all look too black. Well, yes, I am too black. Yes, I want to be too black and not too Bob. So it's something. I think I noticed, what's his name? He's in Mali, or he's in Burkina Faso. What's his name from Fillmore? JT the Bigger Figure is a friend of my ex-boyfriend. JT is a rapper from Frisco, and he's grimy. Look, he about that life. Trust me, I grew up with it. I witnessed it. Anyway, he came to Burkina Faso and was like, yeah, he turned it up. He says, yo, let's all get grimy like me. Let's all be superstars like me. Let's do it together. Right? And because he looks like everybody, listen to what I'm saying. JT the Bigger Figure looks exactly like everybody in Burkina Faso. So they can't be jealous of him because they see him as them. And we got 50% of the black people in America are black as an African. We need to, I don't know. We need to make them turn up with us. And we can't just do it through rap. But I do know what was successful in Jamaica. And with no singing and dancing, it was gangster time. And I think that they will understand it's gangster time. It is. Or they will kill us. So they think we're cool. And we need to make them know we think they're cooler. And we need to make them be cool with us. So that means we need to go get, we need to go get the heat, distribute the heat, give everybody a post, and put them on like a comrade. We need to comrade the whole continent. No, really. We're a day late. Somebody could have the floor.
Yeah, we have to have that self-love. And the bottom line is, the problem is the black race is, because we're on the bottom of the world, right? There's like this is there's no love in hell. We just turn on each other. we turn on each other. We see ourselves as the enemy. See everything about us as the enemy. Our hair, our skin, everything about us is the enemy. And so therefore, it's easy for us to even have a conversation like this. 5,000 acres of land in the Sable, right? And you got people talking about, you got to do this because the people are ready to, local people are ready to take up arms against you. I'm saying to myself, is it that really bad in our race? Is it that really that bad? You can't. You're going to the mother continent. You're being part of a Pan-African village, and you're trying to build stuff and everything like that. Of course, there's going to be local people working for you and doing stuff like this who are earning money, who would not have a pot to piss in if you weren't there. But that's still not enough, And so
I'm gonna say JT, he passed out a lot of money. I will say this: he made everybody a superstar. He made studios, but JT, he had a whole lot of money though, and he got some of the money from the nation. So he had donations from the Nation of Islam, and he's Muslim, right? And he showed our brothers and sisters on the continent that Muslims are hip hop stars and can be about that life. So he made a bridge because see, that's part of it. In Africa, they think that we're just some lost, confused, brainwashed Christians, which is true. But plenty of us are not with that fuckery. Was never Muslim. I mean, was never Christian. We Muslim. We with it, and we can bond. So we have to take away the TV. We have to take away the media, and that's not really easy. But I'm gonna say that JT came with bigger media. That's what he did. Like he knows if the kids want laptops, bring them laptops. If the kids want to be superstars, he put heck of people in the studio, and he's infiltrating their ignorance with the studio. Kudos to him, my brother. I appreciate it. So I think we have to look at what is it that our brothers and sisters want, because it is a crime, right? It is wrong to ignore that they're hungry, right? And they should hate us if we don't feed, because that's what JT did. He came and he was like, yo, $10,000 house. I'm going to build all the single moms. You feel me? Any woman that got kids, come on to Africa. And I'm going to build it for the baby moms over on the continent, and the baby moms is coming from America. That's what he did. He says, what does everybody need? The single moms need property. They want to be stars. They want to be, you feel me? They want to feel big. So let's be big together. But then sometimes there's going to be that one mofo that don't want you to include them.
Madam, I understand your Aluta revolutionary kind of talk, right? JT did do those shit in Africa. He just came there to make some noise. You have to understand African norms and African way of life. Because when we start talking about this, you talk about more like a Black Panther power movement. It doesn't go down in Africa like that.
We need to make it go down like that.
Hold on. You can't change what's already there for thousands of years. You understand me? This is not United States whereby you stand on the microphone and talk revolutionary talk. In Africa, they don't talk revolutionary talk. When you come down to revolutionary talk, they want to kill and they want to fight. You understand? So what I try to tell you right now is this. The setup of Africa system, when I was born, I met it like that from my grandfather when he was holding meeting with his traditional people. Africa hold meetings. They hold called town hall meetings in their town hall, in their tribes. In this tribe, they have a set of men called the elderly men. The elderly men can make up to about 5 to 10 men, which is the oldest men in that village. They're down to the other side, they're down to the youth. They're the youth, inside the youth, they're the one protecting the tribe. Those are soldiers. So they don't just talk revolutionary. Before they even decide to even go and fight a war, it's something they debate a lot. You understand? So they don't go down, revolution like that. Wanting an African tribe can go to war for their land. We used to intrude into their border space. They will send their youth after you. and they're ready to send their own children to die for that land. So that just goes down like that. What I'm trying to say is,
how did it go down in Ogoni land? Remember that?
the Ogoni land. Let me tell you about today. Hold on. Today in the Ogoni land, even the federal government couldn't even occupy the Ogoni land. Even when they killed Sarodiwa.
How did that end up? How did that work out for you?
Hold on, brother. I'm close to Ogoni people, right? I know the Ogoni people. The Ogoni people still control their land. Even with the federal government.
How did it end up for them? How did it end up for them?
Hold on. Yeah, therefore battle, people die for it. Sarodiwa lost his life. Hold on. Sarodiwa lost his life for it. But see, guess what? The Ogoni people still owns their land. If Abacha was trying to do something funny, Abacha could not do much. Obasanjo have to come in to negotiate with them. That's why you saw the Delta War of Vengeance came up out of that Ogoni land. Youth who were fighting blowing up those oil pipes, blowing off all those things.
Where are they at right now?
What they are right now, they still control their land. And the community, that's what they formed.
That's been almost 30 years.
Hold on, yes, yeah, but that's what they formed. When those rebels pump out, what called the Niger Delta Avengers pump out, they start fighting because of Sarodiwa. This youth formed their gangs, their militia started fighting the federal government, blowing up pipes, say this pipe won't live.
What happened? And remind us what happened to Sarodiwa.
Sarodiwa was asking the federal government the oil is policing our land. That what really happened. Then some chiefs collected some money. They tried, they sold him. But where are the chiefs today? What happened to those chiefs? The youth gathered those 4 chiefs and put them inside a car. They burned them up. They burned them out, burned them inside a car, inside a Volkswagen. You understand me? So what you have to understand is this. Those chiefs that went to the federal government to collect some money, they sold Sarodiwa, they're no longer alive. I bet you their own descendants might not even be in Ogoni land anymore. They might even ask them, you need to leave now. Once you betray the tribe, they kill you or they demolish your house. Your house is your symbol of you belong to the tribe there. So you have no foundation in the tribe, they can wipe you out, ask you to leave, and you're not allowed to come back anymore. That can take thousands of years. So the Ogoni person owns their land. You understand? So I'm not an Ogoni, but I can never go and occupy land in Ogoni land. I would dare not do that, or they will cut me off.
That was the federal government.
So the federal government did it, but it didn't succeed. That's why they set up a body to be paying some money to the people for that oil pipe just to be there. Have you ever heard about the work called NNDCC? They set that one up. Obasanjo have to set that one up. Okay, these Ogoni people, and these are going to be. That's what some of these rebels you see now. To talk, most of them become billionaires. That's what some of them, put out their arms. That's what I'm telling you. You cannot take on the tribes. They're not going to let you go because right they were born. It's already been infused into them. This is your land. This is where you're going to die. This is where you're going to be buried. This is where you go fight for this land, for the land to belong there. They will share those land for their people. Look, if any tribe say, I have free land for you, ask that tribe, make me a citizen of your tribe. I want to belong to your tribe. That's what Afro-Titan did. Afro-Titan become a tribal member in Ekiti.
Oh, no, please don't let that joke. Yeah.
No, that's not the truth. If you
he's somebody that's confused about his racial identity. He's basically trying to find an identity for himself.
No, but he said, he's an African.
Carla, I think that's a good idea, man, for people trying to actually, deal with the tribe and become members. You know what I mean?
You can't become a member of a tribe.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
You can't become a member.
Okay. If you go to a tribe, your tribe and stuff like that is your life experience. Everything that you know from your grandparents, everything like that is passed down. You can't just say, something, I want to become part of your tribe. That means you give up your identity, who you are.
But Bomani, they don't ask you to give up your passport. Look, you can become a member of a tribe, but your children will enjoy it more. They will see you as a guest, but a guest into a tribe. But once you start having children, then your children start having children, then they start enjoying the tribe more. So any land you acquire right when you are alive belong to you, they belong to your descendants. Don't ever say, oh, come and have this free land for diaspora. It does not exist in Africa. You have to become a member of the
it's like
tribe.
this. A Sabo land is there, right? It ain't going nowhere. So what are you going to do about it?
I'm not going to lie to you, man. When I first heard about a Sabo land, hold on. When I first heard about a Sabo land, when I first heard about a Sabo land for diaspora, I laughed.
But mine's community, the guys is there, 60 acres and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? What are you going to do about it?
Carla, what are you going to do about it? When the time comes, they want to chase you out, they will chase you out.
Well, the bottom line is this, and we'll be ready. That's what the point looks like.
You can't defeat them, Carla. You can't defeat them.
It does not matter.
Carla, that sound good on paper, bro, but I don't think that'll happen.
We'll cut you off.
Well, what's happening is still there.
I swear to God, I swear to God, when this guy mean you, forget your American way of talking now. When they mean you, they'll cut you off
and the people
immediately.
in the stable are now starting to form their own arms, militias, and whatnot. And they're saying that if you try it, we're going to bring it. You know? Now, you guys are not opting. You guys keep advocating for what you're advocating for.
Carla, this is not blood and cribs.
We're clear about who our enemies are.
This is not blood and cribs. When the time comes to fight you, when they decide to fight you,
let's be clear.
Carla, when they decide to fight you, when they decide to fight you, they'll come on full force on you. And if they notice you have arms there, right? If they're watching you. Let me just tell you one thing, Carla. Let me just tell you one thing.
Completely defenseless. You want them to be completely defenseless and just sit back and
Carla, let me just tell you one thing. Look, African public fighting wars.
It don't work like that, bro.
They're not backward. We talk about battle. There are spies watching you.
And we are too.
Hold on. They are more than you. How many Black Americans live there? How many Black Americans live in that land? Highest 5 or 10 or 20. You want to fight a community, a tribe of possibility, a million?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Forget it, man. Without that comes, they will go after you.
So the bottom line, hey, so look. The bottom line is this: we have the communities over there and whatnot. You know, it's not going no place and whatnot. So if you guys want to bring, you guys, it's the local people who are talking about violence. We're not talking about violence. We're talking about defending us.
You can't say they're armed, that they have guns and everything.
Ola, I think it's a good idea that you brought up that our children will, I guess, enjoy more if we actually become a part of the family.
Yes.
Like, that's how it is. When you if you come to New York and you need to be a part of the game, you got to be in the family. I mean, this is like what you were saying, is if that's what you meant by the right way, I kind of agree with that. I think in the family, let's really be family. You feel me? Like I'm with that. But I'm gonna say this at the same time. What you said, intake it. We family. And we do want to be a part of because we actually feel that we are already part of the tribe. We might not know which tribes because they didn't mix this up so much, but we burned fire on that. We didn't do that. We don't like them in Zungu. We don't like the bad blood in us. We want to be a part of the tribe, but we just felt like you didn't think that we could because we got that monkey juice. You feel me? We got that Babylon. You feel me? We got some of that white blood in us. You feel me? Like, we couldn't help what happened 200 years ago. But I do think that is a right way. Let's squat up and let's be grimy together because we have to.
I don't think you understand something about Ola. He's not thinking about that. He's basically thinking, this is our land. This is you don't have any right to.
But I'm gonna say this. How come nobody ran all those goddamn all the monkeys off of the land in South Africa? How come? How come you let all the white farmers take all that money?
You might be thinking what I'm thinking.
It
say what I'm
wasn't
for the white people, not for us.
Hold on,
it was the same. It was the same system like it was over here. You know what I mean? You know, whenever these folks came in with superior firepower, what can you do? You know what I mean? It takes time.
Look, my sister, look, Kenya and South Africa, that is their own problem. But in West Africa, there's no white man that owns land in West Africa. What I'm trying to say, I'm not even from Ghana, but in Nigeria, you cannot just come and say, oh, I think that's where the chief was also very corrupt, you know, because for you to become, look, the truth of the matter, some Brazilians came to Nigeria way back ago, but the king then of Badagry gave them a space, and that space naturally belonged to them as a tribe, right? Lagos Island, that Lagos part, this person owns the buildings there. Is there for life. Their children, even they are billionaires called Silva. You say if you hear their name with Yoruba name, then with some Brazilian name, you know these are the Brazilian returnees. Fela mother is from Brazil returnees also. So in Lagos, there's all this land. So in Nigeria, we don't just ask you, oh come, we have a place for you, but you have to pay some admission fee, but you have to belong. So these Brazil returnees, some of the intermarry.
But let me say, Kedola, there's also people in the Sabo village that are married to Ghanaians. And not all Ghanaians are tribal, right? Ghana's a country. So what if basically in the Sabo area and other places like that, they marry from somebody from a different part of Ghana?
Yes. I think, let me be honest to you, those guys are married to Ghanaians, their houses should be there. I'm not going to lie to you, because the wife or the man will negotiate in see me and see you type of culture now. In the Ghana, in their own type of culture. They'll go down.
Hold on, Kedola. Let me stop you right there. This is a Pan-African culture. That's the whole
There's
point.
nothing like Pan-African culture in indigenous. Look,
that's what we're
Pan-Africa is a foreign language. Pan-Africa is a foreign language.
We're thinking beyond living in mediocrity and simple. We're talking about building a base where we can basically fight the white man and the Chinese, everybody else. We're not going to do that, basically forgetting who we are and forgetting the struggle we went through. We're fighting a global race war.
Look.
So therefore, the whole idea of a Pan-African is a strong black state, a strong black area and whatnot. You know, where we could build.
I understand. That's American way because of people
struggle.
Well,
it's not American way.
In Africa,
this is why you guys are losing. This is why
we don't lose nothing. We don't lose nothing.
This guy came out there, this white guy, right? Humiliated Nigeria just recently, right? He said, look, you got a country of 200 million people, right, that produce less electricity than a country of Hungary of 10 million people. How do you guys stand for that humiliation of somebody saying that on national?
Which guy's that? Which guy's that?
So white guy.
You can say anything you want to say as long as you're not coming to take the bed and my land
and basically,
it's your mouth. It's your mouth. It's your mouth. You say. It's your mouth to say whatever you want to say.
The same white guy is actually openly calling for the colonization of your so-called land, and you're worried about a little 5,000. You're worried about a little 5,000 acres of diaspora.
Look, Kala, you can insult me. I was okay. It's your mouth you used to insult me, but it's not my mouth. So okay. When America invaded Iraq, the Americans nothing they were able to establish. Oh, America talk about democracy there. What happened? When people start seeing America as an occupier, a foreign man with a different type of skin tone, different type of language, want to come to my place and dictate the way I live in my kitchen, how I cook my food, want to introduce Burger King to me, they refuse. What happened? The children lost their life by resisting the United States in Iraq. You understand me? These are the youth. That's what in Africa also exists like that. There's nobody. You can insult me as you want. Americans are all going to invade Iraq. They say, oh, please. They said, please don't come and invade us. We don't know you. But when America kept me, what happened? For years, they fought them. They fought them to the teeth. What happened in Afghanistan? You can see those guys like Ragtag, the Taliban, but they say, this is my land. They continue using that West. This is my land. This is my land. America came with B-52 bomber. It didn't work. America came with B-1 bomber. It didn't work. You understand that when you're ready to die for the land, that's why I always said, African rules are like this. I live and die for my tribe.
Controlling Iraq right now. What are you talking about?
You know, no, but you want to say somebody, you can insult Africa as you want, as long you're not coming to take the water and the land. I don't care about how you insult me. But the moment you step into my territory, then you want to take my water and my land and what belongs to me, my identity, I will fight you to our death. That's why I'm just giving you an example.
Hey,
look at Iraq.
that's what we're saying. They
Look at Iraq.
He's saying they coming, not us. The white man is coming for you. He already have plans.
The white man cannot win.
You're not focusing on the real enemy.
The white man was there before they chased them out. The white man is there for they chase them out. They can't do anything.
You didn't chase them out.
No, I'm saying they have weapons.
You went to the Queen of England and asked for begged for your independence, and she gave you independence. But you gave us independence. He gave us independence, but not independence. He gave us independence. He gave us independence. You know, America fought its independence by driving the British from these shores.
You think the independence? You think the independence just came like that? Oh, please, I was on my knee begging you.
Nami Ezekwe, Murata Muhammad, all these people went to the Queen of England, and she granted. And after
hold on. Do you think the independence? Do you think the independence just came like that? Have you ever heard about the bar riot? Have you ever heard about the women? The women battled against the British when the British wanted to control the palm oil business. You think the Africans were just putting their hand like that? It doesn't go like that, my brother. Both the men and the women were fighting them, and they were losing their life.
For all these years, hold on. Why hasn't Nigeria? They took the palm oil from Nigeria and other parts of Africa, and took your palm oil and took it to Malaysia and got rich off it. And the Africans and Nigerians never got rich off the palm oil.
Look, you can come and defeat me at first, but I'll continue. Have you ever continued resisting you till I weaken you? That was happened to the British in Africa. They were resisting them in every form. At the time, the British have to use middlemen to even run some of their business in Africa. You understand me? Middlemen. Then after the Second World War, when the Africans helped them to fight the Japanese and the Nazis,
you were fighting the wrong people, you know.
Hold on. Then the Africans said, we just went there for freedom. People said for them to be free. Now we want to be free now. We want you to leave our land now.
You do not ask nobody for freedom. Freedom is forged in blood.
But he's saying they did.
Kala, are you the one that live in Africa, or I live in Africa? You can read anything you want to read in the book. You understand me? In Nigeria, where I came from the southern part of Nigeria, it was a continuous resistance. Ezekiel was from the south. You know, Awolowo was from the south. Enaro is from the south. It was a resistance against them. You understand me? The Muslims have the North have some deal with them. We don't want to see your feet in our territory, but we can take some of your messages as you want it to be, which is the Emir of Kano. But in the South, because that's where the resources really, they wanted to have foothold. We continue resisting them till they left that side of the land. Not like I own this land, or this land belongs to my generation to generation, continue fighting them. That's how we become free. It was not like, we just settled down. Oh, Queen, please help us for freedom. No, it was not like that. Both women and men and children, they were fighting them. They were fighting them till they left. Yep. So what I'm trying to tell you now is, if you want to come back, I'm not telling you as a stranger. I'm an African. I know the Ghana and Nigeria culture is not too different. Their land system not so. We don't have that kind of land. Come and rent it. No, if you buy land in Nigeria, you just buy a land. You understand? The land belongs to you. But you cannot come into a community that's already existing that you want to form your own mini type of tribe. It's not going to work. You have to belong to that tribe. They have to do a law ceremony to welcome you in. Then This land now belongs to you.
Yeah, that's
They had all
right.
kind of ceremonies and everything in Sabo and everything like that, you know, and all the stuff like that. They said it, the stool.
Yeah, but some of them flag off Hebrew Israelites. You have to understand, Africa don't want to. Christianity is the highest way they know up to. You have to understand. This will come. Oh, this is Hebrew village, Hebrew Israelite village. They're not going to buy it. They ain't buying it at all. You have to understand who you're dealing with. You have to study this for years. Forget about the city. These guys that want to live like white people in the city, like I cry. Forget about those mentality. When you're dealing with the inner land people who still hold on to this their tradition for thousands of years, you really need to study them. You really need to take their children in these cities. Who are your people? Who are your people? Because every city boy in Africa, every city boy came from a village. Another Kafo, the president of Ghana, came from a village.
Question, right? Let's say in another 5 years, as Sabo is up and running, it has warehouses, has industrial zones, and commercial parks and stuff like that. You know, and it has hotels and has and maybe have its own airport. You know, airport and stuff like this. And there's investment coming in and stuff like that. They might have their own stock exchange, and so it is a thriving community now. Or not? Would you say that was a good thing or bad thing?
Carla, I think that's a good thing, but you need to talk to the people directly. Forget all
Well,
the
the bottom line is let me say this, right? When you talk about nation building, right, that's left to the people who basically know what's best for the people, even when they don't know themselves. That's what leadership is all about. You know, leadership is all about, you know, the people who have foresight and vision and the wherewithal to put this together. Most people in the world, right? Most of the people, like Charles Drew once said, the law as an ass. You know, look, people, nobody likes the law. Nobody likes rules. Nobody like that, but they're there for a reason. You know,
the land must belong to the Black Americans there, but they have to renegotiate with the people
are
there.
naturally resistant to authority and stuff like that. That's just human nature. You know,
That would be a good thing, Carla. But I'm gonna say this though, right? If you're gonna go in and control it yourself and not involve the people, you know what I'm saying, the natives, then you're gonna have a problem because you're gonna have you got to fight wars on two fronts.
I'm in first command. I think you're coming at a point. Are you an FBA?
That's a fact.
You want these FBA people. You're not.
No. Wait, Carla, hold on.
You're not a Pan-African.
No.
FBA people.
I'm not with that clan, bro. Hold on.
Pan-African thing.
Wait, Carla. I'm Pan-African.
I can you people a mile away.
Carla, hold on. I'm Pan-African, bro. I'm not with that clan, but I mean, if you want to consider me that, no. Listen, if you want to consider me that, if you want to consider me one of those, I guess, but I'm not in that clan. But I'm not in that clan.
Explain to me before
I'm
we
not
have
with Tariq and the rest of them.
Before we go any further, you know, how are you a Pan-Africanist? What do you believe in?
I mean, you got to be specific.
Okay, what's your definition of Pan-Africanism?
I'm for the people, period.
No, for the people. That's not good enough, bro. That's not a Pan-Africanist. You're full of shit.
Yeah. That's what it is.
No, it's not
for my people.
No, that's not my people.
Bro.
That's not.
I am for my people globally.
Globally.
Globally. Yeah.
Globally. That means white people, black people, gay people. Who are you talking about?
Come on, Carla.
You know what he means.
Yeah.
What?
Stop playing, Carla. He is not one of those people that running around being an Indian. He just said it.
Well,
I'm
saying this. I'm saying if you're a Pan-African and you say you can't see why somebody's building a Pan-African village, right?
No, I get that part of it, bro. I'm gonna let you finish. Go.
I already told you that the onus of the Sabo is you're in Africa, right? Because they can build a Sabo in the Caribbean, right? The people that's going to be there around the community is going to benefit from the presence of the people there.
Okay.
You know, we go to Africa, we're spending money. We're putting,
But if we're not
hiring
working,
people who can't do jobs, right? When we're still hiring them and stuff like that, you know. So the people are naturally
no,
benefiting
that's
from
tribal.
from the presence of the Sable
No,
community.
dude,
So
you coming in as a
tell me
colonizer,
what
bro.
else is there? You say they got to be involved and whatnot. You know, are the people when you talk about involved when if you're sitting there putting up $100,000,
what is that thing that come to my head? They're like,
that's colonization, bro. By
how's that
another
colonization?
name. It's
See, what that's what say
colonization
you're
by
not a
another
Pan-African.
name because
You're
you
not a
can't come in.
Pan-African. You're
Yeah,
lying.
listen.
You're not
First
a
of all,
Pan-African.
hold
You're not
on,
a
Carla.
Pan-African.
First of all, if you're gonna
No,
come
you're
in
not a
and help the
Pan-African.
people, if you're gonna
Because
come in and help the
hold
people,
on.
then you
How can you
coming in to
colonize
help
was
the people
already?
with
How
the
can you
people.
colonize was already yours? Do you even
What?
know? You don't even.
Is it not? Hold on, wait.
Hold on,
Okay,
you're not
Carla, hold on.
educated
Wait,
enough to
Carla,
know
wait, Carla, hold
what
on,
the
hold on,
word
hold on.
colonization means.
Is it not? Is it not the people's land? Is it
Hold
not
on.
the
It's
people's
hold on.
territory?
The land belongs to all black people.
You can't do it like that, man.
Yes, it does.
You can't.
These borders, these countries.
Cannot work.
Hold up, these
Cannot work
borders.
with these folks, bro. You have
I
to
know
work with.
you're coming
You
off
have
as
to work with
hostile
them
to
too.
a movement, so you're
No, I'm
exposing
not.
yourself
No,
every
I'm not.
second here. You're
Okay,
exposing
go ahead.
yourself every second here. You're not a Pan-Africanist.
Go
You're
ahead,
full of
Carla.
shit.
Just do your thing. Go ahead.
You're full of shit. You know. First of all, when you talk about colonization, you know what a colony is? A colony is a people who settle on land that's part of a mother country from someplace else that has control over land from a mother country. That's colonization. This is not colonization. This is building a community that's going to be integrated and with the local society. You do that by building infrastructure, by building roads, by building power grids, by building all this stuff like that. Power lines, by building schools, by building commerce, commercial centers, and everything. You know, so therefore, we use the words like colonization, right? What it tells me is you're right. You're against this whole movement in the first place.
That is not it at all. That's just like, okay, if I owned a store and say you came in and said, well, I know how to run this a little bit better than you. Okay, well, you're gonna work with me?
Well,
No. I'm
that's
gonna
not
come
the
and
same
take
thing.
over. You sit to the side
That's
and let
not the,
me
that,
take
that, that's
over,
not the same
and I'm
thing.
gonna
That's not
give
the
you
same
what
thing
I want you to
because they
have.
went. Hold up.
No,
It'd be different if
colonization.
you talk about they went into a community and displaced people, right, and took over. They went on 5,000 acres of virgin land. Nobody was there.
Okay.
And built something new. Start building roads, start building infrastructure, and start building homes. And once the community starts developing, suddenly, not on their end, but on the other end, some people saying, "Oh well, we need money and everything like that." It's a money grab.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is. I mean, I'm gonna say, Tyler, you have. I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, what the brother Amun is saying is, don't be disrespectful and just kicking the door. Knock.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's all. Like it might just be an ego thing, but why don't we just give them respect for that and be like, you know how you give your auntie or your crazy uncle that's always drinking too much, you just give him respect just because he's your uncle and he was there first. So yeah, we need to give our brothers and sisters who are there first and be like, yo, hey, we need refuge. And a lot of places they are giving us refuge. They're giving us some land, and then some of the villagers are like, yo, break us off some bread. And they are wrong for that.
Yeah.
You can't sit there and bully somebody or squeeze somebody for something that you didn't even care about. So that part is valid too.
I think that the
So
messed up part about that is the people at the top, the people who issued out this land. That's the problem. There's your
What
problem
was
right
the
there.
problem?
I said
Exactly what was the problem?
I said the people who
government.
issued the land. That's the problem right there.
Yeah,
they didn't ask the chiefs for permission. They
Yeah.
listen, like you know how the what's the name? The in New York City, everybody going crazy because they're giving all this money that's supposed to go to black people, to these immigrants. They wasn't giving Haitians and Jamaicans and black immigrants that stuff, but white immigrants, non-black immigrants, they will give. So we feeling salty about that. Same way, the government in Africa should not be giving African people's land to African Americans without their permission or agreement. Like that chief, that tradition rules Africa. The chiefs, that's our family tradition. Okay, So the government, which is Babylon's tradition,
But
should not be usurping the chief. Hold on, listen, Kyla, let me finish. The chief has the government. If we let the government strong arm the chiefs, that makes us an enemy of the people. Do you understand? The government should not be strong arming anybody and have authority over what belongs to other tribes. But if we go to the tribes, like what's the name Ola was saying, I'm like, yo, can we be down? Can we be a part of the tribe? Can we get in? You feel me? Then it's respect. So it is on us to show respect, but at the same time, our brothers
But also the respect
pulling no jack move. Hold on, listen. They cannot be pulling no jack move, and they are doing that because they think we saw. So what you saying is happening, Kala.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you very much. That's what I was trying to say. Because the chief of Asabo, right? That guy that give this land out, he gave it on his own, and he was eating the money alone. All this have to do with money still. What happened is that the chief was just collecting the money, he and some of his proteges. Then the entire tribe population started saying him, hold on, my ancestors used to farm there. My grandfather used to farm in Africa. 5th generation or even 10th generation is still very close by. So that's my farmland. You didn't even consult me. You just eating the money. You understand me? These things have to do with money. That's why I said it's all about money. The chief was just eating the money alone without consulting with the total population of the tribe. And those tribes started coming and said, okay, that's my ancestors' land. Why are you building house here? They know where their farmland, the boundary of their farmland. They know everything because their ancestors already told them. I grew up in the way whereby before my grandfather died, he took my mother and said, look, my wife, if I go down, there's the boundary of my farmland. You see, my son is an educational person. He's not too interested in farming. But I want you to keep this land for the children. Then when my grandfather died, we know the same thing. My mother have to even have to show my father where the boundary of the land passed. So what happened is this: in Africa, they know every boundary of their farmland. It's not just open like that. Oh, this is a friend, come on. Oh, everybody come and pick as you want. The chief was corrupt. He didn't deal with his own people. That's what happened. And for you to be a king, the people have to make you be
Ola, you're only talking about 150 acres that were undisputed, right? And on that 150 acres, right, the people had already started building roads and clearing the land and everything. And suddenly the local people decide that's my ancestral land, and they start taking it upon themselves to occupy and start farming on it.
Yes.
So in other words, okay, if that was the case, then why didn't you start farming on that land before the roads were built and stuff like that?
Kala, look now. When the king was doing this, when the chief or the king was doing this, when the king and chief were doing these things way back, years back, right? Maybe he thought he was strong. It was very, very strong. It take one man in the village to challenge him. You know what I'm saying? It would only take one very powerful guy who also very rich. You take this problem started by those that are poor in that village? Hell no. It took a very powerful guy in that village who said, this is against our ancestors. You see, this people have written, they have their own ancestors' rules. This is against our ancestors' rules.
Ola, let me ask you something, right? And in these parts of the world, right, people are reject education, they reject skills in the modern world and stuff like that. And so nothing, the land is sitting there doing absolutely nothing.
Kala, is Black America not having land in the South, in Mississippi, in Alabama?
No.
Are they not having lands there?
No, we don't.
Hold on. Some of their lands, because some of their lands are sitting down there, maybe their children might be working somewhere in New York, or working somewhere in everything. Then when they make money, they will come and develop some of this land you call farmland, possibility their ancestors, possibility their grandfather bought from the white man. I saw in TV, I saw land be owned, because let's be honest, I saw land be owned by Black Americans. Big land, big farmland. Some of them even have their own cemeteries in some of these lands. You understand me? Some of them say, oh, this is where they buried my great grandfather. This is where they buried my grandfather. This is where they buried blah 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 blah. This is a family cemetery.
If you don't pay taxes on that land, right?
Okay.
If you don't
Okay.
pay
Okay.
the land, the state
Then,
will take it back from you.
okay, that land, maybe in your places they pay taxes, right? But when their descendants make money somewhere in California and New York, they will come back straight to that land.
We got land in North Carolina, right? Guess what? We pay taxes on it. That's been on my land for my family for 100 years, and we got land over there. And we go down there. Matter of fact, I'm going back there next week to check on our land that we got.
Yes.
Hold up.
Right.
The land is registered, right? They know it's ours. We pay properly, and we got people living on the land. We got people renting on the land.
Okay.
My whole thing is this, though.
So what you're talking about?
Hold on, you can't just
talking about that Africa don't pay taxes. What you're talking about is where's the documents that you own this land?
Yes.
My brother, it don't go like that, because a tribe is like a nation. Every nation have a boundary. A Sable boundary other tribes, and those tribes know where the boundary is. If you move an inch, even 1 foot into my boundary, I will fight you. That's where it goes there. So they have to negotiate the boundary. There's no way, even when the tribe is weak, they will die in that land. Because if you don't fight or die, on the other tribe will come and pick your land. So you will not show no weakness to no tribe.
Well, look at it like this. Look at it like this. Since the people that is Sabo saying this is now a Sabo village community. Now, to me, I look at them as they're like a new tribe that just moved in.
Look, you can't look when you buy a land, you don't buy the tribe. That is true. Like I come to buy land. I come to land. Hold on, Kala. I come to buy a land in the United States. I buy
Hold on. Do you grow out of the land? Do you grow out of the land?
No, let me tell you something, Kala. I want you to understand. If you come to buy a land, in my village, if you come to buy a land in my village, you're not buying the tribal land. You're buying a space. The name of that tribe still remain. The name of that tribe still remain the tribe.
Let's cut to the chase. It's 5,000 acres of land, right? Surrounded by millions of unoccupied land and the area and whatnot. You know, what's their big business? And 150 acres under dispute, right? And that's what dispute. 150 acres. The rest of the land is not under dispute, right? And so I'm saying that now that people now put down roots, they built houses, everything like that. It's time to defend that. You know, as simple as that.
You can't defend until you're going to lose.
You can't defend if it doesn't belong.
I know.
Kala, the way you talk is like, oh, I'm from California. I bought a land in Ghana. Now the land belongs to California. That's what you're talking about. You talk about you, Kala, bought a piece of land in my tribe. Automatically, because you bought 2,000 acres of land.
Nigeria.
Because you buy 2,000. No, it's the same. It's like you buy 2,000 acres of.
Look, let me tell you something, bro. You know, let me tell you something, bro. You know, Africa is not just yours; it's ours too. It doesn't matter.
No, but you have to.
How you know the people that is Sabo are descended from the people that were taken from the Atlantic slave trade?
Kala, let's work on negotiation. That's what Americans have to.
Kala. And not that you got people from the Caribbean.
Check this out.
They come from that. Literally come from that area right there. There's never been any justice to the people that were taken in the transatlantic slave trade and say this is this is this. We lost everything in the transatlantic slave trade.
Kala, you talk almost like the Queen of England, man. When the Queen of England came to Africa,
so you guys bear no responsibility.
Oh no, Kala, you talk like the Queen of England, but when the Queen of England came to Africa, he said, all this land.
It's the same. It's saying the Queen of England.
Hold on.
Nigeria were up there crying over when she died last year. When you guys up there, the Queen, a big Nigerian guy, probably you, up there crying over at her funeral, whatnot. You know,
Carla, let me ask you a question, Carla. Okay, Carla, say you had a nice little plot of land with a house on it, right? And you lived somewhere else. Say you lived out of the country. So you don't come and check on the land as
it's not the same thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You're not intelligent enough to make it. I can make your own argument for you. You know, you're not saying it right. If I live in America, right? It's a different
Yeah.
situation, right?
And
Because
let
the
me
land,
say,
because I have a
insulting me is
title,
not gonna help
and the
you
law,
here.
every land is based on laws, right?
Yeah.
I got a
Yeah.
title, I got a deed, I pay tax, everything like that. I got a paper trail, right? So
Okay.
basically, you have a situation where somebody just says, "That's my tribal land." Nothing, paperwork, no nothing like that.
Okay.
So it's
That don't
completely
have
right.
anything to do with my example.
That is an example. If I have
No,
property,
no,
look,
that don't have anything to do with my
hold on, use the
example.
example I have right now. I have we have property in North Carolina. Nobody can take that. Why? Because I can go down to the county clerk and everything and prove that that's land is mine.
They can Lake
Okay.
Lanier your ass, just like the government's been
Okay.
doing.
Okay, but let me say this. Say you didn't, like I said, you didn't
The
come to
point is
check
you.
on it a whole lot, right?
Everybody in Lake Lanier
And
had
I
paperwork too.
I moved into one of those. I moved into that house on that land, right? And you all of a sudden came up and said, "Hey, hold up, bro!
I'll
Like,
put the gat to your head and say,
you're in the
I'll put
house.
my gat to your head and say, you got 5
Okay,
to
say
vacate.
it. No, say it loud. Say it loud, so everybody can hear that. Say it
I
again.
will put my gat in your head and say because it's mine, and I can legally prove this mine. If you're trespassing,
Right.
that's
So I look stupid trying to defend that when it doesn't belong to me.
But
Am I
there's
right?
it has a different situation, right? This situation,
No.
you can't prove that. Now, if I say I have a bunch of land over there, right? That's my land. I have no deed to it. I have no title to it, and it's my land. And I'm gonna shoot anybody who goes on it. That's a different story.
I look stupid coming out of your house telling you I have squatters' rights.
Well, the bottom line, it's not squatters' rights. It's not
Carla,
squatters' rights.
Carla, you want to tell me the Ashanti people? You want to tell me the Ashanti people they owns Ashanti land because they have no document to show you? You want to tell me the Ashanti people, right? The Ashanti people they owns Ashanti land.
People, the people in Sable are squatters. You think the whole entire Pan-Africanism?
Carla, you have to be very careful. The way you speak that you put guns on. Look, I say you. Even if I show you a place in my tribe, right? That tribe is a nation. How many nations form Ghana? So you want to tell me Ashanti have no document to show the Ashanti king, the Okumasi, Ashanti land, right? That somebody from Accra will say, how do you hold this land, Ashanti? Show me the document you owns here. The man will say, okay, maybe you come here to fight me. I will declare war on you. You understand me? So what you say now is this. Nations form tribes. Tribes form a nation form a country. Before Ghana was put together, they have different type of nations inside Ghana. They have the Aga people, they have the Kumasi people, they have the Dagba people. So they have this Ashebo you're talking about might belong to also other affiliated group also. So what you say now, Kala, you speaking like a cowboy. You understand me? You talking now like a cowboy right now. And as a cowboy, that means you're ready to fight. So if the people of Ashebo are ready to fight a war with those tribal people that own that land, you have to start, you buying a land, you don't have the what they put in this youth. Kala, I'm an African guy, I grew up as a youth. They taught me how to fight and defend my land. Ghana also have the same type of system also. They taught us how to defend the land for other tribes. Hold on, not to step in.
I wish you guys would learn how to build electric.
I live in Lagos, right?
I wish Lagos is the blackest city on the earth or not. Has no
even Lagos.
Worry about that than worry about these.
Even Lagos, they say it's no man's land. The Yoruba people always tell the Igbo people, shut up your mouth. Look, I live in Lagos, right? I'm from a village. If you attack my village people, you attack my land, I will go back. I will leave Lagos and go and fight for my village people. You know why? Because that's my identity. You can take over my land. I will die there. I will ask my children if I die, they bury me there. That the same thing my grandfather did, the same my great grandfather did, the same thing I would do. I will put my neck on the knife to protect my village so that my children will come and enjoy it. Because people died in that village before what I'm seeing now for me to belong to that village. Where they have this land is not a small land, man. This is a huge land. You don't want to lose it to no government. Government even pay compensation. Please, they will negotiate for years with the chiefs and the people. Years to even have a road pass through that land. They would negotiate for land. Then the people say, okay, we listen to you. The moment this road is gone, this land belongs to me. But
All
pay
right, Ola,
compensation.
appreciate it, Ola. Appreciate it, Carla.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you, bro.
everyone. We're coming before I'm shutting down. It's about to be 6 hours. Everyone, you have a great night, and we'll connect back with you next time in the future.
Let it go to 6 hours, Bomani, before you shut down.
Brother, good night to you and everybody else. I should have shut this thing down 2-3 hours ago, but you.
Any final thoughts, Bomani?